Hashtag C1251, the Book of Inlay and the Book of Magic Patterns. Ding, you get a Book of Mosaic, Elementary, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get a Book of Mosaic, Advanced. Ding, you get a Book of Magic Pattern, Elementary, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get a Book of Magic Pattern, Advanced. Seeing the two books flying in the air, Xiao Han quickly reached out and grabbed them, and the pleasant system prompt sounded immediately beside his ears. The Book of Inlay and the Book of Magic Patterns? After whispering, Xiao Han quickly put it into his backpack and said, "Senior, do you know where the treasure left by the demons when they retreated?" "I don't know." Xuanwu shook his head slightly and continued, "If I knew, I would have sent someone there long ago. But the demons retreated in a hurry. If nothing goes wrong, the treasure should be hidden not far from the final battle site." "The final battle site?" Xiao Han's eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "Where is the final battle site? I can go and see it when I have time." "The 10,000 Demon Mountains." Xuanwu did not hide it and continued in a deep voice, "That place is very dangerous, and the passage to the abyss has not been completely closed. If you want to go there, be careful. Qinglong and Baihu are still there to guard the place. Show if you can get through. There is also a dragon vein over there. Find a way to upgrade it." It was because we couldn't find a higher quality dragon vein that we couldn't completely close the abyss passage. Qinglong Baihu? Xiao Han couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Okay, I'll go there as soon as possible. Wait until the Dead Silence Cave is dealt with. I'll go there immediately." "No, let's wait and see." Xuanwu interrupted hurriedly. "That place is very dangerous. You must not go there now. With your current strength, you can only wander around the center of the 10,000 Demons Mountains at most. And in the core area and near the Abyss Passage, you don't even need to encounter demonized creatures. You can't resist the demonic energy gushing out of the abyss." "Demonic energy? Is it so powerful?" Xiao Han said in a low voice, and immediately remembered the scene he encountered in the Demon Flame Cave when he was in the Novice Village. Because of the Emperor-level Abyss Corpse King, he was almost killed by the escaping demonic energy. However, with the improvement of strength, the current level of demonic energy has no effect on him. But since the Xuanwu Holy Spirit has specifically reminded him, of course he can't turn a deaf ear to it. "Demonic energy? It seems that I need to get some magic resistance equipment." Xiao Han said this in a low voice, but his brows furrowed deeply, and at the same time he shook his head helplessly. Resistance equipment is extremely difficult to explode. Not to mention magic resistance equipment, even fire resistance, ice resistance, lightning resistance, and other resistance equipment have almost never exploded. Even though he has killed many bosses, even those at the level of emperors and emperors, resistance equipment rarely appears. "It seems that I have to work hard on elixirs." Xiao Han said this in a low voice, and he didn't know if there was any elixir that increased magic resistance in the Wandan Dian. But it was just a high-level inlay book, and there was no way to inlay high-level gems on the equipment. So if you want to go to the Wanma Mountains in a short time and find a higher-level inlay book, you still have to work hard on elixirs. But before that, we have to solve the matter in the Dead Silence Cave. After all, the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation is about to collapse, and it is almost unable to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord. Once that guy breaks out of the seal, it will be a big trouble. Thinking so in his heart, and having asked all the questions he wanted to ask, Xiao Han didn't want to delay here any longer. So he nodded and said, "I will be more careful. Since it is very dangerous over there, I will also gather a few strong friends and go there together when the time comes." "Well, it's good that you know it," Xuanwu said, and immediately said, "If there is nothing else, let's go back now. Don't delay the Dead Silence Cave anymore. Solve it earlier and you can feel at ease earlier." "Don't worry," Xiao Han replied solemnly and continued. "After leaving here, I will go back to the Dead Silence Cave immediately. With this artifact mining pick, the Abyss Demon Lord over there, don't think about breaking out of the 9 Abyss Soul Refining Formation. Gah. Crack. After getting Xiao Han's promise, Xuanwu didn't plan to continue chatting with
Xiao Han.
On the Shengang stone wall not far away, there were bursts of sounds like rocks breaking, and then the cave that could only accommodate one person appeared again. Senior, take care. Seeing this, Xiao Han didn't stay any longer, and he flashed out of the cave. Twilight City, Nightmare Wasteland. Roar. An angry roar sounded in the wasteland, and a mammoth over 20 meters tall was lying on the ground and trembling. Above it, a figure wearing a novice cloth and holding a novice iron sword was standing in the air. With a light wave, a black light blade flew out from the iron sword, and then, with a flash, it passed through the mammoth. Puff! The next second, there was a light sound, followed by a boom. The mammoth, which was over 50 meters long, was instantly split in two, and a blood-red damage value of over 100 billion appeared on its head. However, at the same time, the figure in the sky suddenly froze. Alas, another one died. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, a slightly depressed voice said, "To kill a boss above the Emperor, more than a dozen people will die. And it must be an evolver above level 3. Isn't this price a bit high? Even if the cost is high, we have to continue." Another slightly old voice sounded, saying coldly, "Isn't it just some level 3 evolvers who died? Only more than 230 people have died now, but we have also killed 10 emperors. And an emperor boss, and even got a pet embodiment talisman. What's wrong with this?" Indeed, one was exploded, but it's only diamond level, the depressed voice replied, and continued, "A diamond level pet embodiment talisman can only materialize the emperor boss at most. Even if it is materialized, it is still no match for the frost dragon. What's the use of such an embodiment talisman? How can it be useless?" The old voice retorted, "More than 200 level 3 evolvers in exchange for a scorpion tail lion with level 6 combat power. Isn't it a very cost-effective thing? That bastard from Yanhua blackmailed us for 70 nuclear bombs, and I can't swallow this breath. I want to materialize 10 dragons, and then I will press him to the ground and rub him, and all those nuclear bombs will be returned to me." 10. The depressed voice said, and hurriedly said, "But the explosion rate of pet materialization talismans is too low. If you want to explode 10 legendary materialization talismans, how many
people will die?"
These level 3 evolvers enter the game, but they all have only one strike. If they are not born near the boss, they will even die in vain. Humph! They die, what's the pity? The old voice snorted coldly and continued, "They are just some level 3 evolvers. Just catch some ordinary people and inject them with our 3 gene agents directly." Hashtag C1252 recognized the master. The cold words echoed in the air, but no one dared to refute. The old voice looked at the mammoth's body and said coldly, "Danny, go over and pick it up. By the way, I went offline to notify and continue to let people wear helmets." "Continue now?" Danny hesitated and whispered, "Lord Solans, do you want to wait for a while? Based on the information we have now, even though we have gone all out to search, we only have the whereabouts of 1 emperor boss and 2 more emperor boss. If someone comes online immediately, the chance of being born near the boss is too small. Perhaps dozens or hundreds of people have to die before we can kill a boss. The loss is too great. Why don't we wait a few more days until we know more about the whereabouts of the boss?" "No, now, immediately," Solans said in a deep voice, and immediately said, "They are all ordinary people, there is no need to feel too sorry. And their deaths are not meaningless. As long as 10 giant dragons are manifested, Panama City will never fall. The Amazon is not very stable now. We have no time to drag it out any longer. But, a look of confusion flashed across Danny's face, and he looked, the house aside. Seeing that there was no reaction from him, he sighed softly and ran quickly towards the dead mammoth. At this time, a look of hesitation flashed across Shaq's face, but he still took a step forward and said in a deep voice, "There is really nothing to care about if some ordinary people die. But those are 3 gene potions cannot be wasted so casually. These are extremely scarce strategic resources. If the mutant beasts in the Amazon move north and we don't have a sufficient amount of genetic medicine, it will be difficult to defend Panama City. Mutated beasts moving north." Thinking of what happened in reality, Solons's face instantly turned ugly. He frowned and remained silent for a while, then said helplessly, "Okay, let's wait a few more days. But during this period you guys should not be idle. Try to find more bosses above the Emperor as soon as possible." "Okay. We are planning to go to the bone burial ground recently." Shatu nodded in agreement and continued, "I heard that it is very dangerous there, and there are even bone dragons. If nothing else happens, we should be able to find a boss above the Emperor." "The burial ground?" Solons frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "But that place is too far away from every major city. Although wearing a helmet has godlike power, they can only live for 10 minutes at most. Such a short time is not enough for them to reach the bone burial ground. Even if they encounter more boss, it will be useless. What should we do?" A look of depression flashed across Shaq's face. And then he immediately said, "Basically all the areas near the main city have been explored. The possibility of finding a boss above the Emperor is too low. It's a pity that we can't cross the Sea of Death. Otherwise we would just kill Fuso and kill the Yamada no Orochi." Xiao Han's pet manifestation talisman was exploded from the city protecting beast. "Kill Fuso?" Solon's eyes flashed for a moment and he said in a deep voice, "This is a good idea. Maybe my thinking was wrong at the beginning. Is it possible that high-level pet manifestation talismans can only be obtained from the divine beasts that protect the city? Otherwise, after we kill so many Emperor-level bosses, there's no reason why we can't even explode a legendary or above pet manifestation talisman. So, it is really possible," Shaq said in a low voice and continued with dazzling eyes. "If this is really the case, our plan will have to be adjusted. The reason why Fuso's shadow can cross the Sea of Silence is probably because of the Yamada no Orochi. I don't know what kind of mission can be related to the city protecting beast. If we want to conquer other countries, all the next resources will be tilted towards this aspect." "City protecting beast?" Solons whispered, and continued with a solemn expression. "You are right, we should indeed invest resources in this direction. But now let's tilt a part of it first. The search for the boss must also be carried out simultaneously." "Okay. Then I'll go notify you." A look of excitement flashed across Shaq's face. He stretched out his hand and nodded a few times, then looked at the void in front of him and murmured in a low voice, "Lord Solons." At this moment, a slightly sinister voice suddenly sounded, and then immediately said, "I think we should have a chance to cooperate." "Who?" A strange voice suddenly appeared, and House stood in front of Solons, without any hesitation, and at the same time shouted angrily, "Get out of here. Don't get excited. We are not enemies." At this time, a black figure suddenly appeared more than 10 meters away from several people. House shrank his eyes and said coldly, "Hey Shadow, you are so courageous. You dare to hit our Nami's attention." "How dare I?" Mr. House misunderstood. Ewing quickly took a step back and explained hurriedly, "I accidentally overheard your conversation just now. I think we have a common enemy, so there is a basis for cooperation." "Cooperation?" Sorens waved his hand and asked House to retreat. At the same time, he asked in a deep voice, You have lost your country. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with us? Okay. It's not cooperation. The shadow was not angry and said humbly, You are the master of our Fuso. Am willing to lead all the people of Fuso and attack Yanhua City together. With Nami, I have the ability to build a level 7 teleportation array which can be teleported to Yanhua's Ice City. Once the ice flame fire wind in the Ice City is successfully killed, a pet embodiment of legend or above will be 100% exploded. 100%? A hint of surprise flashed in Soren's eyes, and he immediately said, How do you know that a pet embodiment of legend or above will be exploded? 100%. Hey, Lord Yaki told me. The shadow grinned and continued. And Lord Yaki also told me that if the helmet is used by the Chosen One, he will not die. The Chosen One? Sorens repeated in a low voice and asked in a deep voice, What do you mean, what is the Chosen One? Hey! Seeing that everyone's interest had been aroused, a barely perceptible black light flashed in the shadow's eyes, and he immediately explained, The so-called Chosen One is the one who draws a special talent after entering the game. For example, Zhan Tian from Ice City, Turgenev from 10,000 Beasts City, and Felix from Twilight City. Felix? Soren's eyes glared fiercely, and asked with surprise, The owner of 100 times the physical strength, can he resist the damage of the black helmet? Yeah. The shadow nodded, and continued with a leisurely look. He is the Chosen One. The helmet will not cause any harm to him. C1253 Cheap Master. After getting the Dragon Soul Golden Shovel back and figuring out the inlay technique, Xiao Han stopped talking to Xuanwu. Roar! He rode on the green dragon again and flew straight to Yuhai City. At the same time, when he sat on Wyman's back, he took out the inlay book and the magic pattern book. In just a few minutes, the two books disappeared in his hands. After learning the advanced inlay technique and the advanced magic pattern technique, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement. But at this time, he knew very clearly that it was not the time to study this. The Abyss Demon Lord had not been solved yet, and he had to go to the dead Silence Cave again. In the howling wind, although the speed of the green dragon could not be compared with the frost dragon, it was actually not slow. In just over 10 minutes, the towering walls of Yuhai City could be seen from far. This city was also a no-fly zone. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Han jumped off Wayman's back when he was more than 2,000 meters away from Yuhai City and put him into the pet space. With the Huanxin mask, he can change his appearance at will. So even though some people knew he came to Yuhai City, it was very convenient for him to enter the city, and he did not cause any commotion. But the discussion about him made the surrounding players talk about it with relish. Have you heard that hundreds of core players of the Lion Guild were slaughtered in the Frost Iron Mine Cave? TSK, this is not big news. I also know that the guy who did it is Gue Hai Dao from the Four Seas Guild. This is going to be a good show. What a good show. It's not Gue Hai Dao who did it this time. Yeah, I just came back from the Siren Cemetery. Gue Hai Dao has been there the whole time. It's impossible that he did it. Then this is interesting. Who killed hundreds of core players of the Lion Guild? Hey, I heard that many of those guys who were killed were left with only a pair of shorts. Who else can do such a thing? Damn. The great demon King Han Xiao? Amid the discussion, Xiao Han was not surprised by the result. After all, his explosion rate was too abnormal. When killing a player, as long as an equipment is exploded, the effect of a 100 times reward will be triggered, although it is impossible to directly increase the grade of the exploded equipment. It will be calculated according to the value. If the exploded equipment is slightly better, and the total value of the remaining equipment on the player is less than 100 times that of the exploded equipment, then all the equipment on the player will be exploded. In this way, many players killed by him will be left with only a pair of large shorts. So even if he kills people with the appearance of other people, it is easy to. Yes. But Xiao Han doesn't care too much about this. Although there is no conflict with the Lion Guild, killing people in the game is actually a normal thing. Walking into the city gate, Xiao Han smiled and shook his head, and no longer paid attention to this matter. However, the discussions of nearby players kept coming into his ears. Those guys from the Lion Guild, I don't know how they offended Han Xiao. They were killed so miserably. Hey, I heard they didn't dare to go back for revenge. What kind of revenge is this? Even if they bite the bullet and go there once, it's nothing more than sending equipment. Sometimes it's okay to be a little cowardly. Yeah, Xiao Han won't stay in Yuhai City for too long. I guess he has something to do here. This guy can't be idle all the time. The Abyss Blood Emperor in the Ceiling Demon Tower was just killed by him. Abyss Blood Emperor, hey, I don't know what good things the Emperor boss has. Exploded. I heard that it was because of Lu Yen that he was finally killed. The voices of discussion kept ringing in his ears, but Xiao Han couldn't help but pause, frowning and whispering. What is the relationship between Lu Yen and Luo Ming? My cheap master, it can't be him. Thinking so in his heart, Xiao Han's footsteps couldn't help but speed up a bit, and he ran towards the teleportation hall. After a while, they were teleported to Stormwind City. Although it is very important to improve the quality of spiritual energy, there is no need to rush it. It is still necessary to clarify the matter of that cheap master. After leaving the teleportation hall, Xiao Han immediately ran quickly and ran to the courtyard where Lu Yen was. Yong! 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 A few minutes later, the door was knocked gently, and Xiao Wu's familiar voice was immediately heard from the courtyard. Who is it? Wait a moment. Creak. As the door was opened, a pretty face appeared in sight. It was originally full of smiles, but after seeing the person outside the door, its face immediately sank. What are you doing here? What else can I do? Of course. I'm looking for my senior sister. Xiao Han was completely immune to Xiao Wu's attitude. As he walked sideways into the courtyard, he immediately shouted loudly, Senior sister, are you there? In the courtyard, Lu Yen was watering the flowers. When she saw the figure she had been thinking about for a long time coming, she immediately showed a happy smile on her face. The Blood Emperor of the Abyss was completely killed, and the burden in her heart was put down. With nothing to do, she felt relieved, and her smile became brighter. She gently put down the kettle in her hand and said to Xiao Wu, Why are you still standing there? Don't you know how to make tea for the guests? Oh! She glared at Xiao Han fiercely. Even though she was very reluctant, Xiao Wu did not dare to disobey Lu Yen. When Lu Yen saw Xiao Wu walking towards the inner room, she immediately turned her eyes to Xiao Han and continued with a smile on her face. Why are you here? Is there anything? Yes, there is something. Xiao Han didn't say any nonsense and asked directly. I just wanted to ask, do you know Senior Luo Ming? Luo Ming. Lu Yen repeated in a low voice, thinking seriously for a while, and then asked with a puzzled face, Who is he? I haven't heard of him. I haven't heard of him? Getting such an answer, Xiao Han frowned deeply and explained quickly. He is also a magic sealer, and he should be a very powerful demon sealer. Have you never heard of this name? That doesn't make sense.
No.
Lu Yen said with certainty and continued. There will be no more than 10 demon sealers in each generation. Master has mentioned the demon sealers of the recent generations to me. I have never heard of the name Luo Ming, and even in the demon sealing book, there is no one named Luo Ming. Are you mistaken? He should not be a demon sealer. Not a demon sealer, it's impossible. Hearing the demon sealing book, Xiao Han was even more confused. The demon sealing book, like the family tree, is used to record each generation of demon sealers. If Luo Ming's name is not on the demon sealing book, it means that Luo Ming is not a regular demon sealer. But what about the inheritance of the demon sealer and the 2 skill books? With such doubts in his heart, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, "No." Senior Tan Yuntian clearly said that he is a demon sealer. If he is not a demon sealer, how can he have soul sealing and soul nurturing? Technique. What, Tan Yuntian? Although Xiao Han's voice was very low, in this quiet courtyard, Lu Yan's mind was all on Xiao Han, so she heard it clearly in an instant. As her face changed, she hurriedly asked, "Where did you see him? He is our master." #C1254 I am just an old immortal. After receiving such shocking news, Xiao Han finally understood what the soul sealing technique and the soul raising technique were about. But what he didn't understand was why Tan Yuntian lied. "Quick! Take me to him quickly." Seeing the excitement on Lu Yan's face, Xiao Han said nothing more and quickly stood up and said, "Okay. Then come with me." With that said, he quickly walked outside the small courtyard. If there was no way to repair the Jiuan soul refining array in the deadly silent cave, he would definitely not take Lu Yan there. Now the Dragon Soul Midas Shovel is back, and it also has a prospecting special ability. With this special skill, it shouldn't be too difficult to find the spiritual source deep in the spiritual veins. So taking Lu Yan to find Tan Yuntian is actually not a dangerous thing. The 2 of them walked in tandem and ran quickly towards the direction of the teleportation hall without even having time to say hello to Xiao Wu. After a transfer in Beha City, it took less than 5 minutes to appear in the Dead Silence Cave. Lu Yan felt the sudden drop in temperature and asked in a low voice, "Why are you here? Is the master here?" Xiao Han nodded slightly and continued as he walked deeper into the cave. "I heard that there are also abyss demons here, so I came over to take a look. But I didn't expect that there would be an abyss demon lord here. And the master has been guarding here, using the 9 abyss soul refining array to suppress the abyss demon lord. But why does he hide his identity? I don't know." Lu Yan shook his head, remained silent for a moment, and continued, "Maybe he didn't know that you were a magic sealer, so he didn't confess your identity." "No, he knows," Xiao Han said with certainty and explained in a deep voice. "I have used the sealing technique here, and he can see it at a glance. Even when I left, I was given 2 magic sealing master's inheritance skill books. He said he might not be able to leave here alive, so he gave me 2 skill books. I couldn't bear to have the inheritance of the demon sealing master cut off." "Inherited skill book?" Lu Yan repeated with surprise, and immediately asked, "Is it the soul sealing technique and the soul raising technique?" Xiao Han nodded in response and continued, "And I also mentioned you to him, saying that we worked together to kill the Abyss Blood Emperor who was suppressed in the demon sealing tower. But even so, he still didn't say anything. It's strange, it shouldn't be like this." Lu Yan also had a puzzled face. He frowned and thought for a while, then said in a deep voice, "Having a talented apprentice like you, he should be happy. Since I've guessed your identity, why didn't you say anything?" Roar. While the 2 were talking, a violent roar suddenly came from the depths of the dead silent cave. Xiao Han's eyes moved slightly and he said in a deep voice, "Perhaps he doesn't want me to come here and take risks. After all, the formation here is about to collapse. Even if the master is still guarding the abyss demon lord suppressed under the Jiuan soul refining formation is about to break free from the seal. Collapse. The formation here is about to collapse?" A look of panic flashed across Lu Yan's face, and she quickly shouted, "Hurry! Let's go in quickly. Don't worry, we're almost there." Xiao Han moved his steps and his running speed immediately became faster. But in order to take care of Lu Yan, his speed has not been increased to the extreme. After a while, a milky white light shield appeared at the end of the ice cave, and at the same time the manic roar on the other side of the light shield became clearer. "Hey old man, you can't trap me. In 3 months, no more than 3 months at most, I will be able to break Free from this damned Jiuan soul refining array. The spiritual veins have been shattered. How can you resist this time? Arrogant voices kept coming from the other side of the light shield, but Tan Yuntian, who was sitting on the Jiuan soul refining formation, did not refute a word. Master! At this time, Lu Yen shouted into the mask, and then rushed through without any hesitation. Upon seeing this, Xiao Han quickly grabbed him and said in a deep voice, "Don't be impulsive. You can also hear the master's voice from here. He doesn't want us to be in danger, so don't go in and scold him." "Yenner, why are you here?" An old figure came from the other side of the mask and then said in a cold voice, "This is not the place you should be. Here, come back quickly. And you, Han Xiao, didn't you say that if you can't find the ice attribute spiritual source you won't come here again? What's going on now? You even brought Lu Yen here." "Hey, I didn't go in." Knowing Tan Yuntian's identity, Xiao Han didn't dare to be too presumptuous and smiled awkwardly. Lu Yen on the side began to sob and cried in a low voice. "Master, how could you do this? I have been looking for you for a long time. Why are you crying?" "I'm not dead yet." Tan Yuntian said something in a cold voice, and then immediately said, "This is not the place you should come to. Get back here quickly." I can't watch you die here." Lu Yen shook her head vigorously, and said with a smile, "I want to rescue you. I must rescue you." Ling Yuan, ice attribute spiritual source. Thinking of what Han Xiao said just now, Lu Yen immediately made a guess in his mind and quickly asked, "Can the master be rescued by finding the ice attribute spiritual source?" "Yes." Xiao Han nodded in agreement and continued, "The reason why the Jiuan soul refining array here cannot suppress the Abyss Demon Lord is because the spiritual source of the spiritual veins below is about to collapse. So as long as we find an ice attribute spiritual source, we should be able to continue to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord for hundreds of years." "Ice attribute spiritual source?" Lu Yen said one word at a time and immediately said, "Junior brother, please accompany me to the extreme northern wilderness. If there is an ice attribute spiritual source, it can only be found there. Master is my only relative in this world. I have to save him no matter what. I can't just—" "Junior brother?" Before Lu Yen finished speaking, Tan Yuntian said with a look of shock, "Junior brother? Why do you call him junior brother? I don't remember that I have ever accepted this apprentice." "Master, master." Hearing Tan Yuntian's question, Lu Yen quickly explained, "At first I saw that his talent was good, but I couldn't find you for a while, so I took the initiative to accept apprentices on my behalf. Junior brother's talent is very good. He just took a look at the sealing magic and directly mastered the more advanced sealing technique." "Accepting a disciple as a master?" Tan Yuntian asked in disbelief with a look of surprise on his face. "So, this guy is my disciple. Hey, master." Xiao Han laughed awkwardly and said quickly, "I think you are my master. Did the apprentice be rude before? Is that rude to you?" Tan Yuntian snorted coldly and cursed coldly. "In your eyes, I am just an old man. You two get out of here. Now immediately all of you get out of here." Hashtag C1255 Lu Yan's doubts. "Junior brother, let's go." Lu Yen didn't pay attention to Tan Yuntian's scolding, but turned to Xiao Han and said, "When we go to the Arctic wilderness, we must find the ice attribute spiritual source. Arctic wasteland, jie. Hearing what Lu Yen said, the Abyss Demon Lord laughed wildly and said, 7,000 years ago, almost all of the earth veins, spiritual veins, and dragon veins were destroyed. Presumably martial arts has completely declined in the 7,000 years since I was suppressed. Without the rich spiritual energy, there would be no soil for martial arts to survive, and the extreme northern wasteland was especially taken care of. Perhaps in the past 7,000 years new spiritual sources may be born there, but they will only reach the level of earth veins at most. If you want to seal this demon lord again, you are probably dreaming. As for Tan Yuntian, this old immortal, he is destined to die here. It won't take more than 3 months at most before I can break free of this damn seal. By then I will definitely kill all the cities closest to here. Oh really? Xiao Han said in a deep voice, then continued with a sneer. With me here? Do you think you can break through the seal? Little doll, you sound so crazy. The demon lord of the abyss said something disdainfully and smiled wildly. Not even your master can do anything to me. Is it possible that you, a little baby, can still kill me? Hey, that's not necessarily the case. Xiao Han turned over his hand and took out the dragon soul Midas golden shovel. While turning to look at Lu Yen, he said calmly, we don't have to go to the Arctic wasteland. Just give me a little time and I can do it. Rescue the master. No need to go to the Arctic wilderness? Lu Yen didn't understand what Xiao Han meant, but looking at the golden mining pick in his hand, she still asked patiently, what is this? Could this thing be able to suppress the Abyss Demon Lord? This won't work. Xiao Han shook his head and continued, but with this thing the Abyss Demon Lord can't come out for hundreds of years. Seeing that Lu Yen still didn't understand, he had no choice but to continue, explaining, this is an artifact mining pickaxe. I borrowed it from Master Xuanwu. Artifact? Lu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly asked, is it possible that this thing is used to dig for spiritual sources? Hey, it's not just about digging for spiritual sources. Xiao Han's eyes flickered, worried that the next thing would be difficult to explain, so he continued to lie. This is a divine tool. How can it be so simple? Using it to mine the spiritual source can directly improve the level of the spiritual source. Although the spiritual source here is about to collapse, it has not collapsed yet. As long as it is dug out by this artifact or pickaxe, it may become a spiritual source of dragon vein quality in an instant. At that time, even if the guy under the Jiuan Soul Refining Array is a powerful Abyss Demon Lord, he might be able to be killed directly. What? Directly upgrade the spiritual source by 1 level? Lu Yen looked in disbelief and exclaimed in a low voice, how is this possible? How can there be such a magical thing? Xuanwu, Tan Yuntian inside the mask whispered something, and then said with a serious face, so during the time you left just now, did you go to Yuhai City? But as far as I know, Lord Xuanwu doesn't have such a magical weapon. If it really had such a divine weapon, why would it take it out now? If the spiritual veins here had been upgraded to dragon veins, the Abyss Demon Lord would have been refined to death. Then I don't know. Xiao Han couldn't explain the 100-fold reward in detail, so he had to continue. But this thing is true. The spiritual veins of Master Xuanwu have been promoted to dragon veins. Quality. Jejia. Are you raising your spiritual pulse level out of thin air? The Abyss Demon Lord laughed loudly and said with disdain, if there is such a thing, wouldn't it be possible for dragon veins to be promoted to divine veins? At that time, the gods of war will surely be everywhere, and there will be as many war kings as dogs. It's a good thing that all races don't take the initiative to attack the abyss. Why should we be afraid of abyssal creatures emerging from the ground? Even if you are bragging, you have to find someone more reliable. Hey, are you bragging? You'll know after you try it. Xiao Han didn't explain much and immediately shouted to the mask, Master, do you know where the source of this spiritual vein is? Have no idea. Tan Yuntian was silent for a while and said in a deep voice, the place where Iceland was originally was indeed a place where spiritual energy gathered. But since the Jiuan Soul Refining Array was built, the spiritual source has been transferred to other places by Master Yen Chongkong. As for the specific location of the transfer, there is no record in the historical materials, so I don't know the direction of the spiritual source of this spiritual vein. Don't know? Xiao Han whispered, frowning, and said, It doesn't matter if you don't know. It's just that it may take some time to find the spiritual source. But I have 3 months to find it. As he spoke, the thought in his mind moved, and the energy in his body immediately poured into the dragon soul Midas golden shovel through his palm. At the same time, the world seen by the eyes immediately became different. The ice cubes on the ice wall have become somewhat transparent, and at the same time, some light blue fluorescence can be seen deep in the ice wall. Spiritual pulse? Is it over there? Seeing the different colors, Xiao Han whispered something, and then immediately waved the dragon soul golden shovel and hit the ice wall hard. Dang! 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 With the crisp knocking sound, the ice immediately fell from the ice wall. Lu Yen didn't know if this would work, but she didn't dare to disturb Xiao Han, so she could only stand behind and watch. As time passed, the knocking sound continued, and the ice cave was dug deeper and deeper. Dang! At this time, suddenly there was a different metal collision sound, and Lu Yen hurriedly squeezed in. Xiao Han held a piece of blue metal in his hand and put it away with a happy face. How could it be possible? It turned out to be ice crystal stone. Seeing Han Xiao hit the rock wall hard again, an incredible look flashed in her eyes, and she whispered, I just dug it. How could I dig ice crystal stone? As she said, Lu Yen looked at the place where the pickaxe fell through the gap between the ice wall and Han Xiao. The stone over there, although also blue, is obviously not the ice crystal stone that Han Xiao just collected, but more like an ice soul stone. Seeing this weird side, Lu Yen couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, she couldn't suppress her curiosity and asked in a deep voice, Junior brother, this is obviously an ice soul stone. How come it suddenly becomes an ice crystal stone after digging it out? Hey, didn't I say that? Xiao Han smiled and replied, and continued, This mining pick has the ability to upgrade all ores by 1 grade. But this is not right. Lu Yen was still puzzled, pointing at the ice soul stone and said, This is a level 3 ore, but the ice crystal stone is level 5. Dang! As she was talking, the mining pick fell on the rock wall again, and a deeper blue crystal stone also rolled and fell at Lu Yan's feet. She bent down to pick it up, and the confusion on her face deepened, and she muttered, It was an ice crystal stone just now, why is it now an ice spirit stone? Hashtag C1256 Level 6 Warrior 1. You get an energy crystal level 2. Trigger 100 times reward, and you get an energy crystal level 4. 3 days passed by in a flash, and Xiao Han finally found the spiritual vein. With his special skills in prospecting. It's just that the spiritual vein found now is just a branch, so the spiritual source has not been found yet. What's more important is that the spirit stones excavated are only 2nd level spirit stones. It seems that it will take a week or 2 to find the spiritual source. After muttering softly, Xiao Han picked up the energy crystal on the ground, took a brief look at it, and then threw it away. It's just a 2nd level spiritual stone, which has no effect on him. The most important thing now is to find the spiritual source that is about to collapse as soon as possible. However, this matter cannot be rushed. After all, the dead silent cave covers a large area. Not only is it more than 1,000 meters high, it also covers an area of more than 10 kilometers. Although he has an artifact mining pickaxe to dig holes, he can only dig a dozen kilometers at most in a day. It should be impossible to find the spiritual source in a short time. Prospecting. The thought in my mind moved again, and the world in front of me became transparent again. Through the transparent stone I could see everything. Within 100 meters. At this time, a crystal clear spiritual vein also appeared in front of his eyes. But the length of this spiritual vein is only less than 50 meters. Fuck! It's broken again. Cursing in a low voice, Xiao Han's face suddenly turned ugly. But there was nothing he could do. I originally thought that within 2 or 3 days, I should be able to find the source of this spiritual vein. But he didn't expect that this mountain range would often cause strong vibrations due to the resistance of the Abyss Demon Lord, which had caused faults between the branch veins and the main vein, so the connection had been lost long ago. Although Tan Yuntian had warned him a long time ago, Xiao Han was still speechless about this. Looking at the branch that was less than 100 meters long, he had no intention of continuing to dig at this time. He couldn't help but whisper, "Forget it, let others dig it. Anyway, it's not something I have to do. As long as they don't dig it out at will when they find the spiritual source, there won't be any problems." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han immediately waved the mining pickaxe in his hand and hit the walls on the left and right sides again. When, after a while, a stone chamber about 4 meters long and wide was dug out. Xiao Han, who wanted to leave, did not hesitate at all and immediately took out the materials for building a first-level teleportation array. Because it was a semi-finished material, in less than 5 minutes the system prompts rang in my ears again, and at the same time a 3-level teleportation array also appeared in the stone chamber. After doing this, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Guohuai. After waiting for less than 2 minutes, the crystal on the teleportation array lit up, and then a figure appeared on the teleportation array. Seeing that the figure on the teleportation array was an acquaintance, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile and said, "Just anyone can come here. Why are you here in person? Mining is a very boring thing. Are you sure you want to stay?" "Oh, it's boring." Chao Gu chuckled, and Hao said nonchalantly, "For things like mining, you can really send someone here at will. But whether this place is dangerous or not, we can't tell yet. The mining pick in your hand is a magical tool. What if you send someone here randomly and lose it?" "That's true." Xiao Han nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll leave it to you. If you find energy crystals above level 4, you should stop digging and have someone notify me in case you accidentally dig out the spiritual source." "Level 4 energy crystal?" Chao Gu repeated in a low voice and said solemnly, "Okay, I understand." After saying that, he took the artifact or pickaxe handed over by Xiao Han. He just took a brief look at the attributes, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. Xiao Han, on the other hand, didn't think too much and immediately chose to go offline. As his consciousness separated from the game, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. In the black jade ice coffin, as a 6th-level purple cloud pill was thrown into his mouth, the divine refining technique that appeared in the game 3 days ago immediately began to work in his mind. Because of the Ziyun pill, the practice of divine refining was extremely smooth. In just 3 days, the tearing pain in my mind completely disappeared. Even Xiao Han could clearly feel that every time he practiced the divine refining technique, his mental power would increase significantly. "Hey, it's indeed a god-level technique." After muttering something softly in his mouth, Xiao Han immediately felt a pain that could not be expressed in words suddenly appeared in his mind as the refining technique was running in his mind. Snort. There was a strong pain, and even though Xiao Han was prepared, he still couldn't help but groan. Refining magic. Although this kind of cultivation method is extremely effective, it makes Xiao Han feel as if he is putting his soul on the flames. That kind of pain is not something ordinary people can bear. But once you endure it, the rewards you get are also extremely tempting. Snort. He groaned again. The pain in his mind became more and more intense, and a thin layer of sweat even appeared on Xiao Han's forehead. Eventually it condensed into beads of sweat and rolled down his face. But even so, Xiao Han still had no intention of giving up, and he still gritted his teeth and persisted. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. As time passed, some changes that had never happened before occurred in Xiao Han's mind. A crystal-clear crystal slowly formed in his mind. At the same time, his face suddenly changed, and a strong sense of hunger suddenly formed in his body. This was an unbearable feeling. Every cell in the body was releasing hunger signals, telling the brain that it was time to replenish energy. Is it time to advance? He muttered softly in his heart, and then a white porcelain bottle immediately appeared in his palm. Xiao Han pulled out the bottle stopper and poured out one directly. Gulp. As a big pill was swallowed, the Xuanwu Zhengong immediately started to work, and huge energy immediately flowed along the meridians to the limbs of the body. In the sea of qi, the true essence also began to surge and also flowed along the meridians to the limbs of the body. A comfortable feeling came, making Xiao Han even forget the severe pain in his mind. But after a while, the strong feeling of hunger came again, even stronger and faster than the last time. Fuck! What's going on? After absorbing a Dahuandan, he didn't even break through the current realm. At the same time, the hunger in his body became stronger, making Xiao Han curse in a low voice. But at this time he didn't have time to think about why and threw another Dahuandan into his mouth. #C1257 Level 6 Warrior 2. Xiao Han has had several experiences of realm breakthroughs, but he has never experienced a feeling of hunger in every cell of his body, like now. Of course, it cannot be said that he has never encountered it. When he completed the first job transfer in the game and awakened the ability of the Evolver, he actually had such a feeling. But there is actually a big difference between that time and this time. Xiao Han didn't know what was going on, but now he couldn't care so much. The second Dahuandan was quickly digested, and the feeling of hunger in his body was finally slightly relieved. But it was just a relief. At the same time, he could clearly feel the crystal core in his mind, just as obvious as the expansion of the Qi in the Dantian. What's going on? Can the ability of the Evolver be awakened 3 times? Feeling the changes in his mind, Xiao Han muttered softly, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. For Evolvers, there are actually 3 types, namely Evolvers, Beasts, and Aliens. Among them, Beasts and Aliens are changes in body structure so as to gain powerful power at once. As for the Evolvers, it is more reflected in the control of elements. Therefore, every Evolver will form a special crystal core in his head, which greatly improves his mental power and completes the control of various elements. At this time, because of practicing the soul-refining technique, his mental power has not only been greatly improved, but also a crystal core has been formed in his head, which Xiao Han did not expect at all. Hey! If there are 3 abilities, it would be so cool. Thinking so in his heart, although the feeling of hunger came from his body. Again, Xiao Han still said excitedly. At the same time, his palm turned slightly, and another porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. Click! With a slight sound, the milky white porcelain bottle was instantly crushed, and then a round pill appeared in the palm of his hand. Enduring the feeling of hunger in his body, Xiao Han looked at the pill in his hand and said softly, "Since the Great Huan pill doesn't work, it seems that I can only use this. Fortunately, I still have one such pill left, otherwise I really don't know what to do." As he said, he raised his hand and threw the pill into his mouth. Then his throat loosened and he swallowed it directly. Gulp! Although he knew that the medicinal power of Han Yen Xian Yuan pill was very overbearing, the feeling of hunger in his body was too strong now, so he couldn't care so much. As the pill was digested by gastric juice, a surging energy immediately surged out of the stomach like a wave. In just a moment, the hunger in the body disappeared. At the same time, the excess energy not only surged into the mind, making the newly formed crystal core more brilliant, but also energy surged into the Dantian. The overbearing medicinal power of Han Yen Xian Yuan pill was clearly reflected at this moment. But Xiao Han could still feel that even such a pill that could help a level 6 peak Evolver break through to level 7 seemed to be a little insufficient for him. At least when Fu Qingji used this pill, he almost burst because of the huge medicinal power. But he didn't feel that way at all. It seems that too much ability is not necessarily a good thing. As time passed, the feeling of hunger in the body had completely disappeared, and the sea of qi in the dantian was expanded again. Xiao Han couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Although the warrior's ability had been broken through again, and even the beast ability had reached the critical point of breaking through. But after a careful experience for a while, he found that the crystal core in his head didn't seem to bring him any ability. A Hanyan Shenyuan pill didn't significantly improve his ability. And the next time he wanted to change the level of life and break through to level 7, it was estimated that only a Hanyan Shenyuan pill would not be enough. Thinking this in his heart, Xiao Han couldn't help but muttered softly, "What's going on? Does the crystal core in my head only increase my mental power?" Lying in the black jade ice coffin, Xiao Han closed his eyes and didn't rush out but was still carefully experiencing it. I want to feel whether the crystal core in his head will bring him different abilities. The crystal core cultivated by the soul refining technique is still somewhat different from the crystal core condensed when the evolver awakens. Xiao Han was a little disappointed that he didn't master any new abilities. But fortunately it's not completely without any gains. At least the tearing feeling in the soul has completely disappeared now, and the warrior has also broken through to level 6. Feeling the surging true energy in the sea of qi, Xiao Han stretched out his hand to push open the black jade ice cover, stood up and jumped out of the black jade ice coffin. Not far away, there is another cold and dark ice coffin. Even if he can't see the situation inside, Xiao Han can still hear the steady and continuous breathing coming from inside. 3 days ago he had given the Purple Heart Sutra to Jiang Xiaoyun. Compared to the efficiency of high-level cultivation techniques, the Earth-level Purple Heart Sutra is easier and faster to practice, whether it is the absorption of elixirs or the transformation. Even when it manifested, he only tried to practice a big cycle and he completed a breakthrough and became a 3rd-level warrior. And it shouldn't be too difficult to break through to the 4th level. Bang! 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 Listening to the continuous and powerful heartbeat in the Hanming ice coffin, Xiao Han couldn't help but smile and didn't try to disturb her. The matter of finding the spiritual vein has been handed over to others, and because of the soul refining technique, the injury on the soul has been healed. Then, there are some important things to deal with. Woo! At this time, a low whimper came from the ear, and a round pure white panda ran over from the side of the Hanming ice coffin, and its furry head gently rubbed against the trouser legs. The last lightsaber almost took this guy's life. However, the iron-eating beast itself has light attributes, so it has a high resistance to the damage of the lightsaber. But after this, the dark circles on his face and the black on his body all disappeared. Xiao Han didn't know whether this was temporary or permanent. But he didn't care too much about this. Even if this guy completely lost his ability to be demonized in the future, he could continue to raise this little guy. Heh! With a chuckle, Xiao Han touched the furry head of the iron-eating beast, took out a earth spirit pill and threw it over. The iron-eating beast's eyes suddenly lit up, and its clumsy body suddenly became agile, and it caught the pill in the air in an instant. Gudong! Seeing the pill being swallowed in one gulp, Xiao Han pointed to the Hanming ice coffin and whispered, "Stay here. Don't run around when I'm not around." Woo! The iron-eating beast responded and immediately ran towards the Hanming ice coffin. With the soul control technique, humans and beasts can already communicate, and Xiao Han is also very relieved about the iron-eating beast that he raised since childhood, so he raised his foot and walked towards the gate. Since there is already a crystal core in his head and his mental power is at its peak, the imprisoned level 7 violent bear should also try to enslave it. #C1258. Slave the level 7 violent bear. 1. Outside the administrative hall, level 6 bison have been guarding here, and on the roof of the administrative hall there is also a giant dragon more than 50 meters long. Fortunately, the administrative hall is made of black spar, otherwise it may not be able to withstand the weight of several kilograms. "Hey, you finally come out?" As soon as Xiao Han walked out of the hall, the frost dragon said in a deep voice, "What exactly is this place? Why do I feel that the spiritual energy here is very thin? It even feels inferior to the legendary human world." Human world. Xiao Han looked up at the frost dragon on the roof, frowned and repeated in a low voice in confusion. After manifesting the giant frost dragon, he never knew how to explain this kind of thing, so I just kept putting it off and letting Aura explore the world on her own. After all, it has a lifespan of several thousand years, and its wisdom is not much lower than that of humans. Xiao Han really doesn't know how to explain. During this period of time, it has been exploring the world near Jingon City. Xiao Han is also happy to see this happen. But now, the human world suddenly popped up, which made him a little confused. His eyes flickered, and he frowned and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean by the human world? Is it possible that there are other worlds besides the human world?" I'm not too sure about this." A trace of confusion flashed in Aula's eyes. She lowered her head and thought for a while before continuing, "It's just that, in my memory, there seems to be such a world." "Inherit the memory?" Xiao Han whispered and stopped asking any more questions. After all, even in Perfect World, the battle between the 10,000 races and the Abyss demon race that broke out that year also destroyed many things. Even history has had gaps because of this. Therefore, even if the Frost Dragon has lived for thousands of years, it still does not understand a lot about the demonic disaster back then. Even if I ask again, I probably won't be able to find out anything. Although he was very curious, he didn't want to waste any more time on this. He took out a porcelain bottle and threw it away. Seeing Aura catch it, he continued, "The spiritual energy here is indeed a little thinner, but there is never a shortage of elixirs for practice. And you didn't say that there is a spiritual vein on the other side of the Hengduan Mountains. If you really feel that the spiritual energy here is insufficient, I have no objection to you going to the Hengduan Mountains and grabbing that spiritual vein." "Hey, I'm not going." Aura poured out a pill and threw it into her mouth. She swallowed it and said with a smile, "Although the spiritual energy here is thin, the strength of the mutant beasts is not low. I've already asked that stupid bear. There's not just one level 7 mutant beast in the Hengduan Mountains. There are even several 8th level mutated beasts. Although the spiritual energy here is a little thinner, with your elixir my practice has never fallen behind. I don't want to go there to find trouble. That's up to you." Xiao Han glanced at Aura in surprise. He didn't expect him to be so timid, but he continued, "But outside of this city it is indeed very dangerous in the wild. You can wander around the city, but don't go to places that are too far away. Even if you are stronger than those mutant beasts, there are simply too many of them. If a group of mutant beasts fight in groups, you probably won't be an opponent, so it's better to be cautious. I still have something to do here. If you want to go out, you should be more careful." With that said, Xiao Han didn't wait for Aura's answer. A pair of purple wings appeared behind him and flew directly to the place where the 7th level mutant beast was imprisoned. But Aura looked at Xiao Han, who was leaving, with a look of disapproval flashing in his eyes, and at the same time whispered, "For a group fight, they all need to be able to fly. It seems that if you have time, it is necessary to go there and take a look. Even if that spiritual vein is not used, it is actually very good to capture 2 8th level mutant beasts and come back to improve the food." Xiao Han definitely doesn't know what the Frost Dragon is thinking. Although the dungeon where the 7th level mutant beast is imprisoned is some distance away from the administrative hall, he is still very fast due to his ability to fly. In less than 5 minutes, he landed outside a stone building and the guards. Here were several 5th level lightning evolvers Red Sea and 5th level muscle evolvers Wu Yong. You must know that even if there is a large supply of elixirs for such 5th level evolvers, there are not many Jingon at present. However, in order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, such a guard is not excessive. General Xiao, you are here? When Red Hay saw that the figure in the sky had fallen, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Are you coming here to enslave that violent bear?" Xiao Han nodded and replied. Seeing that Wu Yong had pushed open the iron door of the dungeon, he raised his feet and walked in. Since he tamed the 6th level bison last time, all the evolvers in Jingon have known that he has the ability to forcibly tame mutant beasts. Even Fu Chengji also forcibly tamed a level 6 mutated beast because he had manifested the spirit servitude and spirit control techniques. However, due to mental strength, there are not many evolvers who can do this. So for the 7th level mutant beast imprisoned in the dungeon, everyone is looking forward to Xiao Han taking action himself. Once successfully tamed, Jing'an will have another level 7 combat power out of thin air. Roar! Walking into the dungeon, the level 7 violent bear imprisoned in the meteoric magic locking cage immediately shook the meteoric magic locking cage and roared angrily. Gao Qiu, who was guarding inside, saw this scene and immediately opened his eyes. Seeing Xiao Han coming in from the gate, he said with a smile on his face, "It seems that you are ready to take action? How about it, are you sure?" "I am sure." Xiao Han glanced at the level 7 violent bear and said with a smile, "Even if this guy has been controlled by the level 7 white fox several times, I guess his mental strength should not be very good. I want to force it to be enslaved. It shouldn't be too difficult." "That's really exciting." Gao Qiu's face flashed with excitement, and then he said with regret, "It's a pity that the fox's mental strength is too strong. Otherwise, it would be better to enslave it." "Yeah," Xiao Han said in agreement, but didn't say anything more. He walked to the edge of the star meteor locking cage and looked at the still manic violent bear inside. Roar! The roar was still ringing, as if it was a threat, but Xiao Han didn't care at this time. The thought in his mind just moved slightly, and the true essence in his body and the spiritual power in his mind rushed into his palm along the meridians in his body like a flood. At the same time, a faint black word soul slowly appeared in his palm. Roar! At this time, the violent bear also felt something was wrong and hit the star meteoric locking cage with force. But its power at this time had been suppressed by the star meteoric locking cage, and there was no way to break free from the cage. And Xiao Han no longer hesitated, stretched out his hand and slapped the violent bear. #C1259 slave the level 7 violent bear. 2. Snap. With a light sound, the palm with the word soul was gently printed on the chest of the level 7 violent bear. At the same time, Xiao Han could also feel that the mental power in his mind was like a flood that had been released, rushing along the meridians of his arm into the body of the violent bear. In just 1 or 2 breaths, most of the mental power was taken away. Fuck! Feeling this change, Xiao Han's face changed suddenly, and then a thought came to his mind, and the purple essence pill that had been prepared long ago appeared in his palm. Then the fingertips just flicked slightly, and the purple pill just flashed and flew into his mouth. Roar! At this time, the black figure in the star meteoric locking demon cage also roared, and then stretched out his palm with a fierce face and grabbed his arm tightly. Even though the energy had been sealed by the star meteoric locking demon cage, the physical strength of the level 7 violent bear was still extremely strong. Xiao Han could clearly feel the powerful force coming from the bear's paw. Should be impossible to break free by force with the strength of a level 6 warrior alone. But at this time, the black soul character that disappeared from the palm had already appeared on its forehead. "Heh! You still want to struggle?" With the supplement of the purple essence pill to his mental power, Xiao Han still said calmly, even though his arm was tightly grasped. Then a thought came to his mind, and a spiritual power immediately surged out of his mind. Roar! The next second, a painful roar came out of the mouth of the level 7 violent bear, and at the same time the hands that stretched out of the cage immediately loosened, holding his head and roaring. But even so, it could not alleviate the pain that penetrated into the soul. The soul whipping that comes with the soul control technique is more domineering than the spirit control technique, and it is not something that a mutant beast with weak mental power like the violent bear can resist. Bang! 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 After just a few breaths, the level 7 violent bear couldn't bear it anymore, holding his head and slamming it hard into the meteorite-locking demon cage, trying to relieve such pain. But this pain is deep in the soul, and there is no way to suppress it through physical pain. Roar! 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 Bang! 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 The roars and collisions echoed in the dungeon, and the 7th level white fox huddled in the corner couldn't help but show a trace of panic in his eyes. Heh! Xiao Han chuckled and glanced over there, which instantly made the white fox tremble. But at this time he didn't have time to teach that guy a lesson. Seeing that a bright red blood had appeared on the head of the 7th level violent bear due to continuous collisions, Xiao Han felt that it was almost done, and his thoughts moved with it. Bang! As the soul whipping was interrupted, the violent bear immediately stopped the collision and looked over fiercely. What, you still don't accept it? Looking at the fierce figure in the cage, Xiao Han said softly, and at the same time took out a earth spirit pill and continued, "Submit to me, this thing is yours. And every day from now on, there will be a pill like this." Roar! The angry roar sounded again, and at the same time the arm in the cage stretched out as if he wanted to attack him again. Xiao Han's face turned cold, and he threw another purple essence pill into his mouth. When his mental power was slightly replenished, he used the soul whip. Again. Roar! The painful roar sounded again, and at the same time, the sound of bang bang continued to come. The pain that penetrated into the soul was not so easy to resist. After a few more breaths, Xiao Han saw that the eyes of the violent bear were still fierce, and there was no intention of surrendering at all, and his brows could not help but frown slightly. He did not expect such a situation. When he enslaved the level 6 wild bull, the soul whip was only used once, and the guy surrendered immediately. But it seemed that it was not an easy thing to tame this guy in front of him. What should I do? Xiao Han muttered to himself, looking at the level 7 violent bear with a painful face, but still no intention of surrendering, and suddenly had a headache. I thought it should not be too difficult to tame it. But now I find that I still think too simply. Do we really have to kill it? The soul whipping continued. Xiao Han muttered softly, but his eyes became a little gloomy. If it is killed, it is simple. But such a level 7 mutant beast, if it is killed directly to eat meat, it is really a pity. He really can't bear it. Looking at the black figure in the star meteor locking demon cage, Xiao Han also immediately saw the white figure in the corner, and couldn't help whispering, "How did this fox control it at the beginning? Could it be that it relied on those illusions?" Thinking about the first time he fought with the level 7 white fox, Xiao Han immediately had several ideas in his mind, and then his eyes lit up slightly. Although I don't know if this idea is useful, it's okay to try it. Having made a decision in his heart, he didn't hesitate at all. While interrupting the soul whipping, he immediately said, "Submit to me, your strength will not be limited to this. In a maximum of 1 or 2 years, all the beast kings in the Hengduan mountains will tremble under your tyranny." Roar! The violent bear roared, with a ferocious look still in his eyes. The soul control technique communicates through mental power, so Xiao Han could understand the meaning of the roar and said in a cold voice, "There is, indeed, no spiritual vein here, but this thing is more effective than the spiritual vein." As he spoke, Xiao Han flicked his finger slightly, and the earth spirit pill shot into the mouth of the violent bear. The level 7 violent bear in the star meteor locking demon cage didn't think much about it. While catching it, he swallowed it with a gulp, At the same time, its eyes suddenly lit up. Roar! At this time, the roar sounded again, and the level 7 white fox in the corner suddenly flashed a panic in his eyes. Xiao Han glanced over there and then said decisively, "No, I can only give you 1 a day. If you make contributions, it is not impossible to increase it to 2 in the future. As for the white fox, he is my trophy, you have no right to dispose of him, and there is no room for bargaining." Roar! The roar sounded again, and the violent bear was still unwilling to surrender, but his eyes were no longer as fierce as before, and seemed to be no longer so determined. Seeing this, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent, and then he said coldly, "Now either surrender to me or I will kill you and eat your meat. I guess the white fox next to you will not have such a strong will. Maybe after killing you, the flesh and blood and inner elixir with rich energy will be eaten by it." Roar! A low roar sounded, and the level 7 violent bear looked back, and the fierceness in his eyes instantly disappeared. Obviously, this last threat worked on it. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the phone rang in his ears. Xiao Han took it out and looked down at it, but whispered, "By Xiaoxing, what does he want from me? Hashtag C1260 cursed magic bead. Because of the Baijuan Shenyuan pill, Name, Ross, and the fat sheep-like Shiming all came to Yanhua. Now that he is here, Xiao Han will certainly not be polite at all. Not only did they use strong methods to blackmail more than 200 nuclear bombs, but they also forcibly demanded 3 aerospace vehicles. With an aerospace vehicle that can fly in low Earth orbit and avoid being attacked by flying mutant beasts, the communication with Kyoto will naturally become closer. Bai Xiaoxing from Kyoto has now been taken to Jing'an. In the game, although his strength is not strong, the role he can play is not small at all. Although its role is slightly weaker now, it has provided some important information at critical moments. If there is nothing important, usually you will not contact yourself. Looking at the name displayed on the phone screen, Xiao Han hesitated for a moment, then lightly swiped his finger on the phone. At this time, an excited voice came from the mobile phone. "General Xiao, is it convenient for you to speak now? Since repelling the attack of the mutant beasts and also due to the satellite live broadcast, he has become completely famous in front of the people across the country. As soon as things here ended, he was directly promoted to Major General by Shi Mingyuan. Therefore, the title of general is worthy of its name." Although he was still a little uncomfortable with this title, when he heard the excitement in Bai Xiaoxing's voice, Xiao Han didn't bother to care so much and said directly, "If you have anything to do, just tell me." Lai Yen, you still remember it? Fire flames. Xiao Han repeated in a low voice. When he heard the name, he immediately remembered the conspiracy a few days ago and the spirit sealing pill that had been given out. He actually didn't have high hopes for things in the Magic City. After all, Qi Yuan is a level 7 evolver, and he has a large number of minded evil evolvers above level 4 under his command. It is not an easy task to capture it alive. Even with the assistance of the spirit-sealing pill, Xiao Han felt that this matter would not be too easy. After all, that guy can be regarded as a tycoon. He can survive in troubled times for so long and occupy a city with a population of over 100 million. Is definitely impossible without some ability. But now, just a few days later, there was already good news coming over there, which made him have some doubts. However, after thinking for a moment, he asked in a deep voice, "So, Qiyuan has already taken the pill?" Bai Xiaoxing nodded quickly and continued with excitement. "Originally, this matter would not be as smooth as it is now. But Lai Yen and I acted together in a scene, and we made Qi Yuan take the pill." Acting? Xiao Han was a little surprised and glanced at Bai Xiaoxing on the phone screen with surprise. Bai Xiaoxing didn't hide it, and immediately explained, "Actually, you also know that it is difficult for outsiders to get the elixirs in Jing'an. Now only Kyoto has a good relationship with us, so it can get some. But they don't have enough of such elixirs themselves, and they won't be circulated at all. The same is true here in Jingon. Every 4th level evolver has more or less rewarded pills in his hands. But they are all distributed in kind, and it is not easy for those in the capital to get one. So, Xiao Han's eyes flickered slightly, then his heart moved, and he immediately asked in a deep voice, "How many bottles of pills did you get by letting Lai Yen kill our people?" "Hey, I knew I couldn't hide it from you." A look of pride flashed across by Xiaoxing's face, and he continued with excitement. "Elixirs that can break through the realm are very popular no matter where they are. So I just asked Brother Wang Jun to accidentally reveal in front of Yun Yu that he had a bottle of Earth Spirit pill that increases cultivation, and they took the bait. And this news happened to be heard by Lai Yen, who was shopping with Yun Yu. So they joined forces and killed Long Jing Huan, Brother Wang Jun and Master Wu together." "Master Wu." Xiao Han frowned, remembering this master who taught him some practical skills, and asked in a deep voice, "Why did he get involved?" "Hey, isn't it just to reduce their suspicions?" Bai Xiaoxing grinned and continued, "The success rate of killing people and exploding equipment is not 100%, let alone exploding the elixir accurately. If Brother Wang Jun is the only one, even if Lai Yen is Qi Yuan's woman, she probably won't be able to take action. So I asked Long Jing Huan and Master Wu to act together. Each of them carries a bottle of earth elixir, and I also specially prepared a cursed magic bead for Master Wu." "The cursed magic bead?"
Xiao Han whispered.
He didn't know what it was, so he immediately asked, "What is the cursed magic bead? Why do you need to prepare? Especially, hey, that's something that increases the explosion rate." Speaking of this, a sly smile flashed across by Xiaoxing's face, and he continued, "As I said just now, things like killing people and exploding equipment are actually very unstable. Long Jing Huan and Brother Wang Jun all carry a bottle of Earth Spirit pill with them. But even so, only Wan had bad luck and the pills in his backpack exploded. But with the cursed magic bead, it's different. This thing can not only increase physical attack by 200%, but also drop all the equipment after being killed. This way, the most important soul-sealing pill will definitely be exploded. I didn't expect there would be such equipment," Xiao Han said with some surprise, and then continued, "So those guys who besieged Master Wu should have been killed." "Hey, more than a lot of them were killed." Bai Xiaoxing's eyes flashed with excitement, and he continued, "I put together a set of treasure equipment for Master Wu, plus his abnormal combat awareness. Those how could they be opponents? If it weren't for the final plan, Master Wu deliberately exposed a few flaws, and those guys would probably all die there. Only Lai Yen and Yun Yu were still alive. Among them, the Earth Spirit pill, small return pill, and big return pill were all picked up by Yun Yu. The Fengling pill was placed in an extremely conspicuous red porcelain bottle. The moment it exploded, it was immediately picked up by Lai Yen. At the same time, a materialization talisman was also picked up. This also allows Lai Yen to materialize directly. Otherwise, once it is traded in the game, the properties of the Fengling pill can be directly seen. But I didn't expect it to be so easy. It's been less than 2 hours, and Qiyuan has used the Fengling pill. #C1261 Invisible Mutant Beast. Are you so impatient? He muttered something in a low voice, and when he heard Bai Xiaoxing say this, with excitement on his face, Xiao Han actually felt that something was not right. After all, if you get a pill that helps you break through the realm, normal people will not use it easily. At least you should be well equipped and then adjust your state, otherwise the loss will be too great if it fails. He would not have the chance to get a second pill like this. Even though it is Han Yen Shenyuan Dan disguised as Fengling Dan in the eyes of Qi Yuan and others, this is a pill that helps to break through the realm. Only when you are in the best condition will your success rate be higher. There is something wrong with using it so hastily. Qiyuan, did you really use the spirit-sealing pill? Muttering secretly in his heart, Xiao Han immediately looked at the 7th level violent bear in the Starfall Lock demon cage, and then whispered to himself, "Humph. So what if the spirit-sealing pill is not used? Even if the news from Lai Yen is false, in the face of absolute strength, that guy can't even think of making any waves. Now, it's time to resolve the situation in the Magic City. Otherwise, if the disaster continues like this, the ordinary people will soon be unable to bear it." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han glanced at the figure on the phone screen and asked in a deep voice, "Have you found out the information on all the evolvers above level 4 in the Demon City?" "Found out." Bai Shaoxing lowered his head and rummaged around, took out an A4 piece of paper and said, "With Lian's cooperation, even the 3rd level evolvers over there were found." "Lai Yen," Xiao Han whispered, and then immediately frowned and said, "I'm here to check. Not for you to ask for information from Lai Yen. After all, she is from the Magic City, and she is husband and wife with Qi Yuan. Although Lai Yen has surrendered now, who knows whether it is true or not? We can believe her words, but we cannot believe them all." "I know." Seeing that Xiao Han misunderstood, Bai Shaoxing quickly explained, "You have mentioned it once before, how could I not take it to heart? I found someone to collect detailed information about the evolvers over there, in the Magic City. Among them, there are 436 level 4 evolvers, 78 level 5 evolvers, and only 7 level 6 evolvers. As for the 3rd level evolvers, although I also asked people to check some. By the way, the information collected is less than 1/10. Compared with the information given by Lai Yen, the gap is actually not small. So, there are still some omissions in the information you checked?"
Xiao Han
whispered, and immediately understood what Bai Shaoxing meant and quickly asked, "Then what are the comparison results of these 2 documents?" "Just based on the comparison results, the information she gave should be true." Bai Shaoxing was silent for a moment and continued, "I don't know whether Lai Yen should believe it or not, but all the evolvers I found who are level 4 or above can be found on the list she gave. Only in terms of numbers, the gap may be a bit big." "So," Xiao Han's eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice, "There should be more than the number of level 4 and above evolvers in the Demon City as you just mentioned." Bai Shaoxing nodded and continued, "The number of level 6 evolvers has not changed much. There are still 7, but there is one peak level 6 among them. But Lai Yen said that he hasn't shown up for a long time, and I heard that he is trying to reach level 7. As for the 4th level evolvers, the list she gave is 542, and the list of 5th level evolvers is 92. And among the list of level 4 evolvers I found, there are still 6 people who have broken through to level 5. So, the list given by Lai Yen should be true," Xiao Han said in a deep voice, and then continued, "But even so, we can't completely believe her. I asked you to find other players to create the teleportation array. How are the preparations over there?" "It's ready." A look of solemnity flashed across Bai Shaoxing's face, and he continued in a deep voice, "Although the time is relatively short, the person I am looking for should be trustworthy. He is also an evolver, but he is not very lucky. His ability to awaken is only to strengthen his eyesight several times. Before the mutated beasts appeared, his family was considered wealthy. Because my sister and mother were both more beautiful in appearance, they were kidnapped by those evil evolvers. Within 3 days they could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide. His father couldn't bear the blow and died of illness not long after, so the boy's family is now ruined. I heard he has been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge, but he has never been able to succeed due to his strength. And such people should be eager for you to appear and save them from the fire and water. Hey, in these troubled times, Being too beautiful is a sin, Xiao Han said, with emotion, and immediately thought of Jiang Xiaoyun. If she hadn't had the ability to change her appearance, he would have had a chance to come out on top. Even if Yi Xiaoxiao is like that, he will suffer a lot of disasters along the way. But now that the 7th level violent bear has been tamed, it's time to deal with the scum in the demon city. Thinking of this, Xiao Han no longer hesitated and immediately said to the phone, "In this case, then you should contact the other side. I will also gather some manpower here as soon as possible. It will take about 2 to 3 hours. Okay, I'll wait for your news," Bai Shaoxing said with a serious face, and then he stopped talking nonsense and the call interface on the phone screen disappeared immediately. Xiao Han put away his phone, turned his head to look at Man Yong and Lady Hai behind him and said in a deep voice, "You two should have heard the call just now. Go contact City Lord Jiang and General Fu. I'm going to the Magic City. Those tumors should also be cleared. Let them gather all the evolvers I need them to help occupy the Magic City." "Okay, I'll go now." A touch of excitement flashed in Man Yong's eyes, and he turned around and ran without hesitation. Lady Hai saw this and shouted, "You go find General Fu, I'll go to the city." "Lord." As they spoke, the two disappeared into the dungeon one after the other. Xiao Han looked at Gao Qiu and said with a smile, "General Fu and City Lord Jiang Zhe will definitely stay to guard the city in case of any accidents. So you and Rog accompany me to the Magic City." "Okay." Gao Qiu did not refuse, but he did not dare to refuse. He understood what this meant and nodded and said, "Then I will go and inform him now. He is also very bored recently." As he said that, he turned and ran outside. In just a moment, there were only 2 level 7 mutant beasts left in the
Dungeon besides Xiao Han.
Looking at the surrendered violent bear, Xiao Han stretched out his hand to open the star meteor locking cage and said in a deep voice, "Come out, catch the fox together." Roar! The level 7 violent bear roared, but did not refuse such a request. While grabbing the level 7 white fox, he raised his foot and walked out of the cage. Squeak! 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 Just after coming out of the cage, the white fox caught by the violent bear began to struggle violently. Xiao Han could see the violent bear's black paw tighten suddenly, as if he wanted to strangle the white fox. His face suddenly changed and he used the soul control technique without hesitation. Roar! The severe pain in the soul made the level 7 violent bear roar immediately, and at the same time it also loosened the paw holding the white fox and slapped its head hard. When Xiao Han caught the level 7 white fox, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at a corner on the left side of the dungeon. Squeak! 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 At this time, in addition to the squeak sound coming from his hand, there was also a faint squeak sound coming from the other side. With his hearing, he didn't even notice that there was a mutant beast in the dungeon that he didn't know about. #C1262 My King. Spare me. Roar. The painful roar was still ringing, but Xiao Han didn't care now. His eyes were fixed on the corner of the dungeon, and his black pupils were full of solemnity. At the same time, the thin body shape also changed rapidly. In just one breath, the height soared from 1.8 meters to more than 2.3 meters, and the muscles on the arms, thighs, and chest also bulged. Even the black sweat hairs emerged from the wheat-colored skin at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, a black giant ape stood in the dark dungeon. Squeak! 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 At this time, the level 7 white fox that had been struggling in his hand felt that the force grasping his neck was getting stronger and stronger, and he couldn't help but give up struggling. It seemed that he had already felt that if he made any improper moves again, he might die here today. Roar! In the quiet dungeon, only the level 7 violent bear tortured by the whip of the soul was still roaring. Xiao Han, who had transformed into a giant ape, frowned and kicked the level 7 violent bear out. When he interrupted the soul whipping, he shouted in a deep voice, "Be quiet for me." Bang! Even though the level 7 violent bear weighed 1,000 pounds, it was kicked out in an instant. After hitting the wall built of black crystal stone, it immediately made a dull explosion. But at the same time, the painful roar stopped immediately. The unruly level 7 violent bear, beaten by a more powerful black giant ape, couldn't help but shrink his head and immediately quieted down. The weak prey on the strong, which has always been the survival law of mutant beasts. When encountering a being stronger than oneself, either surrender or die. There is no third way to choose. At this time, even though the level 7 violent bear, which had not surrendered, after being tortured by soul whipping several times, had a flash of taming in its eyes. And if you want to make this simple-minded, well-developed mutant beast surrender, fists are actually the best thing. It's just that Xiao Han didn't notice this change. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the place where the sound just came from. At the same time, the true energy in Dantian also quickly flowed to the ears along the meridians. Yong! 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 With the breakthrough of the warrior level again, the hearing was also improved to a higher level. The sound that just disappeared immediately entered the ear. Although the rhythmic heartbeat was very weak, he still heard it clearly. A cold light flashed in Xiao Han's eyes, and the mental fluctuations of the soul control technique were immediately transmitted. He said in a deep voice, "Since you have the courage to come in, don't you have the courage to see me? Now, don't hide. I know you are there." As he said, Xiao Han stared at the direction where the heartbeat came from, and at the same time, the palm of the hand holding the 7th level white fox immediately clenched hard. Gee! A painful hissing sound came from his hand, and the heartbeat in the empty corner immediately became a little faster. It is indeed related. The guess in his heart was confirmed, and a touch of joy flashed in Xiao Han's eyes. At the same time, he couldn't help but look at the level 7 violent bear next to him. Once the mutant beast reaches level 7, its life structure has changed. In fact, it is the same for both humans and mutant beasts. Once it successfully breaks through the bottleneck of the peak of level 6 and reaches the level of level 7, its whole body will usher in an evolution. The most obvious is that the body's defense and the body's self-healing ability will be improved by several levels. Among humans, elemental evolutionists such as fire controllers, wind slaves, and water controllers, as well as spiritual evolutionists such as Fu Chengji and Shi Mingyuan actually have very weak physical defense. But once it breaks through to level 7, it can even withstand the damage of sniper rifles. So if there is no overwhelming strength, it is extremely difficult to kill any evolutionist above level 7 or any mutant beast above level 7. And the level 7 violent bear has a deep grudge against the level 7 white fox, and is locked in a cage, so of course he wants to kill it. But the energy in the body was sealed, and it was impossible to kill it with physical strength alone. So it could only use thunder to kill the level 7 white fox instantly when it came out of the cage. However, no matter how fast it attacked, it was not as fast as Xiao Han's thoughts. The soul whipping in the soul control technique could instantly make it lose its combat effectiveness. But unexpectedly, there was an unexpected gain. Seeing that the invisible mutant beast still did not show up, Xiao Han couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then his palm clenched. Again. Squeak! 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 The powerful force instantly made the level 7 white fox in his hand scream in pain, and even the sound of bone cracking came. Squeak! 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 At this time, a petite white figure finally appeared slowly in the corner of the dungeon. While kneeling on the ground with its legs, its 2 front paws were also put together to beg for mercy. Seeing this familiar scene, Xiao Han instantly remembered the figure outside Tiancheng, who guided him to kill the mutant wolf above level 4, and couldn't help whispering, "Oh my God! Isn't this the beast rapist? My king! Spare my life!" At this time, a series of squeaks came, and with the help of the soul control technique, Xiao Han could also understand the meaning of the voice of the level 4 white fox. At the same time, an inexplicable meaning flashed in his eyes, and his nervous mood instantly relaxed. Originally, he thought it would be an extremely powerful level 7 mutant beast. But unexpectedly, it was just a level 4 white fox. But think about it, this is also normal. If it is really a level 7 mutant beast that appears here, let alone level 5 Manyong and Lady Hai, even Gao Cho, who is at the peak of level 6, will die here. He is very clear about how terrifying a level 7 mutant beast that can be invisible is. With his ability, he couldn't find the abnormality, so it is even more impossible for Manyong, Gao Cho, Lady Hai and others to find it. Fortunately, this is just a level 4 white fox, otherwise they may not even know how they died. Hey! Invisible mutant beast? Muttering softly in his heart, Xiao Han looked at the level 4 white fox that kept kowtowing and begging for mercy, and said with an expressionless face, "Spare my life. Whose life do you want me to spare?" Shaking the level 7 white fox in his hand, he continued in a cold voice, "Spare its life, or spare your life. Hashtag C1263 subdue the white fox." Squeak, squeak, squeak. The voice begging for mercy sounded again. Xiao Han looked at the 4th level white fox kneeling on the ground in front of him with some surprise and said, coldly, "Spare its life? Are you going to die here?" "Spare the king. I am willing to die on his behalf." The decisive answer made Xiao Han unexpectedly glance at the 4th level white fox again, and then immediately looked at the 7th level white fox in his hand, and asked with a smile, "Hey, I will die for you. I didn't expect you to have such a subordinate. Do you think I should let you go and kill it? Let me go." The 7th level white fox shook his head slightly and said with a decadent look on his face, "Now that you have caught me, it is impossible to let me go. Whether my flesh and blood or my beast core are of great use to the cultivation of human evolvers. If I don't know what's going on, will the method I just used on that stupid bear be used on me in the future?" "Haha, you are quite clever." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "Now that you know everything, what is your choice now? Do I have any other options?" The 7th level white fox glanced at Xiao Han with a resentful look on his face and continued, "I thought there was only one beast king in this place, and I could also let the tribe recuperate and live here. Perhaps 100 years from now, I will still have the strength to fight back. I didn't expect that you, who is not the king of beasts, would be stronger than that green wolf. Since you have caught me, I have no choice but to surrender. If I really die here, Hu Si and the tribe behind me will not be able to survive in the future." "Clan?" Xiao Han whispered in surprise, then looked at the 4th level white fox over there and said with gleaming eyes, "So, there are many white foxes outside the city?" The 7th level white fox nodded and continued, "You are very strong, and you have also subdued a blue dragon. Presumably the 2-headed snake to the west wouldn't dare to set foot here casually. I can bring the entire tribe to surrender to you, and I will protect this place for generations to come, but the treatment will at least be better than that stupid bear. Its strength is far inferior to mine." Roar. At this time a roar came, and the 7th level violent bear roared with displeasure, seeming not to admit such a statement. When Xiao Han saw this, he immediately looked away and said with a murderous look on his face, "Shut up, you have no place to speak here." Then he looked at the 7th level white fox in his hand, and while taking out a pill, he said with a smile on his face, "Is this the treatment you are talking about? If that's the case, there's no problem. But before that, you have to move all the white foxes into the city. Just saying surrender is not enough to gain my trust." "That's no problem." The 7th level white fox's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned to look at the 4th level white fox kneeling in the corner and said, Why are you still hanging around? Go back and inform everyone so that they can come over quickly. Squeak. The fox was stunned for a moment, then turned around and ran towards the exit of the dungeon. Wait a moment. Xiao Han was worried that the 4th level white fox would go back like this, and immediately said, I will find someone and let him go back with you. All the white foxes outside the city must be brought back, one at a time. With that said, Xiao Han immediately took out his mobile phone and quickly tapped the screen a few times with his fingers. A beep sound came from the mobile phone. After a while, someone spoke loudly on the receiver. General Xiao, the order has just been sent out. However, many evolvers are still in Jingon City. It will take at least 10 minutes for them to come to Moyun City to meet up. Yes, I understand. Xiao Han responded and continued. You can leave the matter of recruiting people to others for the time being. I have other important things here. Please come over quickly. Other important things? Fu Chengji repeated softly, but without thinking much, he immediately nodded in response and hung up the phone. At this time, Xiao Han saw that the eyes of the 7th level white fox were still staring at the pill in his hand intentionally or unintentionally, and he couldn't help but reveal a mean smile. He had never expected to conquer the 7th level white fox in this way. But that's not bad either. If more mutant beasts can be conquered in this way, then no matter how many mutant beasts there are in the 4 Jedi, they may not be able to fight in the future. But in this way, the consumption of elixirs will be very large. Forget it. I don't think about this anymore. If you want to make more mutated beasts surrender, just relying on pills is definitely not enough. For now, it's better to capture this group of white foxes first and then think about it. And once the demon city is conquered, the population will immediately experience a surge. If that doesn't work, we can just train some alchemists. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han flicked his fingers slightly, and the earth spirit pill in his hand flew towards the 7th level white fox. Then he looked at the 4th level white fox, his eyes flickered slightly, and he whispered softly, This little guy should be about to break through. If a pill allows him to be directly promoted to level 5, I wonder if that stupid bear will drag his tribe to Jingon as well. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han turned over his hand and took out a small returning pill without any hesitation, and then threw it towards the 4th level white fox. Ding! The 4th level white fox was a little stunned. He didn't expect that it would have such a reward. The pill immediately fell to the ground with a light ding sound. Is this for me? Fox 4 looked at the pill hitting the wall behind him and rolling to his feet. He asked in disbelief, What is this? The spiritual energy inside is so rich. Hee, it's for you. Xiao Han chuckled and continued, Follow me. There are many benefits. This is a pill, you can try it, its effect is a bit strange. Strange. Fox 4 didn't understand what this word meant, but his intuition made it understand that this was a good thing, so he lowered his head without hesitation and sucked the pill into his mouth. Gulp. Even if there was dust on the pill, it didn't care at all and swallowed it directly. In less than 2 breaths, a huge energy rose in his body, and the bottleneck that had stuck for more than a year was actually loosened at this moment. At the same time, a whirlwind of energy that was unique to a breakthrough also began to swirl in the dungeon. Squeak! Roar! This scene instantly made the level 7 white fox and level 7 violent bear scream involuntarily, shouting in disbelief. What's going on? How did it suddenly advance? #C1264 Bloodline Suppression. Exclamations resounded in the dungeon, and Xiao Han couldn't help but reveal a hidden smile in his eyes. The effectiveness of the Xiaohuandan has been verified. A level 4 peak evolver can achieve a breakthrough success rate of over 90% when using one. The cultivation of mutant beasts is easier than that of humans. Therefore, it is not a strange thing that a pill can make the 4th level White fox in front of him break through directly. Hey! You can break through this without the help of spiritual veins? The 7th level violent bear stretched out his neck, his eyes full of confusion, and the look he looked at Xiao Han was even more fearful. On the other side, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the 7th level White fox, and a hint of excitement could not be suppressed in his eyes. As a mutated beast, although its cultivation speed is extremely fast, the cost is also extremely tragic. Because this is a world where the weak can eat the strong. Only by constantly devouring the flesh, blood, and core of other mutant beasts can the strength grow rapidly. Whenever an accident occurs, it will become a wedding dress for other mutant beasts. And only the king who is killed out of thousands of mutant beasts will grow into a 6th level or even 7th level beast king. Although the strength can grow rapidly, the bottleneck is not so easy to break through. Even it was stuck at the peak of level 6 for a long time. If the two-headed snake hadn't taken advantage of the blue-eyed golden eagle's spiritual veins in order to compete with it and successfully entered for 2 days to practice, it would not have been so easy to break through to level 7. Call. Looking at the whirlwind in the dungeon and who sees growing momentum, Huda turned his head and glanced at the giant ape beside him and thought to himself, I wonder if he has a pill in his hand that can be used to break through to the 8th level. Medicine. If there was, there would be no need to take huge risks and find ways to seize the spiritual veins. There are quite a few beast kings over there. It's not easy to get permission to practice on spiritual veins. Besides, those 2 guys, two-headed and Bayan, have always been unhappy with me. With this thought in his mind, Huda looked at the giant ape with a smile on his face and then thought about his sudden increase in strength after taking a black pill. The excitement in his eyes became even stronger, and he couldn't help but secretly said, there should be many kinds of this thing called elixir. Since there are elixirs for level 4 breakthroughs, there must be elixirs for Beast King breakthroughs as well. The blue dragon outside is even stronger than the two-headed dragon and the blue eyes, and there is only one spiritual vein nearby. That dragon has never appeared there before, so when it broke through, it must have been because of the elixir. If I can get such a pill, I should be able to take the next step. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Various thoughts were surging in his mind. The breakthrough of the 4th level white fox had come to the last moment, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger. Crunch! At this time, the dungeon door was suddenly pushed open from the outside, and a figure wearing white leather armor floated in from the outside. After just looking at it for a moment, he asked with a strange expression, Hey, why are there 2 white foxes here? What's going on with that white fox? Why can it still break through here? Haha. Isn't this weird? Xiao Han chuckled, turned to look at Fu Chengji who had already entered and said with a smile, We have an unexpected harvest today. This white fox has surrendered to its entire clan. The whole clan surrenders? Fu Chengji stared and repeated and quickly asked, So, it's not just these 2 white foxes? Yes. Xiao Han nodded and continued, The reason why I called you here is to let you and this 4th level white fox bring all the foxes outside the city into the city. With this 7th level white fox, you don't need to go to the demon city in person. Although the danger in Jing'an has passed, you and City Lord Jiangzhe still have to stay. Okay. Fu Qingji understood what Xiao Han meant. Although he also wanted to visit the magic city, he did not insist on this matter. With the battle over, there are still many things that need to be sorted out. On Jing'an's side, it would indeed be a bit too appropriate to leave everything at hand behind. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, the 4th level white fox finally made a breakthrough and became a 5th level mutant beast. Seeing this, Xiao Han pointed at Fu Chengji and said with a smile, Take him with you and bring all your people over. Faced with this situation, Hu Si hesitated a little. When he looked at the 7th level white fox, There was a hint of questioning in his eyes. Go! The breakthrough didn't take long, but Huda had already figured everything. He whispered to Husi and then kept silent. Squeak! 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 At this time, Husi shouted to Fu Chengji a few times and quickly ran towards the door. Fu Chengji has also learned the spirit and animal slave techniques in reality, so he can understand what the white fox means. With just a thought in his mind, he chases after him on the flying board. Seeing this, Xiao Han also raised his feet and walked towards the exit of the dungeon. However, he did not let go of the 7th level white fox in his hands. Instead, he held it in his arms, and at the same time his figure shrank rapidly. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he turned into a human again. At this time, seeing that the violent bear behind him did not follow, he turned around and said coldly, "Why are you still standing there? Do you still want to be locked in the cage?" Roar. The 7th level violent bear roared, but did not refute anything. He immediately moved his steps and ran out of the dungeon. A few minutes later, 1 man and 2 beasts appeared in the square in front of the administrative hall. At this time, many people had already appeared here. Yin Jin, Qin Lang, Chao Gu, Guo Huai, Man Yong and other level 4 and 5 evolvers were all talking excitedly. I said General Xiao captured 2 level 7 mutant beasts alive because he wanted to tame them. I didn't expect that he would succeed in just a few days. Haha, then our Jingen, doesn't it mean that we have 4 level 7 combat forces? Indeed, there are 4 level 7 combat forces, but these are not 4 ordinary level 7 combat forces. General Xiao alone can defeat 3 or 5 level 7 evolvers, not to mention that we now have an 8-level dragon. I am really excited the more I think about it. Jingen should be the safest city on Blue Star now. Bursts of discussion continued to come from the square, and everyone looked over here with shining eyes. At this time, they didn't know why they were summoned here. Therefore, the discussion among the crowd was not about the magic city, thousands of miles away, but about the 2 level 7 mutant beasts following him. Xiao Han did not want to explain anything about this. After all, the matter of the magic city was not suitable to be announced directly to the outside world. Although Jingen is now the safest city in the entire Blue Star, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. There may be a few spies from the magic city among these people. Therefore, he should wait for him to go and investigate the matter of the magic city first and make sure that Qi Yuan has been dealt with before he can send the remaining warriors over.
Hey Yuan Dinkai.
After saying this in a low voice, Xiao Han walked quickly towards the administrative hall. Roar. At this time, a low roar came from behind, and the voice was full of fear, and the white fox in his arms just took a look at the blue creature on the top of the administrative hall, and he couldn't help trembling. That's not a dragon. Feeling the white fox in his arms trembling constantly, even the fearless Bao Xiong was scared. Xiao Han couldn't help but smile. No matter when blood suppression still exists, just like a mouse meeting a cat, even if they have never seen each other, the fear engraved in their genes will make them feel afraid involuntarily. #C1265 Amazon Beast Tide 1.
Navi, Amazon Rainforest.
Overwhelming flying insects rose from the rainforest, scrambling to fly northward, as if something terrifying was chasing them from behind. Roar. With a roar, the trees in the rainforest broke one after another, and some large mutant beasts such as anacondas, red deer, and jaguars also rushed out of the rainforest. Looking down from the sky, the blue sky has been dyed black by flying insects, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. At this time, the front of the beast tide has approached the Panama Canal. The mutant beasts on the ground have stopped running wildly because of the obstruction of the river, but the flying insects and birds with the ability to fly were not affected by the terrain and continued to fly north without stopping. On the other side of the river there is a city completely cast out of reinforced concrete. Roar! With a dull roar, the Panama Canal suddenly surged, and a group of manatees, with a body length of more than 10 meters, slowly floated up from the bottom of the river. In just a few breaths, a floating bridge with a width of more than 100 meters appeared on the river. The mutant beasts blocked on the other side of the river roared, stepped on the floating bridge that had just appeared, and rushed to the other side of the river. Whoosh! 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 At this time, several piercing whistles came from the city on the other side of the river. In just a blink of an eye, hundreds of conical brown objects roared and smashed into the floating bridge on the river. Boom! 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 A violent explosion sounded, and orange-red fireballs immediately bloomed, and the floating bridge with a width of more than 100 meters was instantly blown to pieces. The mutant beasts fell from the floating bridge while running wildly, and were immediately swallowed by some mutant beasts such as crocodiles, tiger sharks, etc. waiting on the side. On the river bank, the mutants waiting to cross the river also stopped. But the mutants in the rainforest were still running towards the river, leaving no room for the mutants waiting on the bank to hide, and they all fell into the water involuntarily. In the slightly turbid river water, brown figures were swimming quickly. Underwater, the mutants that fell into the river had already become food in the stomachs of sea beasts without even a wave. Roar! Suddenly, a dull roar sounded from the turbid river water, and at the same time, a water column more than 1 meter thick sprayed into the sky 100 meters high, and a black figure that was 100 meters long also emerged from the river water. Then the bloody mouth with a width of more than 10 meters sucked fiercely, and the river water around its body instantly rushed into its mouth. Seals, sea lions, crocodiles, and predators such as tiger sharks in the river were swallowed without any resistance. Roar! The dull roar sounded again, and a sound wave visible to the naked eye instantly began to spread around. The birds in the sky and the flying insects that covered the sky and the sun seemed to have lost their wings and fell from the sky. The dull but majestic roar instantly cleared the area within 1,000 meters, and even the sun in the sky was revealed. Buzz! 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 However, even so, the birds and flying insects on the riverbank still had no intention of stopping and continued to rush to the city on the other side of the river. At this time, the manatee that had sunk surfaced again, and the floating bridge that connected the north and the south and was 100 meters wide appeared again on the Panama Canal. Even crocodiles, sea lions, seals, and predators such as tiger sharks surfaced, making the width of the floating bridge triple or quadruple. Roar! Moo! Ouch! A chaotic roar sounded from the river bank, and countless mutant beasts immediately began to run wildly along the floating bridge. Whoosh! 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 At this time, the sharp whistling sound was endless, and shells fell from the sky and hit the sea beasts heavily. Boom! 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 The continuous explosion sounded continuously on the floating bridge, and the bloody smell mixed with the pungent smell of burning immediately spread on the river surface. On the floating bridge made entirely of flesh and blood, holes of different sizes continued to appear. The various mutant beasts running wildly on the floating bridge had no time to avoid the sudden holes, and the sound of plop, plop was endless. Boom! 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 The explosions continued, and the holes on the floating bridge continued to increase, but there were also manatees, seals, and mutant beasts such as sea lions floating on the riverbed, filling up the holes. The shells from Panama City fell like raindrops, but they still couldn't stop the surging beast tide. Even if the flesh and blood floating bridge, which was hundreds of meters wide, was blown off several times, a new floating bridge would reappear on the river surface in just 1 or 2 minutes. Roar! Accompanied by a dull roar, the large mutant beasts running across the Floating bridge soon exceeded 1,000,000. Even the front of the beast tide was less than a kilometer away from Panama City. However, no human appeared on the towering city wall, but a dazzling light lit up in the city. Then a missile with a length of more than 20 meters flew into the sky with a long tail flame. Then it just slightly adjusted its flight posture and adjusted its direction, and a circle of sonic boom clouds immediately appeared around it. Call out! A sharp whistling sound sounded, and in just a few breaths the black missile had already appeared over the Panama Canal, flying towards the 100-meter black shadow in the river. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and a mushroom cloud rose from the sky above the canal. Like a Category 15 hurricane, it began to spread around with surging air waves. Those mutant beasts swept by the air waves did not even have time to react, and were directly vaporized by the terrifying high temperature of the air waves. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 10,000 meters was cleared. #C1266 Amazon Beast Tide 2. With the explosion of the hydrogen bomb, the endless beast tide was instantly cut in two, and the deafening explosion completely suppressed the roars that continued to come from the depths of the rainforest, which made the mutant beasts that had crossed the Panama Canal pause. Drop, drop, drop. But at this moment, a piercing scream sounded from the city, and then black, white and yellow figures appeared on the top of the city. The figure standing in the front stretched out his hand, and an orange-red fireball was condensed. Then he waved his hand lightly, and the fireball flew out of the city and hit a black monkey directly. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the monkey with the strength of a 6th level mutant beast was instantly killed. The red figure on the city wall roared, and rushed towards the mutant beasts outside the city without any fear. Kill! Amid the roars one after another, the size of the evolvers standing on the city wall also changed rapidly. Wolf-headed people, tiger-headed people, stone people, and even metal people, shining with golden light. As the red figure in front jumped off the city wall, they also took out various metal weapons and rushed towards the mutant beasts. Bang! 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 The weapons manifested from the game are much sharper than alloy weapons. With weapons that can break the defense of mutant beasts, these evolvers are like sharp knives, instantly tearing a hole from the front of the beast tide and killing directly in. Tens of thousands of evolvers are also like Shuras from hell, instantly setting off a bloody storm outside the city. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, the flying insects and birds in the sky passed the evolvers, who killed out of the city and killed directly into the city. At this time, Panama City also instantly became like a hedgehog, and countless hollow steel pipes immediately stretched out from the city wall. When the flying insects and birds flew close, the flames instantly sprayed 100 meters away. After the burning black kerosene was sprayed out, it even continued to burn on the mutant beasts. Crack, crack, crack. The dense flamethrowers instantly formed a dense fire net around the city wall, and countless birds and insects were burned to ashes. The pungent smell spread over Panama City. Outside the city, in just a few minutes, tens of thousands of evolvers defeated, divided, and surrounded the beast tide. Kill, kill, kill. The roar sounded outside the city. Time passed slowly, and the number of mutant beasts became less and less under the stranglehold of human evolvers. Roar! At this time, another dull roar came from the Panama Canal. The terrifying high temperature generated by the hydrogen bomb explosion has evaporated all the seawater in the river. But the Panama Canal is bordered by the Atlantic Ocean to the east and the Pacific Ocean to the west. As time goes by, the terrifying high temperature slowly recedes, but the seawater also fills up the riverbed that has just evaporated. Along with the surging seawater, there are countless sea beasts of all kinds. Manatees, sea lions, walruses, and other large sea beasts once again formed a floating bridge tens of meters wide on the canal. There is such a floating bridge every kilometer. Even on the south bank of the canal, there are countless lobsters, crabs, and octopuses with 10-meter-long tentacles crawling to the land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whistling shells fell from the sky, and holes were constantly blown out of the floating bridge in the canal. The scarlet blood has dyed the turbid river water crimson. Even if the sea beasts have been blown to death, there are still more sea beasts constantly repairing the floating bridge. The mutant beasts that came from the rainforest ran on the flesh and blood floating bridge. Even with the shells that rained down like raindrops, they were not afraid at all. Boom! 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 The explosions continued, and more mutant beasts crossed the floating bridge. In just a few minutes, the number exceeded 1 million. At this time, outside Panama City, the first wave of mutant beasts had just been cleared, and tens of thousands of evolvers began to retreat to the city in an orderly manner. But in the sky there were several figures, looking at the Panama Canal with an unpleasant look on their faces, and their brows were deeply furrowed. Are those mutant beasts crazy? A young white man with a pair of bat wings looked at the mutant beasts surging, and said gloomily, "The hydrogen bomb just now, including flying insects and birds, killed at least 10 billion. Even the blue whale was directly vaporized. Why haven't they retreated yet? This time, it's different from the previous times." Shaq raised his hand and threw a beast core into his mouth and continued. From the satellite cloud map, the scale of this time is not simple. I hope that after another round of nuclear explosions, these mutant beasts can retreat. Otherwise, Panama City may not be able to be defended. If we can't stop these mutant beasts from pouring into North America, our Nami may also be destroyed. Swoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he spoke, more than a dozen missiles more than 20 meters long took off from Panama City again, pulling long tail flames and whistling towards the Panama Canal. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few breaths, a deafening explosion sounded, and dozens of dazzling mushroom clouds rose up. At the center of the explosion, all the mutant beasts were directly vaporized, and the violent shock wave also violently tore apart all objects that could be encountered. But the power of an atomic bomb explosion is still smaller than that of a hydrogen bomb. In just half an hour, the mutant beasts on the north bank of the canal swept in again. They are not afraid of high temperatures, radiation, or even death. Seeing this scene, Shaq's pale face turned completely ugly, and he couldn't help muttering to himself, "Are the mutant beasts in the Amazon finally going to start migrating north?" #C1267 seeking help. The overwhelming insect beasts were swarming towards Panama City. Even Xiao Han felt a little numb when he saw it. The scale of this level of beast tide was at least dozens of times greater than that outside Mayun City a few days ago. In just a few minutes, the city towering on the edge of the Panama Canal was no longer visible in satellite footage. On the screen of the mobile phone, only the rising mushroom cloud can be seen. But even so, it still couldn't stop the continuous black clouds from drifting north. Even sea monsters came to join in the fun and started landing from the south bank of the canal. "It seems we have to hurry up." After muttering something softly, Xiao Han slowly put away the phone in his hand and frowned deeply. The mutated beasts of the Amazon rainforest moving north is no small matter. At least judging from the current situation, if those guys in Nassix want to block this wave of beasts, even if they can defend the city, they will probably die and injure most of them. But it is more likely that such a beast tide should be unstoppable. At that time, the situation in the entire America will be completely corrupted. Judging from the reproduction rate of mutant beasts, in another 4 to 5 years at most, those beast tides will pass through the Bering Strait in the northeast and finally appear in the north of Yanhua. When Shi Mingyuan insisted on letting go of those guys who coveted the Bai Zhuan Shenyuan pill for the sake of the overall situation, he was actually very unwilling. Now it seems that it is indeed far-sighted. However, even though they have been released, judging from the tide of beasts shown on the satellite cloud map, it is almost impossible for them to block this wave of beasts. Beep, beep, beep. A slightly urgent ringtone rang in his ears. Xiao Han took out his phone again, glanced at the name on it, and swiped his finger across the screen. General Xiao. Shi Mingyuan on the other end of the phone said without any nonsense. Nami has asked us for help and wants you to bring the dragon over there for reinforcements. At the same time, Han Feng, Chen Wu and General Zhang Zhen will also go there together, otherwise Panama City will not be able to defend it. If there's nothing important in Jing'an, you can go with them. Panama City cannot be captured. It cannot be captured by mutant beasts for at least 5 years. We need more time to let the warriors grow up. It takes more time, Xiao Han whispered in his heart. Even though Xiao Han was very reluctant, he knew that Shi Mingyuan's decision was not wrong. Panama City cannot fall yet, even if there is danger on the Western Alliance. And Ross, they still have to rescue them. After thinking about this clearly, Xiao Han no longer struggled and said immediately, I can go over, but there is definitely no way for the Frost Dragon Aura to get over. Its size is really too big. If the aerospace vehicle wants to accommodate it, the entrance needs to be modified. Without half a month, it is impossible to successfully transform. Half a month, Shi Mingyuan repeated in a low voice, and said in a deep voice, can't you just let it fly over? Based on the current situation in Panama City, if Aura hadn't gone there in person, the mutated beasts migrating north there would probably not have retreated. Hey, are you really not going to retreat? Xiao Hanlian laughed and continued, kill all the mutant beasts above level 7, and they will naturally retreat. Having learned the art of divine refining, the warrior level has been raised to level 6. So now even without the Dragon Mark Demon Transformation Pill, his strength has actually reached level 7. The materials for refining the magic elixir have been gathered again. As long as he takes some time on the way to Gnostics, the elixir can be refined, and he will have peak level 7 combat power. In addition, the 2 level 7 mutant beasts that were captured alive have now been tamed. Coupled with the 3 level 7 evolvers in Kyoto, the level 7 combat power supporting Panama City has become 6, which should be enough to repel the beast tide. The only pity is that all the soul-purifying pills have been used up. Otherwise, Gao Qiu, who is at the peak of the 6th level, can also go there. Together, with the blessing of the dragon pattern magic elixir, he can also have the combat power of the 7th level. Although the situation in Panama City is not optimistic, it has added 6 7th level combat capabilities, including 2 peak 7th level ones, so it should still be able to hold on. More importantly, the 7th level White Fox has surrendered. The teleportation array in the Demon City was also ready, and he could take by Hu to forcefully control Qi Yuan at any time. Even those evolvers above level 5 can be taken to Gnostics together. Anyway, these scum are not good things. Throwing them on the battlefield in Panama can just use the remaining heat. After thinking about this clearly, Xiao Han's eyes flashed coldly, and he continued in a deep voice, don't worry, even if Aura doesn't go, as long as I am here, Panama City should be able to hold on. Oh, that's true. Shi Mingyuan chuckled and continued, you are different from us. With the equipment in the game, you already have the ability to completely kill the 7th level mutant beast. As long as the Beast King who started the Beast Tide is killed, the crisis in Panama City will naturally be resolved. In that case, you should gather some manpower quickly. The Gnostic side can only rely on nuclear bombs to support it, but it probably won't last long. Yeah, Xiao Han responded and immediately said, but I need to prepare here, and it may take some time. After explaining to Shi Mingyuan what to do next, the call was hung up. In the sky, more than a dozen white foxes were also controlled by telekinesis, surrounding Fu Chengji and flying quickly towards this side. But half of those foxes were cubs. There were only 7 adult foxes, and the white fox that kowtowed and begged for mercy before was actually the strongest. So weak. Seeing this situation, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, with a little disappointment in his eyes. However, when he saw the 4th-level white fox that was looming beside Fu Chengji, his eyes couldn't help but brighten. Then he looked down at the 7th-level white fox in his arms and asked in a low voice, "What is the name of the invisible white fox? Can its ability work on other people?" #C1268 Go to the Magic City. Fox C. After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han didn't expect that the name of the mutant beast would be so random. But he didn't care about this. Anyway, this is just a code name and the white fox has already surrendered to him. As long as it can be used by him, it doesn't really matter what it is called. Grumble, grumble, grumble. At this time, Huda looked at the dozen figures floating slowly in the sky. Look of kindness flashed in his eyes and continued. It can be used on other people. However, given its strength, its invisibility can only be maintained within a radius of 50 centimeters. Only 50 centimeters? That's too little. Xiao Han frowned slightly. Depressed look flashed across his face, and said in a deep voice, I originally thought about letting Hu Si hide himself. In this way, he can be teleported directly to the Magic City. Even if there is something wrong with Lian, he can hide in the dark. But now, the invisibility ability can only be maintained within 50 centimeters, which is a bit useless for him. If he couldn't hide himself, he had to activate the inside line in the Magic City. But the insider is just an ordinary person, and he doesn't know where Qi Yuan is. In this case, he would have to find it himself. Originally, if the mutant beasts in the Amazon had not migrated north, he could have taken his time to look for them, even if it took him a few days. But not anymore. If Panama City is captured by mutant beasts, Name will probably be doomed as well. If this matter had happened 10 years ago, all humans in the world would have celebrated together, celebrating that Blue Star finally lost its shit stick. But everyone with a bit of brains knows that they can't watch Nosix being wiped out by mutant beasts. Forget it. Let's just kill him. After whispering something in his mouth, Xiao Han continued, both the 7th level Violent Bear and the 7th level White Fox have surrendered. Even if Lian plays tricks, is it possible that he can still kill 3 7th level ones? With this thought in mind, a dozen white foxes in the distance quickly flew over. Grumble, grumble, grumble. At this time, Hu lay in Xiao Han's arms and shouted into the distance. Seer, you have just broken through to level 5. Has your invisibility been enhanced? Enhancement. Hearing what the 7th level White Fox said, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he remembered that Fox 4 had become a 5th level mutated beast because of a big returning pill. Of course, its capabilities should also be improved. Grumble, grumble, grumble. A slightly excited voice sounded, and a flash of silver light suddenly flashed in Hu Si's eyes, and the light around him immediately changed. In less than 2 seconds, several white fox cubs within a 1-meter radius disappeared. Next to him, the area below Fu Qingji's chest also disappeared in midair as the light refracted, but the upper half of his body was still flying towards the administrative hall quickly. Obviously, with the improvement of strength, Hu Si's ability has also been greatly improved. Hey! 1 meter in radius is barely enough. Seeing Fu Chengji and a dozen white foxes landing a few meters in front of him, Xiao Han whispered excitedly, and immediately said to Bai Shaoxing, something happened. Maybe I need your help? What are you doing? Bai Xiao was stunned for a moment, but he immediately said, if you need any help, just ask. As long as I can do it, I will never refuse. I need you to teleport to the Magic City. Xiao Han's eyes flickered and he continued, you just heard about the changes at Amazon. If this doesn't happen, I can use the teleportation array manifested by the inner line to slowly find Qi Yuan. But now, We need to resolve the matter in the Magic City within 2 hours. So I need you to go there in person. First, stabilize Lian and see if he really wants to kill Qiyuan or if he has set a trap for us. Should I go there in person? Bai Shaoxing thought for a moment and continued, That's no problem, but you also know my strength. If one passes by alone, the flames cannot be suppressed. Even if he really set up a trap, I have no way of sending the information back. They won't let me send the real news back. It's okay. Xiao Han said nonchalantly and explained softly. That fox's invisibility is very good. I will go there with you. Invisibility. Bai Shaoxing's eyes suddenly lit up, and a series of thoughts suddenly appeared in his mind. He said with excitement, Hey, I understand. With you by my side, I feel confident. Let's see how I perform when the time comes. Even if that bitch Lian set up a trap, she can't make any waves in the face of absolute strength. Hey, I hope she can be wiser. Xiao Han touched the 7th level white fox in his arms, glanced at Jiangzhe, Fu Chengji and others beside him and said, with a smile, Jing'an will be left to you. After we go to the Magic City, once we capture Qiyuan and Xingkai, I will escort them to Nai. Then he turned to look at Aura on the roof and shouted loudly, I'm going out. For a few days. It may take a few days. It's okay to leave this place to you. No problem. The giant frost dragon roared, turned its head and glanced this way, and continued, But you have to keep some of the pills for practice. The spiritual energy here is too thin. Without elixirs, there is no way to practice. Follow me. There will be no shortage of elixirs for practice. Xiao Han took out a bottle of elixirs and threw it over. Then he said nothing more, called Gao Qiu and Rog, and walked into the administrative hall. Creak. As the black crystal stone door was opened, several people also filed in. Xiao Han walked up to the teleportation array with 2 white foxes in his arms. After thinking for a while, he said to Gao Qiu and Rog, You two go together. If Qiyuan doesn't show up, you two will cooperate with Bai Shaoxing and find a way to force him out. Okay. Gao Qiu and Rog nodded solemnly, followed by Shaoxing, and quickly walked forward a few steps and stood on the teleportation array. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The level 5 white fox called a few times, and the light on the level 7 teleportation array immediately changed, and Xiao Han disappeared in an instant. But Gao Qiu, Rog, and Bai Shaoxing were standing at the edge of the teleportation array. As the crystal on the teleportation array lit up, the 3 figures flashed and disappeared from the teleportation array. Hashtag C1269 visitors from Jing'an, Devil City. In a dark underground secret room, dozens of figures wearing armor of various colors are looking solemnly at a black stone house of less than 5 square meters in front of them. If you look closely, you can find that the material used to build the stone house is a special stone called obsidian. This stone is extremely strong and does not exist in reality. Only in perfect world can you find this material suitable for building a city, but it is difficult to find obsidian veins. It is said that this material has been mined out in ancient times, and only some can be found occasionally in ruins. At this time, through the silver-white metal fence on the black stone house, you can see a circular magic circle inside. It's just that this magic circle has not been activated yet. As time passes by, the faces of the dozens of figures waiting outside the stone house become more and more ugly, especially the burly figure holding a heavy black shield standing in the front. Said uneasily, It's been half an hour, why haven't they come yet? General Xing, could there be an accident? If our plan today fails, we can only give up the Magic City. Xiao Han can defeat 4 level 7 evolvers by himself, and now he has an aerospace vehicle. Once he is free, we will all be in trouble. It's hard to say whether we can survive. I know, Xing Kai replied in a low voice with a grim face. Man proposes, God disposes. If Xiao Han doesn't come, we have no way. We can only give up the magic city, but the retreat has been prepared, but the days ahead may be a little harder. And there are so many beauties in the city, I guess I won't be able to enjoy them anymore. As he said that, Xing Kai looked at Han Lu beside him and said in a deep voice, "Madam, why don't you ask by Xiaoxing again? Since he proposed the plan, there is no reason for him not to come. It's okay to ask." Han Lu replied in a low voice and continued, "But if we act too eager, I'm worried that they will be suspicious. If this plan fails, there will be no second chance." "Well, let's wait." Xing Kai understood that Han Lu was right, so he could only turn his eyes to the stone house a few meters away. At this time, the crystal stone on the circular magic circle suddenly emitted a soft white light. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately shouted, "Here he comes, haha. He's finally here." The changes in the teleportation array immediately made everyone's faces show ecstasy. The half-hour wait was not in vain after all. The strength of obsidian is extremely abnormal. Even if a level 7 evolver attacks with a weapon of the treasure level, he cannot leave a trace on it. As long as Xiao Han teleports here, he will not be able to return alive. He can even be imprisoned here forever and constantly obtain a large number of elixirs from him. At that time, let alone a level 7 evolver, even a level 8 evolver can be cultivated in the Demon City. Haha. Seeing that 3 looming figures have appeared on the teleportation array, Xing Kai couldn't help laughing loudly. I wonder what expression Xiao Han will have when he finds himself trapped. Bang! At this time, as the 3 figures turned from virtual to real, a loud explosion suddenly came from the teleportation array. The sky-breaking stone in the center of the magic array suddenly exploded, turning into dozens of tiny fragments, whistling and shooting around. Whoosh! 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 Amid the harsh whistling sound, the sound of ding-dong-dong suddenly rang. Although the fragments hit the 3 people on the teleportation array, they were all blocked by their armor. On the 3rd-level teleportation array on the ground, a bowl-sized pit appeared, which was obviously completely scrapped. Fuck! Xiao Han didn't come. At the same time, several angry curses came from outside the stone house. Xiaoxing wiped the blood on his face, looked around, and then looked outside the stone house. The figure in red also immediately came into his sight. He couldn't help but sneered and said with cold eyes, "Should I call you Lian or Han Lu? Hee. A prison built of obsidian, you really think highly of me. But I'm afraid you will be disappointed. I tried my best to plot against Xiao Han, but he didn't come with me. You fucking horse." Before Han Lu could speak, Xing Kai stepped forward with an ugly face and cursed angrily. "Xiao Han didn't come and you fucking dared to talk to me like this. What is the Demon City? I'm afraid you don't know yet. Hee. What can I do if I know?" Xiaoxing's face was full of, he said with disdain, then pointed at the obsidian house and sneered. "Do you think this thing can trap me?" As he said to Gao Qiu beside him, "Help me for a while, I will set up a teleportation array again. Since they don't know what's good for them, let's go back directly. Anyway, we already have aerospace vehicles, it's just a matter of spending more time. The Magic City is not far from Jing'an. Only about 2 or 3 hours. Okay." Gao Qiu's eyes flashed with a smile, and he immediately cooperated and said, "I said this method doesn't work, but you don't believe it. Qi Yuan is not so easy to be fooled, it would be so cool to just attack directly. It's the same, it's just a waste of time," Xiaoxing said, and his mind moved slightly and a teleportation array with a diameter of more than 1 meter was taken out, and Rog's arm had turned into a black vine, and he just swept it lightly, and the ground was cleared. Boom! As Xiaoxing threw his hand, an intact teleportation array was placed on the ground. Hee. A 3rd-level teleportation array. Outside the stone house, Xing Kai sneered with disdain, and continued, "The preparation is quite sufficient, but did you forget something? The straight-line distance between Jing'an and the Magic City is more than 1,000 kilometers. So what? Bai Shaoxing stood on the teleportation array and sneered. You don't think that there is only a third-level teleportation array in this magic city. Seeing that no one stopped him outside the stone house, he shouted to Gao Qiu. What are you doing? Hurry up and come up. As he said, the light on the third-level teleportation array also lit up. This made Xing Kai, Han Lu, and Peng Lei, who were outside the stone house, change their expressions suddenly, and they shouted loudly, "Don't let them go, leave them as hostages." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The moment the voice fell, more than a dozen spears flew out immediately, flying straight to the teleportation array that had already lit up. Dang, dang, dang. At this time, Gao Qiu also quickly took out a shield in front of him, blocking all the spears outside. Then the light on the teleportation array flashed, and the three of them disappeared immediately. But outside the stone house, everyone's face was so gloomy at this moment that they almost dripped water. Ah! At the same time, a sigh sounded from the end of the underground passage, and then a figure in a black robe slowly walked over. #C1270 catch them all in one swoop. 1. Seeing that the figure in the stone house had disappeared, no one expected such a result. I thought that once they were teleported here, there would be no way to escape. The maximum teleportation distance of the third-level teleportation array is only 1,000 kilometers, which is different from the 7th level teleportation array in Mayun City. Unexpectedly, Bai Shaoxing took out another third-level teleportation array. The obsidian stone house that cost so much to build has now become a useless decoration. What should I do? Failed to attract Xiao Han. Everyone couldn't help but ask themselves this question, and at the same time looked at the black figure that just appeared beside them. He is the uncrowned king of this city, Qi Yuan, a 7th-level evolver. Everyone, even hundreds of millions of people in Modu, can only tremble under his tyranny. Seeing the disappointed look, Xing Kai couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and knelt on the ground without hesitation, and said tremblingly, "Please, punish the general." Failed to catch Xiao Han, even the few people who were teleported escaped. Even though the black figure in front of them hadn't spoken yet, the others knelt down together, waiting for their fate with fear on their faces. At this time, no one dared to explain. Failure is failure, and there is no need for any explanation in the magic city. Hey! A helpless sigh sounded, and the figure in the black robe looked at the stone house in front of him and said in a low voice, "Forget it, this has nothing to do with you." The maximum transmission distance of the third-level teleportation array is only 1,000 kilometers. So the three people just now definitely couldn't be teleported back to Jing'an, and they just said that the Magic City has more than one third-level teleportation array. It seems that there should be a traitor in our group, but it's too late to investigate now. Maybe Xiao Han is already in a corner of the Magic City now.
Xiao Han.
Xing Kai repeated with hatred on his face, and asked quickly, "General, then we will all withdraw from the Magic City according to the previous plan?" "Yes." Qi Yuan nodded lightly and continued, "Xiao Han's real too strong. Even Alicia, the 8th-level evolver, is no match for him. In addition to giving up the Magic City, do we have any other choice? In fact, we don't have to withdraw from the Magic City." Xing Kai's face flashed a cruel look, and he said with murderous intent, "We still have hundreds of millions of ordinary people in our hands. At the beginning, Kyoto also wanted to attack us. In the end, wasn't it because of the concerns about the ordinary people in the Magic City that they let us occupy this place? We have more than 10,000 evolvers above level 3 in our hands. We even have more than 100 poison gas bombs. As long as Xiao Han dares to attack us, we can directly kill millions of them to let him see. It's different. Qi Yuan didn't want to explain, but looking at the dozens of people in front of him, they all looked unwilling, and obviously didn't want to give up the Magic City. Although a retreat has been prepared, there are only hundreds of thousands of ordinary people transferred there. Once you leave the Magic City, the standard of living will at least drop by several levels. Even facing the threat of death, no one is willing to give up the Magic City easily, and they are still thinking about using the people of the Magic City to repel the external threats again. But this time it is different from the past. More importantly, he still has to rely on these guys in front of him. After all, in today's world, even if he has the strength of level 7, it is not enough to survive alone in the wild, so he had to explain. Have you all
forgotten Xiao Han's camouflage mask?
Once he materializes that thing, he can easily become anyone. Who of you has the confidence to last a round in his hands? And that guy becomes your appearance, even if I can't tell it apart. Have you thought about what the consequences will be? When mentioning the camouflage mask, everyone's face froze. Even if they still don't want to give up the Magic City in their hearts, they can't say anything against it. After all, according to Bai Shaoxing, the Magic City has more than one teleportation array. And now Xiao Han should have come. Although the lives of the people in the Magic City can be used as bargaining chips to threaten him, if the other party just hides in the dark and does not take action, who knows whether such a threat will work. Therefore, it is safer to leave the Magic City. After thinking about these things clearly, even if the heart is very entangled, no one said anything more. Qi Yuan nodded with satisfaction and said to Xing Kai in front of him, I asked you to gather all the evolvers above level 3. Are they all here? Yes, they are all here. Xing Kai quickly replied and continued. I will notify them now to leave the city in batches according to the previous plan. Yu has already tampered with the souls of those untrustworthy guys. Those guys will make some noise to cover our retreat. Okay, Yu's ability is still good. Qi Yuan nodded with satisfaction and continued with a smile. Those level 1 teleportation arrays will continue to teleport younger ordinary people. At least more than 1 million people will be teleported. As for the others, don't delay any longer. All. While speaking, Qi Yuan's face suddenly changed, and then he raised his hand and punched himself hard in the head. Bang! This sudden change suddenly changed everyone's expressions. Han Lu on the side quickly stepped forward and asked with concern, General, what's wrong with you? At this time, Qi Yuan also roared angrily, looking at the empty obsidian stone house a few meters away with a fierce look on his face. Then he waved his palm violently, and there was a muffled sound on the ground. Boom! The hard reinforced concrete floor suddenly bulged, as if some terrifying creature was about to break free from the ground. But at the same time, a bright silver light flashed in the obsidian stone house, because everyone's eyes were attracted by the furious Qi Yuan. No one saw the fleeting silver light in the stone house. At this moment, a confused look flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes. He shook his head vigorously and continued, It's okay. I don't know what's going on. I just had a headache. Xiao Han is already here. Let's retreat quickly. Those who are untrustworthy, let them attract Xiao Han's attention and call everyone else over. There is an intact level 3 teleportation array here. There is no need for us to risk being discovered out of the city. We can just teleport out from here. #C1271 catch them all in one swoop. 2. Level 3 teleportation array? Following Qi Yuan's gaze, everyone looked towards the stone house built of obsidian not far away. In order to trap Xiao Han, who might appear, the previous level 3 teleportation array had been tampered with. As long as the teleportation is completed, the time bomb on the teleportation array will be triggered immediately. But now, there is still an intact level 3 teleportation array inside. As long as they can take out the sky-splitting stone and erase the coordinates belonging to Jing'an, they can also use this teleportation array. But if they want to take it out, they must open the metal door. Looking at the dark hole, Xing Kai's face flashed a hint of hesitation, and he said hesitantly, "It's very simple to take out the teleportation array inside. But what if Xiao Han happens to teleport here when the metal door is opened? It can't be such a coincidence." Yun Yuyu replied in a low voice and continued in a deep voice, "Since Bai Shaoxing has escaped, the news here must have been passed back to Jing'an. Even if that guy is very strong, he won't be so arrogant as to fall into the trap. The obsidian wall, even a treasure-level weapon, can't leave a trace on it." "I know." Xing Kai glanced at Qi Yuan beside him, and saw that his face did not change at all and continued with courage, "Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of one. Even if Xiao Han teleports here now, we can't keep him. Bai Shaoxing has a spare teleportation array in his hand, so he must have one in his hand. It's normal to teleport here to take a look. What should we do then?" Lian looked at the teleportation array in the stone house, and a hint of entanglement flashed across his face. Thinking that Xiao Han might have appeared in a corner of the magic city, she really didn't want to risk being discovered and leave the city. After thinking for a while with a serious face, she said in a deep voice, "Or, let's just forget it. There are more than a dozen first-level teleportation arrays in the city. If it doesn't work, let's just ignore the families of those third-level evolvers." "I'm afraid that won't work," Qi Yuan interrupted and said seriously, "If we give up those families, those third-level evolvers may not move with us. In such a world full of mutant beasts, the power of an individual is extremely small. If you want to live better, those people must not be given up casually. And more importantly, as the descendants of evolvers, the probability of those cubs becoming evolvers will also be higher. Although there are some risks in opening the Iron Gate, as long as we can take out the sky-splitting stone in a few seconds. Then Xiao Han will have no way to teleport here." "Take out the sky-splitting stone?" At this time, a thin figure suddenly walked out of the crowd, looked at the teleportation array in the stone house, and said excitedly, "If it's just taking out the sky-splitting stone, it would be simple. I forgot that you can be a fourth-level telepath." Yun Yuyu's eyes lit up suddenly, and he hurriedly said loudly, "Then what are you waiting for? Take it out quickly. Haha. There is no risk this way." With a solution, Xing Kai immediately laughed excitedly and urged Shifei to act quickly. Although the obsidian stone house is extremely solid, it does not block telekinesis, and Shifei, who was standing behind the crowd, did not hesitate at all, and immediately walked quickly to the outside of the metal fence, and then a silver light flashed in his eyes. "Hey! These guys are too timid." Inside the stone house, Xiao Han held the white fox and stood quietly on the teleportation array, and couldn't help but despise it in his heart. There was no one in here, and those guys didn't dare to come in directly. But when he saw a reader walking out of the crowd and staring at the cracked stone at his feet, he was a little relieved. After all, as long as this stone was taken out, the teleportation array would be paralyzed immediately, and if you want to use the third-level teleportation array, the door in front of you must be opened. At that time, all the evolvers above level 3 in the Demon City will be caught in one fell swoop. "No, I can't take it out." But a voice suddenly sounded in front of him. Although the figure outside the metal fence had silver light flashing in his eyes, he still couldn't take out the sky-splitting stone in the center of the teleportation array. He shouted angrily, "The sky-splitting stone is stuck too tightly. I can't take it out." "It's stuck too tightly?" Xing Kai's face suddenly sank, and he shouted loudly, Who else is a telekinetic evolver? Even if it's level 3, work together. I can't pull it out." Lu Chuan and Wu Jihong are both level 3 telekinetic evolvers. Yun Yu quickly replied, and continued, "I'll call them over now." "Fuck. I can't take out a sky-splitting stone. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Qi Yuan's mental power is not weak at all. It is extremely difficult for the level 7 White Fox to control him. If it weren't for the purple cloud pill that enhances mental power, he might have broken free just now. Fearing that there might be some unforeseen accidents if he continued to delay, Xiao Han quickly kicked the sky-splitting stone with his toes. Pop! With a light sound, the sky-splitting stone embedded in the teleportation array immediately flew up and shot out of the stone house like a bullet. Ha! It's out. At this time, an excited voice came out of Fei's mouth, and the sky-splitting stone instantly flew to the hands of a middle-aged man wearing green leather armor and holding a silver carving knife. Yun Yu on the side immediately shouted, "Quick, erase Jingans. Coordinates quickly, and move out the teleportation array inside quickly." As he spoke, Xing Kai had already stepped forward and stood outside the metal door, and a silver-white metal key appeared in his hand. Hey, the third-level teleportation array can teleport 50 people in 20 seconds. At this time, Qi Yuan also said with a smile, looking at the stone house with a dull look, and slowly said, "Let all those third-level evolvers come over. Let's leave directly from here. There is no need to leave the city in batches." In the slightly dark secret room, everyone was attracted by the third-level teleportation array, and did not notice anything wrong with Qi Yuan at all. At the same time, they would not know that the guy they had always been afraid of was hiding in that obsidian stone house. #C1272 catch them all in one swoop. 3. Jing'an. The number of evolvers gathered in the square has already exceeded 4 digits, and the crowd is constantly moving into the administrative hall. The open door, like a gluttonous mouth, swallowed every figure that walked in. In the hall, Fu Qingji read the message on his mobile phone, and a flash of excitement flashed across his face. He immediately said to Guohuai beside him, "You can go through. The coordinates over there have been sent." Although Qiyuan has been controlled, there are many level 6 evolvers. After you get there, you must be careful. There are all ruthless guys in the Magic City. Be careful if they are desperate. Don't worry. Guohuai glanced at the level 7 violent bear standing on the teleportation array and said calmly, "It's just a few level 6 evolvers, and it's just a matter of a slap." As he said, he was already standing on the teleportation array. As the energy crystal emitted a soft milky white light, the level 7 violent bear and dozens of level 5 evolvers on the teleportation array also completed the teleportation instantly. Devil's City. When dozens of figures appeared on the teleportation array, Bai Shaoxing finally felt relieved, especially when he saw the level 7 violent bear that was over 3 meters tall. He was full of confidence in this operation. Seeing Guohuai coming down from the teleportation array, Bai Shaoxing stepped forward and said, "General Xiao has sent the coordinates, which are less than 3 kilometers away from here. Once you get out of here, Qi Yuan will probably know it immediately. So after you get out, you can't go straight to the destination otherwise. Those guys will definitely be suspicious. If they scatter, it will not be so easy to catch them back. The Magic City is too big. Once those evil evolvers spread to the entire city, it is unknown what crazy things they will do. Well, I will pay attention to this." Guohuai nodded and continued, "But if this is the case, we have to wait a while before we can act. After all, there are still too few people now, and it may be very dangerous once the troops are divided. But how long can General Xiao delay so that I can arrange the next route of action? It is best to divide the troops into 4 groups and finally appear at the target location together. In fact, in terms of time, it is very wide." Bai Shaoxing frowned slightly and continued in a deep voice, "Even if it is delayed for another 2 or 3 hours, there should be no problem. But the transmission over there has already started. It has only been 2 or 3 minutes and 1 or 200 level 4 evolvers have been teleported away. And where exactly they were teleported to, even General Xiao doesn't know, so if it can be faster, try to be faster. Is that so? Guohuai's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look, and he continued, in a deep voice, then don't wait. Those evil evolvers who have done many evil things must not be allowed to run away. Meniong, Qinlang, Yen Tianxin, after you three go out, you can go straight to the destination, and fewer people will not attract too much attention. Rongzi, Chaogu, and Lady Hai, the same goes for you, all level 5 evolvers. Are in groups of 3. Hurry to the destination as quickly as possible. As he spoke, more than 100 figures wearing armor of various colors appeared on the teleportation array and walked down from the teleportation array quickly. Seeing this, Guohuai immediately continued, I will lead these level 4 evolvers to move to the south of the city. This will also disrupt their judgment and buy you time. South of the city? Bai Shaoxing nodded slightly and continued in a deep voice. Who will this level 7 violent bear follow? Such a big guy appearing in the magic city will definitely attract everyone's attention. It can only follow me. Guohuai thought for a while and continued. This is a level 7 mutant beast. Once it goes directly to the destination the guy's in, the magic city will definitely be suspicious. Only if I go to the south with me will they feel more at ease. And Qi Yuan, the only level 7 evolver in the magic city, has been controlled by the level 7 white fox. Even if the violent bear doesn't go there, with Generals Gao Qiu and Rog, they can block the exit. Okay. Bai Shaoxing replied, agreeing. Then do as you say and act quickly. As he spoke, the crystal stone on the teleportation array lit up again, and more than 100 evolvers wearing various armors were teleported over. Guohuai immediately stretched out his hand and called out, all the evolvers below level 5, follow me. Then he turned to look at Qinlang, Chaogu, Manyong, Yen Tianxin and others, and said anxiously, after I go out, you can go out in batches. By then, all the attention outside will be attracted by me, and the attention on you will be relatively less. Got it. Yen Tianxin replied, and continued with a serious face. We are not 3-year-old children, we know what to do. Hey! Guohuai chuckled, and said nothing more. He called the level 7 violent bear, and rushed out quickly. All the evolvers below level 5 who had been teleported also followed quickly. Pa! 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 Just after rushing out of the house, the heavy and dense footsteps spread all around, and the windows of some residential buildings opened and looked curiously in the direction of the sound. Hey! Who are these people? Why have I never seen them before? Suspicious voices followed, and at the same time someone saw the violent bear that was more than 3 meters tall, and shouted in fear, ah, that's a mutant beast. A mutant beast above level 4. The mutant beast is attacking the city. Everyone run. Run for your life. Since the mutant beast has already appeared in the city, can you still run away? And that mutant beast is with humans. Yes, it seems to be a tamed mutant beast, but why do I feel that this mutant bear seems to have been seen somewhere? Seeing the mutant beast and the human together, the head sticking out of the window was finally no longer so scared, but instead looked at the street with great interest, the team running southward. Ah, I remember. At this time, suddenly an excited voice shouted, the black bear below has appeared on the official website. That's right. It's the level 7 violent bear that Xiao Han captured alive. Hashtag C1273 catch them all in one swoop. 4. The battle outside Jing'an City was witnessed by many people, even the people of the Magic City. So after a little thought, they all understood. Roar. As a slightly low roar sounded, some people in the residential buildings on both sides of the street even took out their long-treasured telescopes and looked carefully at the running crowd. Ah, that's Guohuai. Except for the Magic City, every city has promoted some heroes. And Guohuai was not afraid of life and death when fighting, and after the beast transformation, the silver scales that were very attractive made him perfect for promotion. So basically everyone from Yanhua knew Guohuai. Seeing the familiar face walking beside Bao Xiong, someone immediately shouted, excitedly, "It's Guohuai! It's Guohuai from Jing'an! Oh my god! They are finally here! Woo woo! It's really Guohuai from Jing'an! They finally came to save us! Xiao Han should be here too! It's been 10 years, a full 10 years, we are finally going to get out of the sea of suffering." Crying, laughing, and mixed with Jedi Si Li's roar came from the residential buildings on both sides of the street, and at the same time the people in the building also ran out with excitement. Born in the Magic City, they had no choice. Not only was food extremely scarce, but even staying alive became a luxury. Now seeing the evolvers from Jing'an suddenly appear in this desperate city, they finally saw the hope of survival. Haha! Xing Kai, that bastard, is dead this time. My poor daughter, someone finally comes to avenge you. Woo woo woo, you can go with peace of mind. Scar, that Scar? Xing Kai's lackey. Let's kill him together. The one next to him is a lunatic, he kidnapped my daughter. These two scumbags specialize in collecting beautiful women in our area. And they kidnapped 2 yesterday. Don't let them go. With the appearance of Jing'an evolvers, the oppressed people also felt confident. They picked up bricks and sticks on the ground and chased after them. After a while, screams were heard from the crowd. As the information spread on the internet, more and more people in the Magic City came out of their homes and joined the ranks of hunting down lackeys. But not everyone has the ability to kill the lackeys who once served the Magic City evolvers. Among them, there are also some second-level and even third-level evolvers. As the screams rang in his ears, Guohuai stopped running and looked around. With a serious face, frowning deeply. Ding! At this moment, a slight sound came from the phone. He quickly took out his phone and took a look, then immediately said, "Jin, all these people are in your hands. We can't let the chaos go on here. You take people to maintain the order of the Magic City. Qin Lang, Chao Gu, and Yen Tianxin are already there. I have to take Bao Xiong there immediately to prevent any accidents." "Yes." Jin nodded and said in a deep voice, "You can leave this to me. Guarantee that I can complete the task." As he said, he immediately ordered several evolvers with flying ability to fly into the air with a loudspeaker. At the same time, he also went to kill those evolvers in the Magic City who had the ability to resist. Seeing this, Guohuai didn't say anything more. He immediately pointed to the north of the Magic City and shouted with cold eyes, "Over there, rush over at the fastest speed." Roar! After receiving such an order, the level 7 violent bear roared immediately, grabbed Guohuai's neck, and ran towards the north with him. At the same time, in the slightly dim underground secret room, the energy crystal on the teleportation array once again emitted a milky white light, and the dozens of figures standing on the teleportation array also disappeared. In an instant, beep, beep, beep. At this time, a rapid ring sounded. When Yun Yu answered the phone, she also heard the voice coming from inside. The moment her face changed, she shouted in disbelief, "What? Tell me again." The sudden roar instantly made the slightly noisy basement quiet. A clear voice came from the phone. "Run away. The level 7 violent bear that attacked Jing'an has been subdued. I don't know what's wrong with that guy now. He's running towards you at a speed of dozens of meters per second. It's over." Hearing the voice from the phone, everyone's face showed a look of despair, and they all looked at the black figure standing at the exit of the secret room, waiting for him to make a decision. But at this time, Qi Yuan's eyes no longer had the shrewdness and ruthlessness of the past, but instead revealed a look of confusion. Seeing such a scene, some low-level evolvers didn't feel anything. but at least 1/3 of the evolvers above level 5 had ugly faces in an instant. Snap! Yun Yu in the crowd. The phone also slipped from her hand unconsciously, looking at the black figure with fear on her face, and said to herself, "White fox. The level 7 white fox won't be subdued." As she said, she looked around quickly, but still didn't find anything. But at this moment, the fear in his heart became stronger and stronger, so he turned around and rushed to the teleportation array, while shouting anxiously, "Quick! Start the teleportation array quickly." The panicked roar spread in the underground space, and instantly made all the evolvers who had not left react. "Get out of here!" The roar sounded in the crowd, and everyone rushed to the teleportation array. The powerful Xingkai, Peng Lei, Han Lu, Wu Nanfeng and others drew their long swords without hesitation and killed them directly. Originally, they were not in a hurry to leave here. After all, there is a 3rd-level teleportation array here, and it only takes a few tens of seconds to leave. Even if Xiao Han kills, there is no need to be afraid. But now it is different. Since the 7th-level Violent Bear has appeared, Xiao Han should be not far away from here. What's more serious is that the uncrowned king of the Demon City seems to have been scared silly. This is not a good phenomenon, and this place is no longer safe. If you continue to stay here, you may not be able to leave at all. As for those guys in front of you, let them all die. Puff, puff, puff. As the blade passed through the human body, the strong smell of blood immediately filled the closed underground secret room. "Hey, you still want to run?" At this time, a playful laugh sounded in the secret room. Although the sound was not loud, it had a strong penetrating power. Even though the secret room was already filled with screams, everyone still heard it. Whoosh! At the same time, a sharp whistle of wind sounded, and then it penetrated more than 10 bodies and hit the 3rd-level teleportation array heavily. With a crisp bang, the sky-breaking stone on the teleportation array also exploded into fragments all over the sky. Until then, a figure finally appeared in the secret room and said with a teasing smile on his face, "Xingkai, where do you want to go? Didn't you say before that you were going to Jing'an to trouble me? Now that I'm here in person, you turn around and run away like this, aren't you too disrespectful to me?" #C1274 Catch them all in one swoop. 5. When the sky was split, it exploded into pieces and the teleportation array was completely paralyzed. This scene made everyone turn around in a daze and look at the figure holding 2 white foxes in the corner of the secret room. Xiao Han. How could it be Xiao Han? The voice of despair echoed in the secret room, and everyone's face turned ugly at this moment, shouting in disbelief. How is it possible? How could he appear here? This is an illusion. Yes, it must be an illusion. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw, but the dozen or so evolvers pierced by the spear and the paralyzed teleportation array made them believe it. At the same time, they didn't understand how Xiao Han got in this closed underground secret room. At this moment, all the evolvers also quieted down. Then they immediately turned their heads to look at the black-robed figure not far away with an expectant look on their faces. But at this time, Qi Yuan still didn't say anything, still standing there stupidly, as if he didn't see Xiao Han suddenly appear. This made everyone in the secret room feel a thump in their hearts, and they turned to look at the 2 white foxes in Xiao Han's arms. White Fox, a level 7 spiritual white fox, Boss Qiuan has been controlled. Because of Xiao Han, all the evolvers in the Magic City saw the mutant beasts attacking the city in Jing'an, so they all knew clearly what kind of ability the level 7 white fox had. At this time, even if they were stupid, they understood what was going on. Although they didn't know how Xiao Han appeared here, they didn't have time to investigate it now. Looking at the figure with a playful face, someone immediately moved his feet and fled to the only exit of the secret room without any hesitation. At this time, the crowd that was pouring in from outside immediately shouted in panic, "Xiao Han! Xiao Han has come in, everyone run!" The underground secret room which had been quiet for less than 2 seconds, became noisy again in an instant, and the high-level evolvers on the teleportation array also rushed to the only exit. Puff! The long knives in their hands chopped at the evolvers in front of them. Without any hesitation, and at the same time, they shouted fiercely, "Get out of my way, you will die if you stand in my way." As they spoke, the underground secret room was like a group of demons dancing. Wildly, the bodies of the beast men began to swell, and they rushed towards the exit. With their powerful strength. Heh, still want to run? Looking at those crazy fleeing figures, even if Qinlang, Manyong, Yen, Tianxin and others outside were already in place, it was impossible to let these guys escape. But Xiao Han didn't want these guys to escape easily from here. After all, most of the people in the secret room are evolvers above level 5. Once they escape from here, even if there are 2 level 6 evolvers, Gao and Rog outside, they can't guarantee that they can stop everyone. Therefore, these powerful guys have to stay here. Gently stroking the level 7 white fox in his arms, Xiao Han took out a purple cloud pill and stuffed it into its mouth, whispering, "Let him do it!" Ye! The moment the voice fell, the level 7 white fox's eyes suddenly lit up, and, while calling softly, a bright silver light flashed in its eyes. At this time, Qi Yuan, who was standing blankly not far away, suddenly moved his feet and blocked the exit. He said with a stiff face, "Where do you want to go? Get out of here." As he spoke, a black long knife suddenly appeared in his hand, and he waved his hand and slashed forward. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the head of a wild boar beast in front of him, who was more than 2 meters tall, flew up immediately. At the same time, the red blood on the neck also spurted out like a fountain. This scene instantly stopped all the evolvers in the secret room from fleeing, and they shouted in despair, "It's over! 3 level 7 evolvers, where can we escape to?" 3 level 7 evolvers appeared in the underground secret room of less than 100 square meters. There is even one who is the uncrowned king of the Magic City. But now, he is also controlled by the level 7 white fox like the level 7 violent bear, and has become Xiao Han's thug. Although the strength of the evolvers in the Magic City is not weak, there are no less than 10 level 6 evolvers, but they can't be the opponents of 3 level 7 evolvers. "Run, why don't you run?" Holding 2 white foxes, Xiao Han walked slowly towards Xingkai, and all the evolvers along the way immediately made way to both sides with fear on their faces, even though the man in front of him seemed a little fragile and not very strong. But no one dared to make any unusual moves. The underground space was not large, and Xiao Han quickly walked in front of Xingkai, sneering and saying, "I said I would come to the Magic City. It looks like you haven't broken through to level 7 yet. This is so disappointing. But I have a pill that can help level 6 peak evolvers break through to level 7. How about I give you one? Only when you break through to level 7 will you feel it when fighting."
No.
No need. Xingkai stuttered, and quickly admitted with a face full of fear, "I'm joking. Don't take it seriously." "Heh, joking?" Xiao Han put one of the white foxes on his shoulder, and slapped Xingkai in the face with a slap sound, saying coldly, "Who are you kidding? Do I know you well?" He waved his hand, and hundreds of metal handcuffs fell to the ground. "Yang! Yang! Yang!" With a crisp sound, Xiao Han continued, "Be conscious. All evolvers above level 4. Put on handcuffs on your own initiative. Don't force me to do it. Put them on. I'll put them on right away." Unable to escape from the secret room, the nearby Magic City evolvers finally accepted their fate and picked up the handcuffs on the ground. Xingkai was slapped in the face, and even though he was full of anger, he could only pick up a pair of handcuffs in humiliation and put them on himself. With numb hands and feet. Imprisonment. These handcuffs have an imprisonment effect, and my telekinesis can't be used. At this time, there was also a cry of surprise, looking at the figure in front. of Xing Kai with a face full of fear. I originally thought that there were not many evolvers in Jing'an, and it was impossible to capture all the evolvers in the Magic City without missing a single one. As long as they could leave here, they still had a chance to escape. But with this glove, the result was different. Everyone would only become an ordinary person. If they escaped without permission, even the ordinary people in the Magic City would not be able to beat them. Where could they escape to then? What should I do? Anxiety was revealed on the faces of all the evolvers in the Magic City. And, in an inconspicuous corner of the secret room, a figure wearing blue leather armor suddenly flashed a fierce look on his face. Then he immediately looked at Qi Yuan at the exit of the secret room, and a bright silver light flashed in his eyes. Hum. At this time there was also a muffled hum from Qi Yuan's mouth, and the confused look on his face suddenly flashed a struggle. #C1275 catch them all in one swoop. 6. GG. The change in Qiyuan's mental power was immediately known to the level 7 white fox lying in Xiao Han's arms. It screamed in a hurry and turned its head to look over. At the same time, a bright silver light flashed again in the dark pupils, and the struggle that had just appeared in Qiyuan's eyes was instantly suppressed. But the sudden look of the white fox, as if facing a great enemy also, immediately attracted Xiao Han's attention, and he hurriedly asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" GG, mental puncture. After regaining control of Qiyuan, the white fox hurriedly said, "There is a mental purifier here, and someone just used mental puncture. Qiyuan's mental power is not weaker than mine. I can only barely control him with my talent. You have to find that mental power evolver quickly, otherwise once he breaks free, it will not be so easy to control him again." Mental puncture? Xiao Han whispered something. His eyes immediately became solemn. He grabbed Xing Kai's throat and said with murderous intent, "Hey, you are really looking for death. I didn't kill you, it's already a mercy. There are still guys who don't know how to live or die, dare to play tricks with me behind my back. If you don't want to die, tell me who is here." The spiritual evolver. Spiritual evolver? Feeling the 5 fingers on his neck tightening, Xing Kai turned his head with difficulty and searched hard in the secret room. Finally, his eyes stopped on a figure wearing blue leather armor, and Xiao Han also looked over with his eyes, and said in a murderous voice, "Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." As he said, he stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. Boom! With bursts of thunder, purple lightning immediately spread out from his hand, and instantly condensed into a purple lightning palm, grabbing the blue figure. In the corner, the blue figure didn't want to surrender. Seeing the lightning palm flying towards him, a look of panic flashed across his face, but his feet did not slow down at all, and he kicked the person in front of him. Bang! Caught off guard, the evolver in front of him was also kicked up and hit the lightning palm that was flying quickly. At this time, a bright silver light flashed in the blue figure's eyes again, and he immediately shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, I'll attack." Qiyuan's head. If we really wear those handcuffs, we will become fish on the chopping board, without the slightest resistance. You should have seen the battle in Jing'an. At that time, the level 7 violent bear broke free from the control effect of the level 7 white fox because Xiao Han punched it on the head. You all know what we have done in these years. If we are really caught by Xiao Han, he will not let you go. This roar instantly made everyone's heart click for a moment, and the hidden hostility in their eyes seemed to be activated instantly. If they really wear the handcuffs, let alone whether Xiao Han will let them go. Just the hundreds of millions of ordinary people in the Magic City. Once they know that they have lost the ability to resist, they may rush up and tear them apart. If they continue to remain silent, they will definitely become prisoners. And resistance may not be Xiao Han's opponent, but as long as Qi Yuan recovers, they can fight for a glimmer of hope. The area of the demon city is almost more than 7,000 square kilometers. As long as they can escape from this damn place, it will be like a dragon swimming into the sea. It will not be so easy to find them out at that time. After figuring this out, most of the Evolver's eyes lit up instantly, and they also looked at Qi Yuan, who was still silent. Fight! At this time, a low roar sounded in the crowd. Wake up, General Qi Yuan, we can at least escape 1/3. If we wear that handcuff, all of us will die here. Although doing so will cause great casualties, at least there is still a glimmer of hope. Boss Qi Yuan is also very strong. Even if 2/3 escape, it is not impossible. Boom! At this time, a lightning bolt had already fallen on the man wearing blue leather armor and with bright silver light in his eyes. Xiao Han wanted to use the Thunder God's grip to grab him, but he found that the Evolvers here seemed to be showing signs of rioting, so he could only give up this plan temporarily. As his ears moved slightly, he immediately found the guy who was making noises. Boom! Another lightning bolt fell, accurately hitting the guy who was hiding in the crowd and inciting other Evolvers to take action. When his body stiffened, Xiao Han immediately reached forward and grabbed him. Boom! The thunder sounded again, and a palm completely condensed by lightning instantly grabbed the guy who had turned into a stone man. Xiao Han sneered, and his arm retracted slightly, pulling him in front of him. Then the 5 fingers wearing purple boxing gloves exerted a little force, and the petrified neck came with a crisp crack sound. An unknown level 5 Evolver also lost his life in an instant, and Xiao Han said coldly, "Heh, you want to escape? You are so shameless that you want to escape 2/3 of the way? Today, no matter who it is, as long as they can escape from here, I will no longer pursue the bad things you did before." Boom! As he spoke, another lightning bolt appeared out of thin air, accurately hitting the figure in blue leather armor. And the purple lightning palm also condensed instantly. We can't let him die. At this time, another roar sounded in the crowd, and then a figure also smashed the lightning palm that had already condensed into shape. This delay also allowed the figure in blue leather armor to recover from the paralysis effect. He immediately shouted loudly, "Cover me! We must let Boss Qi Yuan recover, otherwise we will all die here." As he spoke, a bright silver light appeared in his eyes again, and Qi Yuan, who was blocking the exit, also showed a hint of struggle in his somewhat dazed pupils at the same time. Such a change instantly made the Magic City Evolvers who had been paying attention to Qi Yuan around see it, and someone immediately shouted loudly, "Fuck! It's all death anyway. I'm going to fight him." The Evolvers born in the Magic City because of the environment are actually not lacking in blood. In a desperate situation, they will be more crazy than in other plans. Almost at the same time, the beastmen who were close to Qi Yuan immediately raised their fists as big as sand bowls and smashed at the head hidden under the black robe. Bang! 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 With a series of muffled sounds, the level 7 white fox cried out anxiously, and the black pupils flashed silver light. But even so, it couldn't stop Qi Yuan's eyes from turning from confusion to shrewdness and ruthlessness. "Ah, Xiao Han, you forced me to do this." Just after breaking free from the control of the white fox, Qi Yuan roared to the sky, and then shouted loudly, "My baby! Come out for me! Hashtag C1276 catch them all in one swoop." 7. With a roar, Qi Yuan also recovered from his daze. Bang! With a dull crash, the ground under his feet suddenly bulged, as if something terrible was about to break out of the ground. At this time, Xiao Han suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard such a sound before. It was just because the level 7 white fox had successfully controlled Qi Yuan and asked him to open the metal door of the obsidian stone house, so he forgot about it. Bang! At this time, feeling the vibration under his feet, his face instantly became ugly. "Ha-ha! Boss Qi Yuan has finally recovered." Feeling the extremely violent vibration under his feet, as if some terrible creature was about to break out of the ground. All the evolvers in the demon city roared excitedly. "Get out of my way! Don't get in the way!" As Qi Yuan recovered and no longer blocked the way of everyone leaving, the selfish evolvers in the demon city immediately exposed their true nature. They wielded their weapons to clear the way, hacking at all the figures that stood in their way. Obviously, even if Qi Yuan had recovered and would even summon some terrifying creatures, no one thought that he would be Xiao Han's opponent. But with a level 7 evolver, Xiao Han could be restrained, buying enough time for their escape. Humph! Still want to run? Seeing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but snorted coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his hand and pointed at Qi Yuan. Boom! As the purple lightning fell, the figure in the black robe froze instantly. Gaga! But at this time, a black bone claw had stretched out from the ground under his feet, and it also grabbed a level 4 evolver with a bull's head and a human body. As the black bone claw clenched fiercely, blood immediately shot out in all directions. The bone claw just shook slightly, and the flesh and internal organs on the corpse were thrown out, leaving only a complete human skeleton. At the same time, the skeleton with a trace of blood seemed to have undergone some unknown changes, and the color quickly turned pale. But the black bone claw seemed to be deeper. As the bone claw stretched out from the ground slowly loosened, the pale human skeleton also slid to the ground. Crack! In a series of crisp sounds, the skeleton that fell on the ground was instantly broken into several sections. Whether it was the ribs, leg bones, or the hardest skull, they were all like tofu dregs spread all over the ground. Fuck! What's going on? Such a strange change made Xiao Han startled in his heart. Looking at the bone claw on the ground, his eyes immediately became more solemn, and he couldn't help but whispered, "Could it be that this is also materialized from the game? In reality, there is definitely no such creature." Xiao Han didn't know what kind of monster Qi Yuan, the pervert, materialized, but he had a bad feeling in his heart. Bang! At this time, another black bone claw stretched out from the ground, and at the same time grabbed a beast with a deer head and a human body. The bone claw just exerted a little force, and it crushed it, and at the same time pulled out the skeleton of this evolver again. This guy is actually absorbing the energy of the bones. At this time, no matter how stupid Xiao Han was, he understood what was going on. He immediately turned his head to look at Qi Yuan not far away, and whispered, "There is a backhand. It seems that we can only kill him." As he said this, the palm with the grip of the thunder god pointed forward. Again. Boom! As the purple lightning fell again, even though Qi Yuan was a level 7 evolver, his body couldn't help but stiffen. Xiao Han took a step forward, threw away the white fox in his hand, and disappeared instantly. Roar! At this time, a piercing roar came from the ground, and then a black skull had drilled out from the ground. But at this time, Xiao Han didn't care about the black skeleton that came out from the ground. He had already appeared beside Qi Yuan, and his body shape changed rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a black giant ape with a height of more than 2.5 meters. Roar! A dull roar came from the giant ape's mouth, and the palm with purple boxing gloves was clenched into a fist at this time, and smashed towards Qi Yuan fiercely. At this time, the paralysis effect caused by lightning has not disappeared. Qi Yuan, who stood still, immediately came into close contact with the purple fist. Bang! The force of more than 1,000 pounds instantly smashed him out, and hit the wall behind him heavily, and even his whole body had sunk into it. And the black cloth robe on his head was instantly torn apart by the thunder god's grip. Fuck! What the hell is this? Before Xiao Han could speak, the evolvers of the magic city screamed in fear, shouting in disbelief, "Boss Qi Yuan, how could it be a skeleton?" At this moment, the scene before his eyes, not to mention the evolvers of the magic city, even Xiao Han did not believe what he saw. Qi Yuan, who was trapped in the wall, had no flesh on his face. As far as the eye could see, there were only 2 empty holes, and there were 2 balls of light green ghost fire jumping inside. Ha ha! Xiao Han, you forced me to do this. A harsh sound came from the skull, and Qi Yuan shouted angrily, I will make you live a life worse than death, and even your bones will become part of my body.
A part.
Xiao Han sneered, looking at the figure who was still trapped in the wall, and said with disdain, Do you really think that I can't do anything to you just because I have a trump card? You are too naive. My strength is beyond your imagination. As he said that, the blood in his body began to burn again, and a huge force was immediately generated in his body. Xiao Han was too lazy to talk nonsense, and while raising his hand to throw a red blood pill into his mouth, he also rushed to Qi Yuan's side and pulled him out of the wall. Roar! At this time, the skull on the ground, whose head had been exposed, also pushed hard on the ground with its 2 bone arms, and was about to crawl out from the ground. Hashtag C1277 catch them all in one swoop. 8. Boom! Qi Yuan, who was caught in the hand, still wanted to struggle, but a purple thunderbolt immediately fell on him again, making his body stiff again. Hey, you still want to resist? Feeling that the skeleton in his hand suddenly became quiet, Xiao Han sneered disdainfully and turned to look behind him. The skeleton had half of its body exposed and was as black as ink. At this time, even if only the chest was exposed, its height was already over 1.5 meters. If it waits for it to completely climb out of the ground, its height should not be less than 5 meters. As for such a big guy, Xiao Han was actually a little wary. After all, he no longer has the Dragon Mark Demon Transformation Pill in his hand. Even if the Blood Demon's Wrath has been used, it will not allow him to have the peak level 7 strength. Roar! Seeing the black skeleton roaring again, and its abdomen having been pulled out from the ground, Xiao Han couldn't help but a cold light flashed in his eyes, and then he said in a cold voice, It's not that easy to figure it out. With that said, he took a step forward and rushed to the side of the black skeleton. The white skull he held in his hand had already been smashed towards it with all his strength. Boom! With a loud bang, an arm of the black skeleton that was supported on the ground was immediately hit and slid backwards, causing its body to tilt uncontrollably. At this time, Xiao Han's movements did not stop. With just a flash of his body, he rushed to the other side of the black skeleton, grabbed Qi Yuan and smashed him hard again. Boom! Although the 2 black bone arms were not broken, they lost their support points, leaving the black skeleton with no way to pull his body out of the ground. Run! At this time, several voices suddenly sounded in the underground secret room, but all the Demon City Evolvers had no intention of rescuing Qi Yuan, and immediately rushed to the exit. Boom! Xiao Han once again waved the skeleton in his hand and hit the black skull on the head, causing it to sink a few centimeters. At the same time, he shouted loudly, Fox, control a few level 6. Block them all here, no one can escape. Grumble, grumble, grumble. On the other side of the obsidian stone house, the 7th level white fox immediately responded, and then a flash of silver light appeared in the black pupils. Forcibly controlling a 7th level evolver is actually not easy for it. But if you only control a few level 6 evolvers, the difficulty will immediately drop by several levels. As the silver light flashed in the pupils, an evolver covered in diamonds was immediately controlled, blocking the exit of the secret room. Others who were blocked were waving their weapons wildly, trying to force their way out. But even the diamond weapons embodied in the game cannot break the defense of the person in front of him. Desperation spread among the crowd, and all the Demon City Evolvers cursed. Xiao Yan, you bastard! Hurry up and get out of my way! At this time, a silver light flashed in the white fox's eyes. In the passage dozens of meters away, the tiger beastman who had escaped from the exit suddenly froze, and then stopped. Roar! While roaring angrily, he turned around suddenly, grabbed the two beast shifters following him, and threw them back into the underground chamber. He even drove these people away and let them return to the secret room. Damn it! Hao Cheng is also under control. The Demon City Evolvers who had escaped from the secret room thought they could save their lives, but now they were forcibly driven back. They cursed, with despair on their faces. White Fox! It's that damn White Fox again. If I had known this, I might as well not have come in, and I wouldn't have been beaten outside. Hao Cheng, who killed this idiot, his defense is not as perverted as Xiao Yan's. Now his reaction is a bit slow. We still have a chance to kill him. As he spoke, a ball of orange-red flame was suddenly condensed, illuminating the entire underground passage, and at the same time it smashed towards the tiger-turned-human beast. Ha! Master Lu Rui took action. Don't step back, hurry up and kill me. We don't have much time. Fuck! Why don't you go up? Didn't you see that 2-meter machete? If I step on the horse, I will die. Even if you die, it will be better than now. The skeleton summoned by Lord Qiyuan has been completely suppressed. If we can't kill Hao Cheng, we will all die. Amidst the roar, the evolvers behind kept pushing the evolvers in front, trying to get them to open a way to survive. But in the face of death, no one is not afraid. Boom! The orange fireball hit Hao Cheng, but failed to cause any damage to him. The clothes on his chest were burned to ashes, revealing the black armor underneath. At the same time, another fireball was summoned. But the figure who summoned the fireball suddenly stiffened, and his eyes immediately became dull. It's over. Mr. Lu Rui has also been controlled. Seeing such changes, despair spread among the crowd. They all turned their heads and looked behind them, hoping for a miracle to happen. Only after the black skeleton defeats Xiao Han, who transforms into a giant ape, will they have a way to survive. Boom! 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 But at this time, only a black giant ape could be seen, grabbing a white skeleton and smashing the black skeleton on the ground crazily. Originally, the black skeleton's body had already crawled out halfway, but now even its chest has sunk into the ground again, and it is completely impossible to break free. Boom! 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 The violent sound continued to ring, and everyone stared in amazement at the figure waving the white skeleton and falling into madness. Crack! And at this moment, a crisp bone fracture sounded. Even though the underground secret room was not quiet, the crisp bone fracture sound was still clearly heard by everyone. At the same time, a white skull head also hit the ceiling above the head. Then it fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and finally fell at the feet of the giant ape. The white skeleton in Xiao Han's hand no longer had a head, and even the 2 rows of ribs were mostly broken. #C1278 catch them all in one swoop. 9. Lord Qiyuan, did you die like this? Looking at the stopped skull, all the Demon City Evolvers had a look of disbelief in their eyes. They couldn't believe their eyes that a 7th-level Evolver had died like this. Even though Jing'an had already lost his temper, only one level 7 green wolf was completely killed. In other cities, I have never heard of level 7 mutant beasts being killed. At this time, looking at the motionless white head on the ground, everyone looked at the giant ape who was still holding the skeleton in the center of the secret room. Hey, are you dead now? Looking at the skullless skeleton in his hand, Xiao Han said something blankly, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Roar! At this time, the black skeleton next to him also took advantage of his daze to push his arm to the ground again and immediately pulled out half of his body. This made Xiao Han's face suddenly darken. While throwing away the skeleton in his hand, he reached into the void and grabbed it. A black mace appeared in his hand. Boom! Seeing Qi Yuan's death, he still couldn't calm down the black skeleton. He immediately understood that this thing must have appeared from the game. The possibility of conquering this undead creature is almost zero, so there is no longer any thought of holding back. When the stick hit the black bone arm, its body suddenly tilted to the left. Click! At this moment, another slight bone-cracking sound was heard. Even though the voice was very small, Xiao Han still heard it clearly, and a cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he waved the mace and hit the black skull's head fiercely. Grumble! But suddenly he remembered Hu Da's urgent cry behind him, which made Xiao Han stop his movements and shouted with surprise on his face. "What did you say? Qi Yuan is still alive." "Well, he's not dead yet." Hu Da pointed at the white skull on the ground and said with confusion. "His soul has not dissipated yet, so he should not be completely dead yet. Look at his body. It's still moving. Here I go, he's actually not dead." Looking at the headless skeleton, Xiao Han's eyes were full of surprise. Even though the skeleton was incomplete at this time, the whole body was still intact. At least the hands and feet were still there. What's more important is that it is actually crawling towards his head. "Oh, this vitality is quite tenacious," Xiao Han said with a smile. While looking at the white skull, he also reached out and grabbed it. Boom! The next second, a purple thunder palm formed in an instant, grabbed the incomplete skeleton on the ground and pulled it to his side. Then he just turned his palm and put it into the space ring. Roar! This move also completely angered the black skeleton underground, which roared and tried to break free from the ground. A disdainful sneer appeared at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth. While looking at the white skull, he said to Hu Da, "With your current ability, can you still control him? This black skeleton still has some uses for me. If possible, I don't want to kill this guy completely for the time being. 7th level combat power can do a lot for me. Gee, I can continue to control it." Hu Da let out a light cry and continued. "It's just that today's mental power has been consumed a bit, so there should be no way to control it for the time being. If you're willing to wait 4 or 5 hours, I should be able to recover and get it under control again." 4 or 5 hours? Xiao Han's eyes flickered, and he immediately understood what the white fox meant. But at this time he didn't care about it. As he thought, a white porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. As he threw it over, he immediately said, "How long will it take to recover with this?" 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. With that said, Hu Da immediately released his control over Xiao Yan, Hao Chang and Lu Rui, and at the same time poured out a pill and threw it into his mouth. When Qi Yuan on the ground saw the actions of Xiao Han and Bai Hu, he immediately understood what they were doing and said angrily, "If you want to control me, you are just dreaming on horseback." The moment his voice fell, the green soul fire began to beat rapidly in the empty pupils. Grumble! Such a change immediately attracted the attention of the 7th level white fox. It immediately opened its eyes, and a bright silver light flashed through its pupils. The skull on the ground and the rapidly beating soul fire in its pupils also immediately became quiet. Even the black skeleton under the ground stopped struggling and seemed dead. Call! It was only then that Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but whisper, "Is this guy trying to blow himself up?" Although he didn't understand what happened just now, Xiao Han also heard from Qi Yuan's words that he wanted to commit suicide. Fortunately, Hu Da moved quickly enough, otherwise he would have lost a level 7 combat power. Clatter, clatter, clatter. At this time, there was also the sound of slight footsteps. After Bai Hu released his control over Xiao Yan, Hao Cheng, and Lu Rui, no one could stop them from leaving. All the evolvers in the Magic City immediately moved cautiously outside, for fear of being discovered by Xiao Han. But Xiao Han's hearing was so sharp that it was abnormal. He could hear their almost inaudible breathing very clearly. "Heh! You're really looking for death." With a sneer in his mouth, Xiao Han stretched out his hand to grab the white skull in midair and sneered, "If you know what's good for you, you'd better stand still. Although you have done many evil things, your strength is still good. If you surrender obediently, at most you will be sent to the battlefield in Liangzhou." If you are lucky, you may be able to go further and live a few more years. But if you really don't want to live, I don't mind sending you on your way. Now, as the low voice spread in the secret room, all the evolvers in the Demon City paused and froze in place. Hashtag C1279 catch them all in one swoop. 10. Haha! It's out. I finally escaped. Excited roars rang out from the ground. And then there was a boom, and an iron door weighing more than 100 kilograms flew directly into the air. Immediately afterwards, several tall and strong beast transformers rushed out. From the ground, there were more figures behind him, and they rushed out together in an endless stream, and at the same time they shouted with excitement, "I don't want to stay in this hellish place like the devil anymore. Don't talk nonsense. The evolvers from Jingon have already surrounded us. We are not safe now. What are you afraid of? As long as I am not facing Xiao Han, I am confident to fight out. Hey, now that we've come out, those guys in Jingon can't trap us, and there are hundreds of millions of ordinary people in the city. I don't believe they don't care." Rampant laughter broke the silence of Haifeng Academy, and a figure rushed out from an underground passage in the back of the academy. In this open area, everyone felt that they had a chance to escape from the encirclement. The moment they rushed out of the underground, everyone was roaring with excitement, but their movements were not slow at all. They all ran towards the nearest residential area. Here, suddenly, a surprising sound came from the sky, making everyone on the ground stunned and immediately looked up to the sky. At this time, a figure with brown wings holding a spear in his hand was already swooping towards the side like an eagle hunting for prey. Whoosh! Amidst the harsh whistle, the speed of the eagle-turned human beast became faster and faster. When the figures on the ground saw this scene, they immediately dispersed like frightened birds. But at the same time, there were also several beast shifters with the ability to fly, suddenly leaping into the air and galloping away into the distance at extremely high speeds. "Hey, you still want to run?" A sneer came from the sky. The fast-flying, eagle-turned human beast pulled back slightly, the right hand holding the spear, and then suddenly threw the spear in his hand. Even though he hasn't practiced the technique for a long time, he has already cultivated the true energy in his body, and at the same time he has also manifested a full-strength blow. At this time, even though there is not too much true energy in the body, but when the true energy in his dantian flowed into his arm, Park Guochang immediately felt the strength in his right arm, which instantly increased by more than 30%, and a flash of excitement suddenly flashed in his eyes. "Call out!" And the next second, the spear was thrown out with a force of up to 1,000 kilograms. Then with just a flash, he hit a figure who was stepping on a metal flying board and flying quickly into the distance. Puff! Even though he was hundreds of meters away, he hit the target accurately. However, with a thought in Park Guochang's mind, another spear appeared in his hand. Boom! Boom! At the same time, several dull crashing sounds were heard on the ground. Two strong figures, a bear and an ox, directly smashed the rockery blocking the road in front of them and ran straight to the place where the Magic City evolvers rushed out. Looking down from a high altitude, there are hundreds of level 4 or above evolvers coming from all directions to surround us. Even the hurriedly fleeing figures in the sky were stopped by Jingan's flying evolvers. Boom! Boom! As the rockery continued to collapse, a slightly closer hill appeared less than 5 meters away from the underground exit. He then shouted in a cold voice, "Hey, if you want to run away, get back here." As he spoke, a metal tower shield nearly 2 meters long appeared out of thin air in his hand. As he rushed over in one stride, the tower shield also slapped it over without mercy. Boom! Amidst the dull explosion, the heavy tower shield immediately swept away the evolvers in front of him. At the same time, there were several sounds of bones breaking, causing the figure who was rushing out of the underground passage to stop forcibly. They looked at the Tauren who was more than 2 meters tall in front of them. In fear, and at the same time they also looked at the figure who was swept away over there. Those people, even the stone-skinned evolvers with extremely enhanced defenses, were constantly spurting out scarlet blood from their 7 orifices, and it was obvious that they could not survive for long. As for the evolved ones whose defenses were slightly weaker, their entire bodies were almost flattened. Boom! Then there was another explosion, and a black bear over 3 meters tall suddenly crashed into the rockery and rushed over. Damn it, Jingan's level 7 violent bear. Seeing such a scene, the Demon City evolver who had not yet rushed out of the passage turned completely dark and shouted with despair. What does Xiao Han want to do? What does he want to do? There is only one 7th level evolver in the demonic city. How about he come out in full force and bring 2 7th level mutant beasts with him to kill him? In the face of absolute strength, no one dares to forcefully rush out. And those evolutionaries who had rushed out of the Demon City were either captured or killed by the surrounding evolutionaries from Jingan. The chaos on the ground only lasted for a few minutes. Even if someone managed to escape, the number would not exceed the number of hands. At this time they were like frightened birds. Even if he had escaped from the encirclement, he would not dare to threaten the evolvers in Jingan with ordinary people from the Demon City, as he said before. Instead, he tucked his tail between his legs and hid in fear. At this time, in the underground secret room, as Qi Yuan was once again forcibly controlled by the level 7 White Fox, the Magic City evolvers who were still in the secret room no longer dared to do anything improper. They picked up the handcuffs on the ground and put them on their hands. Consciously, if they were sure to die, they would fight to the death. But knowing that there was still hope of survival, the desire to resist was no longer so strong. Although going to Liangzhou to defend the city, the possibility of being killed by mutant beasts was also very high, but it was much better than being slapped to death by Xiao Han now. The noisy underground secret room quickly became quiet. Xiao Han looked at the white skull in his hand, then at the half-exposed black skull on the ground, and couldn't help but whispered, "Strange, why isn't it moving? If it's a pet that materializes from the game, it shouldn't be like this. And this guy, his strength has reached the level of level 7, so his intelligence should not be low. But why didn't this thing resist as soon as Qi Yuan was controlled? Could it be that it wasn't materialized from the game? Compared with the Frost Dragon aura, the Black Skull's autonomy is really too poor. Xiao Han feels something is wrong and can only look at Fox. Hashtag C1280 level 8 skeleton, 1. Grumble, grumble, grumble. A helpless cry rang out. Because he had learned the soul control technique, Xiao Han could understand what this cry meant. Although he wanted to figure out what was going on with the black skeleton, the 7th level White Fox couldn't forcefully search for the soul. Although it is a mutant beast of the spiritual system, it can only indirectly control Qi Yuan by creating illusions and spiritual induction. So there is definitely no way to figure out where this black skeleton came from. Fortunately, although Qi Yuan only has one head left, he is still not dead. Until now, and the soul fire in his pupils has not extinguished. This also gives Fox the ability to indirectly command the black skeleton. Seeing that all the Magic City evolvers in the secret room had accepted their fate, Xiao Han no longer focused on them, but looked at the black skeleton, with half of his body exposed. If this guy can be effectively controlled, he will still be very interested. After all, no matter what, this is a 7th level combat power. And 2 hours later he would go to Nai. With such a 7th level skeleton, with extremely abnormal defense, he might gain something unexpected. This guy can actually absorb energy from bones. Looking at the black skeleton trapped in the ground, Xiao Han whispered something in his mouth. With a glint in his eyes, he couldn't help but secretly thought, this ability is a bit abnormal. Just like Wang Lei in Kyoto, if there are enough rare metals for him to absorb, he can directly break through and become a 9th level evolver without any restrictions. I wonder if the black skeleton created by Qi Yuan has such an ability. If it absorbs the skeleton of a 7th level mutant beast, can it make it even stronger? After the 7th level green wolf was killed, its flesh and blood had been divided cleanly. Shi Mingyuan from Kyoto took half of the fan away, and the rest was eaten by more than a dozen level 5 evolvers from Jing'an. But not only were the bones of the blue wolf not thrown away directly, every bit of them was retained. After all, the material on the 7th level mutant beast, even the seemingly useless bones, is an extremely hard material. Originally, Xiao Han was thinking about whether he could use these bones to build some equipment, but there is still a difference between now and the game. It is not an easy task to create equipment in reality, so this matter was put on hold. But now, he discovered that bones have a different use. Hey! Thinking of the possibility of getting a peak level 7 or even level 8 black skeleton, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh and immediately said to the white fox, "Let this skeleton come out. I want to see what Qiyuan has come up with." Grumble. After receiving such instructions, the 7th level white fox immediately let out a soft cry, and at the same time, a silver light flashed in his eyes. But the black skeleton that was stuck in the ground, the black bone arm, suddenly pushed on the ground and pulled out half of the body. Within a few seconds, it finally crawled out of the ground because there was no external force to block it. The moment he stood up straight, his head hit the ceiling. His height even exceeds 5 meters. Those skeletons were as black as ink, and even the evolvers of the Magic City couldn't help but shrink in their eyes. Obviously, it seemed like they were seeing this thing for the first time. This Qiyuan is really hidden. Looking at the black skeleton exuding a cold aura in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't help but whisper something, squinted his eyes, and continued, "Fortunately, I had an extra mindset before coming here. If he is really locked up in that stone house, he might really capsize in.
Tiss gutter.
But since Qi Yuan has been controlled by who, this harvest is also extremely gratifying. He has gained a 7th level combat power out of thin air. It's even possible to have an 8th level combat power." As he said this, Xiao Han's thoughts moved in his mind, and a white leg bone appeared in his hand. Since this thing cannot be used to create equipment, it is actually very good to let the skeleton in front of you absorb it. And there are a lot of things like bones in Jing'an. If necessary, the skeletons of more than a dozen level 6 mutant beasts can be sent over in minutes. If it were 4th and 5th level mutant beast skeletons, the number would be even greater. Even though this 7th level skeleton cannot train the skeleton in front of him to the 8th level, as long as he is sure that it has the ability to absorb bone energy, Xiao Han is confident that he can train it to the 8th level, or even the 9th level is not an extravagant hope. With this thought in his mind, he immediately raised his hand and threw it, and the leg bone in his hand flew towards the black skeleton. The black skeleton standing in the center of the secret room also reached out and accurately caught the leg bone. Then the pitch-black bone claws grasped hard, and the jade-colored bones turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few dozen seconds, the bone claws suddenly released. Click! The pale leg bones immediately fell to the ground and were immediately broken into several sections. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han's eyes immediately flashed with light, and he whispered to himself, "It seems that it can really absorb the energy of bones. But this way it's quite simple." As he spoke, the white bones were taken out one by one, and he raised his hand and threw them towards the black skeleton. At the same time, he immediately sent a message to Fu Qingji in Jing'an, asking him to collect the bones of all mutant beasts above level 4 and send them over as soon as possible. Crack, crack, crack. As time passed, the bones of the level 7 blue wolf, which had been drained of energy, continued to fall to the ground, smashing into bone fragments all over the ground. But at the same time, the color of the black skeleton's bones had become deeper than before. "General, the bones you want are here." Suddenly a voice came from the exit of the secret room, and then a figure in black armor ran over here quickly. At this time, many Magic City evolvers had been driven out of the secret room, so it was no longer crowded here. The figure in black armor could also clearly see the black skeleton that was more than 5 meters tall, and his eyes immediately revealed a touch of horror, but he still ran quickly to Xiao Han and handed over the space ring in his hand. "You're here." Xiao Han looked back and said politely, and took the ring from Qin Lang. Then, he immediately thought about it and took out all the bones in the space ring. Even the ground of the underground secret room was raised by 1 meter. Roar! At this time, the black skeleton in the center of the secret room also roared, and the black bone claws immediately grabbed the air. #C1281 Level 8 Skeleton. 2. There are many bones sent from Jing'an, and they are all bones of mutant beasts above level 4. Because bones below level 4 have all been ground into bone powder and used as fertilizer for farmland. And the bones that appeared in the secret room now have to be abandoned, because they are too hard. There is no machine that can crush them into bone powder for the time being. However, these bones are also placed in Jing'an's warehouse, and it is also very simple to send them to the Magic City. At this time, because of the appearance of a large number of bones, a kind of excitement can even be heard faintly in the roar of the black skeleton. These bones should be enough for it to break through. Seeing the black skeleton stretch out its bone claws, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, and at the same time, his eyes carefully observed the bones on the ground. During this period of time, Jing'an and Tiancheng have each suffered a mutant beast attack. Only level 6 mutant beasts have killed 20 to 30. As for level 4 and level 5 mutant beasts, more were killed. In addition, although Jing'an had not killed a level 6 mutant beast in the past 10 years, he had killed nearly 100 level 4 and 5 mutant beasts. So the number of bones that poured out from the space ring just now was at least more than 500. Roar! At this time, the black skeleton roared again. The bones on the ground seemed to be moved by some unknown force. Even though no one touched them, they trembled slightly. At the same time, Xiao Han could even clearly see that the bones were slowly turning pale. Crack! After just a dozen seconds, several white bones suddenly broke into two, without any external force. As time passed, more and more fractures appeared. But in contrast, the color of the black skeleton gradually became deeper. Crack! 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 The sound of bone breaking continued to ring continuously, and the bones of the black skeleton seemed to have a layer of glaze, like a black gem. At the same time, the cold aura emanating from it became stronger and stronger. Hey! It's really getting stronger. Seeing this happening in front of him, Xiao Han couldn't help but chuckle, squinting his eyes, and continued. The current energy intensity is only this strong even at the peak of level 7. Roar! As he was saying this, the black skeleton suddenly roared, and then the empty eye suddenly looked over, and its arms slowly stretched out. This guy, is he out of control so quickly? Seeing that the black skeleton seemed to want to touch the white skull in his hand, Xiao Han said with an ugly face, and immediately stepped back a few steps while looking at the level 7 white fox on the other side of the stone house. But at this time, the fox didn't react at all. Seeing this, Xiao Han also understood immediately. While stopping, he whispered, "It should not have escaped control, otherwise fox would not be like this." But what exactly does the black skeleton mean by this action? Unable to figure out why, Xiao Han stopped retreating and stood quietly, watching the black skeleton gently put his palm on the white skull in his hand. Roar! The next second, the black skeleton suddenly roared. But Xiao Han suddenly felt that a huge amount of energy was quickly transferred to the white skull in his hand. In just 3 or 5 seconds, the jade color of the white skull actually deepened a few points. Fuck! Is this feeding back? Realizing what the black skeleton wanted to do, Xiao Han's face changed. Suddenly, and then his mind immediately moved, and he put the skull in his hand into the space ring without hesitation. If this feeding back continues, Qi Yuan might break through to level 8. And by then, Fox might not be able to control him. Roar! As the white skull disappeared, Fox's control over Qi Yuan was immediately invalidated, and the black skull fell silent and stood still. Crack! But at the same time, the bones on its body made crisp sounds. Although its height did not change, its black bones became thicker, and a faint green fluorescence appeared in its empty eye sockets. Seeing this, Xiao Han couldn't help but mutter softly, "This guy, could it be that he has born intelligence?" Crack, crack, crack. The bones of the black skull continued to grow thicker, and the cold breath emanating from it became stronger and stronger, but Xiao Han's guess was not confirmed. Even though the green firefly in the black skull's head was still jumping, it still stopped in place and did not move. Without Qi Yuan's instructions, it seemed like a dead thing. It was just because it absorbed too much bone power that its body was involuntarily undergoing passive evolution. Crack, crack, crack. As time passed, the aura of the black skeleton became stronger and stronger, and even a weak energy storm appeared around it. But it still failed to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level peak. These bones alone should not be enough for it to complete the breakthrough. Looking at the black skeleton's limbs, which had slowly expanded from the original arm thickness to the thickness of the thigh, Xiao Han couldn't help but whispered, although the guy in front of him has become completely different from before. Judging from the energy intensity that escaped, he still hasn't broken through the bottleneck of the 7th level peak. And the 7th level peak and the 8th level are also two completely different concepts. Crack, crack, crack. Hearing the constant explosions coming from the bones, Xiao Han frowned slightly, took out a red pill with his backhand, and whispered, "There is only one left, and I don't know if it will work. But I can't use this thing for the time being. Let's try it. If you can take an 8th level skeleton to Gnostics, even if you don't take aura with you, those guys won't dare to do it casually." As he said, he flicked his fingers slightly, and the pill in his hand shot towards the black skeleton like a bullet. Boom! But at this time, the black skeleton did not open its mouth to catch the pill, allowing it to hit the black teeth, rolling and hitting a white leg bone. Crack! As the leg bones were broken, the pill broke more than a dozen bones in a row, and finally spun around on the ground for a few circles before finally stopping. Seeing this, Xiao Han wanted to take back the Hanyan Shenyuan pill. But the next second, he suddenly found that the energy on the pill was dissipating rapidly, and the pill was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the pill that fell on the ground disappeared. Roar! At this time, the black skeleton, which had been in a sluggish state, suddenly roared, and there was a constant crackling sound from its body, and its size was rapidly rising. In just a blink of an eye, it broke through the ceiling above its head. Seeing this, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted with surprise on his face, "Ha! It actually broke through. Hashtag C1282 level 8 skeleton, 3. Is this a breakthrough?" Looking at the skeleton that had already penetrated the ceiling, Qin Lang was a little confused as to why Xiao Han asked Jing'an to send a large number of mutant bones at this time, but as the hard bones broke one after another, he finally understood. Xiao Han actually created an 8th level undead creature in less than an hour. 8th level. Looking at the black skeleton in front of him with a face full of shock, Qin Lang's eyes flashed, and he couldn't wait to ask, "General Xiao, is this an 8th level skeleton?" "Yes." Xiao Han nodded and said with a smile, "If nothing unexpected happens, it should be an 8th level skeleton." Then he immediately turned his head to look at the white fox in the stone house and said in a deep voice, "Get ready, we must control Qi Yuan as soon as possible." "Yi," the fox replied, indicating that it was ready. After resting for nearly an hour and digesting 2 purple cloud pills, it had already recovered to its best condition and could control Qi Yuan at any time. When Xiao Han heard this answer, he no longer hesitated and took out the skull from the space ring.
Oh, Xiao Han.
The moment the skull was taken out, Qi Yuan roared, and the soul fire in his eyes also jumped violently.
Yi.
But at this time, the 7th level white fox, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately showed a bright silver light in his eyes, and Qi Yuan's scolding stopped instantly. Seeing this, Xiao Han finally let go of his heart. After all, the black skull had broken through to the 8th level at this time. Once Qi Yuan gave it an order to die together, it would be a big trouble. Although his strength is not weak, it is not so easy to defeat an 8th level creature that is good at defense. The reason why he was able to defeat Alicia of the Western Alliance at that time was actually a complete accident. And more importantly, she is also an auxiliary 8th level evolver. Fortunately, the results are pretty good now. Not only have we subdued the level 7 white fox and the level 7 violent bear, but we have also gained an 8th level fighter. In this way, even if Aura is not in charge, we don't have to worry about those guys playing tricks when we go to Nami for support. If I had known that there would be such a harvest, I should have come earlier. Muttering softly, Xiao Han stretched out his hand to signal the white fox, and then walked towards the exit of the secret room, and asked at the same time, "Have all the evolvers in the Magic City been caught? Those who escaped from here should have been caught. Although the battle outside has ended, the statistical results have not been summarized yet." Qin Lang continued uncertainly, "This matter is the responsibility of Guohuai, or I will go and ask." "No, I'll ask it myself." Xiao Han waved his hand and continued to ask, "You are responsible for the teleportation array. When can the Magic City communicate with Jing'an? These evil evolvers just caught are not quiet people, and they must be transferred to Jing'an as soon as possible." "I know this," Qin Lang replied and immediately said, "We have been executing the plan we discussed before step by step. There is already a transfer array, and we have contacted Jing'an so we can teleport to each other. Before coming here, I also contacted Danxue, and the second group of people have jumped off the aerospace vehicle. If nothing goes wrong, when they find the space node, the second transfer array can be successfully deployed." "That's good." Xiao Han nodded, and continued with a smile. "The distance between the Magic City and Jing'an is less than 3,000 kilometers, and 2 third-level transfer arrays are enough. Next, I have to go to Name. I can feel more at ease when these two cities are connected." The two talked as they walked, chatting about some things that need to be paid attention to, and soon walked out of the underground passage. Roar! The level 7 violent bear outside the passage saw Xiao Han and immediately let out a dull roar. Xiao Han smiled and said hello, and chatted with Guohuai, Chaogu, Yan Tianxin, and others for a few words, then looked down at the level 7 white fox in his arms. "What is this?" Gao Qiu, who had already stopped the combat state, saw Xiao Han holding a skull in his hand, and asked with a puzzled face, "This skull, there is actually soul fire in the pupil? Just now, so many bones were needed. Is it because of this thing?" "Well, it can be considered as because of it." Xiao Han nodded without any intention of hiding it and explained with a smile, "It is not a thing. This is the only level 7 evolver in the Magic City." "The only level 7 evolver in the Magic City?" Gao Qiu repeated with a puzzled face, and then his eyes glared fiercely, and said with disbelief, "You said this is Qi Yuan. How is this possible? How can he be like this?" "Hey, nothing is impossible," Xiao Han replied in a low voice, but he didn't know how to explain this matter. After all, Qi Yuan's appearance was too incredible. Although he has completely controlled Qi Yuan now, he still doesn't know what Qi Yuan's awakened ability is. But from the information that has been revealed about him, this guy's awakened ability seems to be a bit like the dark wizard described in fantasy novels. But he himself has also turned into a skeleton, which makes Xiao Han a little confused. Since there was no way to explain, Xiao Han stopped worrying about it. He touched the skull in his hand and continued with a smile. This time this skull is the biggest gain. Gain or the biggest gain? Gao Qiu didn't understand what Xiao Han meant. Even Rog, Man Yong, Lady Hai, and others beside him didn't understand. But at this time, Xiao Han didn't want to explain what he meant. He just used his eyes to signal the white fox in his arms. Yi! The fox immediately cried softly, and the soul fire in the empty pupils of the skull also jumped violently. Boom! The next second there was a muffled sound from the ground, and then a black bone claw suddenly stretched out from the ground without any warning. Hashtag C1283 Level 8 Skeleton. 4. What the hell is this? Even though Xiao Han had given a hint before, some people still shouted in panic when they suddenly saw such a dark bone claw extending from the ground. Because the bone claw extending from the ground, just one finger is 50 or 60 centimeters long, and the bone arm connecting the finger and the palm is more than 2 meters long. So even if we haven't seen the whole picture yet, we can estimate what kind of giant thing is about to break out of the ground. Boom! Amid the exclamations of the crowd, another bone arm stretched out from the ground. This, what on earth is this? Knowing that this was something made by Xiao Han, Gao Qiu did not feel scared. Instead, he asked with shining eyes, "Why does this thing feel like it has the pressure of a level 7 creature?" "Hey, this is not a level 7 creature." Qin Lang grinned and continued, "The mutant bones I sent just now have allowed the skeleton to break through to level 8. What, level 8? Gao Qiu's eyes glared, looking at Xiao Han, who looked calm with disbelief, and asked excitedly, "So, our Jing'an has one more level 8 combat power. I just came to the Magic City, but I can still get such a harvest. I am not hallucinating. Hey, don't make such a fuss." Xiao Han chuckled and continued, "It's just an 8-level skeleton. What's so surprising? In the future, Jing'an will have a 9-level creature, which is not impossible." "Okay." Gao Qiu nodded with a wry smile and said speechlessly, "For you, it is really not something surprising." Boom! As he was talking, there was another muffled sound from the ground, and a huge black skull also drilled out from the ground. Then the two bone arms pushed hard on the ground, and its upper half of the body was pulled out from the ground. But the half of the body that was exposed was 3 or 4 meters high, which made all the Jing'an evolvers around him open their mouths wide. Boom! Then there was another muffled sound, and a black skull also drilled out from the ground. The Jing'an warriors who saw this scene were all excited and started talking about it. "Oh my god! This skeleton must be at least 10 meters tall when it stands up. Hey, this is a level 8 creature. Haven't you seen the frost dragon over in the administrative hall? It's at least 50 meters long. I have seen it, but the level 7 violent bear is only 3 meters tall. How can the size of a level 8 creature be so abnormal? Whatever size it is, why bother about it? That's right, we now have another level 8 creature in Jing'an. Which beast group will dare to attack Jing'an in the future?" The appearance of another level 8 creature instantly made all the evolvers in Jing'an feel proud. They all knew that Jing'an would become the safest city in the world. Even the current Kyoto or the twilight city of Nassix will not be as good as the future Jing'an. Roar! At this time, the black skeleton that crawled out from the ground growled in annoyance after being exposed to the sunlight. However, with the strength of level 8, the sunlight could not cause any harm to it. After observing carefully for a while, Xiao Han nodded with some satisfaction, and said to Guohuai who came over, "While there is still time, I have to go and refine some pills. Since Nassix has asked for help, the situation over there should not be optimistic. It's always right to prepare more pills." If there is enough time, I have to help General Zhongjin get a good armor. Wait until the aerospace vehicle comes. Then call me again. Well, I know. Guohuai nodded in response, then thought for a while and immediately said, the evolvers in the Demon City have also been detained, and the next thing is just the finishing work. It's okay to ask you to go offline, but refining pills and making equipment. When preparing, you shouldn't stop in the middle, right? It's okay. Xiao Han waved his hand indifferently and continued with a smile. I'm just refining pills now, and each furnace only takes 3 to 5 minutes. When the aerospace vehicle comes, you can call me immediately. Even if a furnace of medicinal materials is wasted, it's actually no big deal. I'll make some protective gear when I get on the aerospace vehicle. Although the speed of the aerospace vehicle is very fast, it will take at least 10 hours to fly to Nassix, which is enough for me to make some good equipment. As he said, he raised his hand and took out the Xuanyu ice coffin. When he stepped in, a light blue gaming helmet appeared in his hand. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a slightly hurried ringtone suddenly rang from Qin Lang's waist. He reached out and took out his mobile phone and gently swiped it on the screen. An excited voice came from the phone immediately. General Qin, the space borrowing point has been found, and the second transfer teleportation array has been set up. So fast. Qin Lang was a little surprised, and immediately turned to look at Xiao Han in front of him and said with a happy face, the 2 transfer teleportation arrays are set up, and Modu and Jing'an can also teleport to each other. Hee. It's all right as long as it's set up. Xiao Han also showed a touch of joy on his face, and then immediately smiled and said, I don't know how long it will take to go to Nami. I feel more at ease now that the 2 cities can teleport to each other. By the way, take all the evolvers above level 4 in the Magic City to Nassix. These guys are not very well behaved. I am a little worried about leaving them in Jing'an. It is better to keep them with me. That's fine. I will do whatever you say. Guohuai did not refute, and continued with a smile. Then I will arrange it now. Your time is very precious. You should hurry up and enter the game. Okay. Xiao Han responded, and did not say anything more. While putting on the game helmet, he lay in the black jade ice coffin. C1284 preparation. After his consciousness reconnected to the game, Xiao Han slowly opened his eyes. He was in the alchemy room of the Yunxiao auction house with a blue-gray alchemy furnace in front of him. It's time to make some demon-transforming pills. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Xiao Han said softly, and at the same time, opened his backpack and took out the 3 medicinal materials that Bai Shaoxing had sent before. When he was in the Abyss Cave, all the demonized dragons were killed by him personally, and he got a total of 9 inner pills from the dragons. Therefore, the main materials for refining the demon-transforming pills were not rare items for him. As long as he collected a full set of auxiliary materials, he could refine the demon-transforming pills at any time. It's just that there have always been great limitations to using this kind of pill. Except for him, other people who use this kind of pill will have the risk of being completely demonized. Originally, the soul-cleansing pill, a pill that can greatly increase strength, could be promoted. Unfortunately, the materials for refining the soul-nourishing pill are extremely rare. Therefore, it is impossible to use this kind of elixir on a large scale before the discovery of ghost flowers and longevity fruits in large quantities. However, we need to prepare some things when we go to Nassix. After all, as the troublemakers of Blue Star, those guys are not good people. Even if we go to help defend the city, we will not win any favor. Maybe they will dig a hole in the dark if they get the chance. And the descendants of those pirates have done such things more than once in the past few hundred years. So when facing such people, we must have all the necessary preparations. I hope you don't make me angry. After muttering softly, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly became cold, but he immediately lit the charcoal under the medicine furnace. Crackling, The charcoal was ignited, making a crackling sound. The orange-red flames also rose up, and some medicinal materials such as the immaculate water, the pure spirit grass, and the dragon inner pill were also thrown into the medicine furnace. As time passed, every 3 to 5 minutes a system prompt sounded in my ears. Although it was only the devil-transforming pill that was refined, it would eventually become a more powerful dragon pattern devil-transforming pill, through a 100-fold increase in rewards. In just a quarter of an hour, all 3 furnaces of devil-transforming pills were refined. Xiao Han took out 2 spirit-level pill manifestation talismans and directly manifested the 20 pills he had just refined. At the same time, his mind also moved and several more medicinal materials were taken out. Crackling, crackling, crackling. The charcoal continued to burn under the medicine furnace. On this trip to Panama City, Xiao Han did not dare to be careless at all. 1 furnace after another of purple pattern detoxification pills were constantly refined. After all, even 10 years ago, the poisons in the Amazon rainforest were world famous. Beep, beep, beep. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a quick ring rang in my ear. Xiao Han answered the call while paying attention to the medicine furnace, and immediately asked, "Is the aerospace vehicle coming?" "Yes. It has arrived in the Magic City." A positive answer came from the receiver immediately, and he immediately said, "Wait a moment, at most 1 minute. This furnace of medicine will be ready. If you are very busy, you don't have to log off." The voice in my ear said, and quickly explained, "The black jade ice coffin has been carried into the aerospace vehicle, and there is nothing that needs your personal attention in the Magic City, so you don't have to log off once." "Is that so?" Xiao Han replied with some surprise, but after thinking about it, there was nothing wrong with it, and it could also save him some time, so he continued, "Then let's do it. But there is no need for too many people to go to Gnostics. Except for the evolvers in the Magic City, Gao Qiu and Rog, you all stay." After hanging up the call, Xiao Han immediately focused all his attention on the alchemy furnace. Less than a minute later, the system prompt sounded again. At this time, Xiao Han relaxed his mind and whispered, "There are less than 10 people going to Name. The pills I just refined are almost enough. Zhang Zhen, Han Feng, and Chun Wu are all level 7 evolvers of Yanhua. They can't be lost in Name, so we have to prepare artifact-level defensive equipment for them. Although I got the Queen's feather clothes and the Beast King's shield when I killed the Ice Crystal Queen and the Dark Behemoth King, I still need 1 more. But even if these 2 pieces of equipment are materialized, they are not as safe as close-fitting leather armor." As he spoke, Xiao Han's thoughts moved immediately, and a piece of black fur appeared in his hand. "This is the fur of the Dark Behemoth King. No, to be precise, this is the fur of the Emperor-level Dark Behemoth King. After the reward was increased by 100 times. Hey, what artifact can I make this time?" After saying this in a low voice, Xiao Han also walked quickly to the outside of the alchemy room and then flashed into the forging room on the side. Because of the 100-fold reward, his tailoring level is not low, so it is not difficult for him to sew a piece of leather armor. The difficulty now is how to use the fur of the Dark Behemoth King to sew a practical artifact equipment. Looking at the shiny black fur in his hand, Xiao Han started cutting it directly. If it were normal, he would use other furs to pad it to improve his proficiency. But now time is running out. The aerospace vehicle can reach Panama City on the other side of the blue planet in 10 hours at most when flying at full speed. It is estimated that once it arrives there, it will be put into battle immediately, so this defensive equipment must be sewn within 10 hours. Tear. The special spiritual weapon-level scissors swept over the black fur and immediately cut off almost 2 squares, and Xiao Han took out a spiritual weapon-level metal needle and started sewing. Less than an hour later, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding, you successfully sewed the legendary equipment Beast Soul Leather Armor, triggering 100 times reward, and you get spiritual equipment. Although the sewing was successful, Xiao Han's face did not show any joy. Instead, he threw the leather armor away and picked up the scissors to cut another piece. #C1285 Beast King Leather Armor 1. Ding, you successfully sewed the treasure equipment Fury Beast Leather Armor, triggering 100-fold reward, and you obtained the fairy equipment. Sewing leather armor is much simpler than making weapons. After only 3 failures, a piece of treasure equipment was sewn. With the 100-fold increase in rewards, he also received a piece of fairy level equipment. Xiao Han took it in his hand and took a closer look, and immediately found that the attributes were still very good. Even if it is manifested, it can still be used reluctantly. But in his hand, there was no fairy-level item manifestation talisman. Only 3 artifact-level item manifestation talismans. It was a pity to use an artifact-level manifestation talisman to manifest immortal-level equipment, and he was still reluctant to part with it. Hey, is this level 90 equipment? Discovering that the leather armor he had just sewn turned out to be a level 90 piece of equipment, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up and he immediately took off the flame gold scale armor he was wearing. Then he opened the control panel and took a look at his properties. The health value has skyrocketed again, and the physical attack has also increased immediately. More importantly, this piece of fairy equipment also has a special skill of the power of the Beast King, which can increase the strength attribute by 200%. Hey, if I could sew a magical weapon, how powerful would it be? With an excited whisper in his mouth, Xiao Han glanced at the animal skins spread on the ground, and a flash of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Although this piece of animal skin has used up more than 10 square meters. But the Dark Behemoth King is over 10 meters tall and over 30 meters long. The animal skin peeled off from his body is at least 500 square meters. Not to mention just wasting a dozen square meters, even if the number increased 10 times, he could afford it. Tear. As the scissors cut across the hide again, 2 more squares of hide were cut off. Having already had 4 experiences that were not very successful, Xiao Han became even more comfortable with sewing this time. Metal needles at the level of spiritual weapons kept flying in his hands. After a while, another familiar system prompt rang in my ears. Ding, you successfully sewed the treasure-removing equipment Furry Beast Leather Armor, triggering 100-fold reward, and you obtained the fairy equipment. Hearing this voice, Xiao Han frowned slightly, but he didn't think much about. While putting away the leather armor in his hand, he immediately scratched the animal skin next to him with scissors. Bite! 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 As time passed slowly, one piece of legendary and treasure-level equipment was being sewn one after another. But the artifact leather armor that Xiao Han wanted was not made. Fuck! What's going on with this horse riding? The constant failure made Xiao Han curse in anger, and a look of depression flashed across his face. But soon, he adjusted his condition again. More than 8 hours have passed since he entered the perfect world, and he doesn't have much time to waste anymore. The remaining time is only enough to sew 2 to 3 pieces of equipment at most. Why? With a depressed sigh, Xiao Han cut off another piece of animal skin and said, softly with helplessness on his face, if it really doesn't work, then we can only reveal the Queen's feather coat and the Beast King's shield. Even though he said that, he still didn't give up. While sitting cross-legged on the ground, he slowly closed his eyes and began to adjust his condition. The energy in his body slowly circulated in his meridians. With the 3 short and 1 long breaths unique to Xuanwu Jingong, his mood gradually calmed down. At this time, his spirit seemed to have returned to its peak state. Then he turned his palm slightly, and a light blue pill appeared in his hand. Focusing pill. Xiao Han looked at the elixir in his hand and said softly, taking one of these elixirs should make me more focused when sewing. As he said this, he flicked his middle finger slightly, and the pill flew into his mouth. As he swallowed with a gudong sound, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly condensed, and he immediately looked at the animal skin in his hand with full attention. At the same time, the metal needle in his hand immediately pierced the animal skin. But at this time, his movements suddenly paused. A look of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "There seems to be something wrong with this animal skin." Touching the animal skin in his hand, Xiao Han could feel that it was somewhat different from the animal skin used to Sofari equipment before, and he immediately frowned and recalled it. After a while, he whispered to himself, "This is the animal skin from the abdomen. The animal skin just taken from the abdomen, if I remember correctly, seems to be sewing legendary equipment. But the animal skins taken from the legs are sewn into treasures. If we use the fur from Dark Behemoth's back to sew the leather armor, what level will it be?" With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and then he immediately discarded the cut animal skin in his hand, picked up the scissors, and went straight to cut off the animal skin on his back. The hide there was not only darker but also tougher than the hide on the belly tier. The scissors of the spiritual weapon level were cut across the animal skin, and in less than a minute, a 2 square meter piece of animal skin was cut off. And Xiao Han's eyes also flashed with excitement. Then the metal needle in his hand immediately flew on the animal skin that had just been cut, and the animal skin also turned into leather armor at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! At this time, the long-awaited system prompt finally rang in Xiao Han's ears. "You successfully sewed a spiritual weapon equipment Beast King leather armor, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the artifact equipment Beast King leather armor. Ding! You successfully sewed a piece of Beast King leather armor and got 1 point of sewing proficiency, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get 100 points of sewing proficiency." Such a voice rang in his ears. Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately looked at the attributes of the leather armor in his hand impatiently, and then exclaimed in a low voice, "Fuck! The power of the Beast King! #C1286 Beast King leather armor, 2. When Xiao Han got the Beast King ring, he was very jealous of this skill. But that piece of equipment needs to be level 170 to wear. If it is just like this, it is not impossible to use it. If it is materialized. In reality, it can also enjoy the increase of the power of the Beast King. But although the name of this equipment is a ring, it is a circle larger than a bracelet, so even if it is materialized, it is not easy to equip it. No, after the artifact equipment is materialized, can't it be adjusted by itself? Holding the Beast King leather armor that had just been sewn in his hand, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said excitedly, "If these two artifacts are materialized together, can the power of the Beast King be superimposed?" With this idea in mind, Xiao Han immediately wanted to test it. But soon, he suppressed the idea that had just arisen. After all, artifact-level item materialization talismans, even if he has not many in his hands, must be carefully calculated. And each materialization talisman must be used where it should be used. Looking at the Beast King leather armor in his hand, he continued softly, "The skill of Beast King power does not actually increase the attack power in the game. But if it is materialized in reality, it can also increase the power by 300%, which is too abnormal. If the two artifacts are used together, even if it can really increase by 600%, with my bone strength, I don't think I can withstand this level of power. So for the time being, it's better to materialize the leather armor first." Having made such a decision in his heart, Xiao Han did not rush to take out the materialization talisman, but continued to look at the attributes of the Beast leather armor and the remaining two special skills. Beast King leather armor, artifact, level 90, HP limit plus 20%, HP plus 24,000,000, defense plus 65,000, Stamina plus 65,000. Energy plus 65,000. Strength plus 65,000. Agility plus 65,000. Special 1. Beast King Power, consumes 50,000 energy, increases strength. Attribute by 300%, lasts for 10 minutes, cools down for 60 minutes. Special 2. Absolute defense, when using skills you can be immune to all damage. The stronger the attack, the more energy consumed, lasts for 5 seconds, cools down for 120 seconds. Special 3. Beast King Power, consumes 50,000 energy, release the pressure of the Behemoth King, causing all beasts to have all attributes reduced by 30%, while increasing the success rate of enslavement by 30%, lasting for 3 seconds with a cooldown of 120 seconds. Special effect. Damage immunity, when attacked, the damage received is reduced by 20%. Special effect. Toughness, reducing the control time by 30%. Special effect. 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. 5. Resistances increased by 40%. Special effect. Gold armor, when attacked physically, 50% chance to rebound. Gold damage. Oh my god. It even has the power of the Beast King. After reading the attributes of the equipment, Xiao Han said in disbelief and immediately didn't want to materialize this equipment. After all, the practicality of this stunt in the game is very high. If it is possible to forcibly enslave adult pets, it may be possible to create a pet army in the future. Let's wait and see. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han did not rush to materialize the leather armor, but whispered, "There is still time. Let's see if we can sew a divine weapon next time. If we can sew leather armor with the power of the Beast King, then we can materialize one of them." Having said this, Xiao Han stopped struggling and immediately picked up the scissors beside him and started cutting on the ground. Because he had a successful experience, the sewing was smoother this time. The metal needle of the spiritual weapon level shuttled back and forth on the animal skin. It took less than an hour before the system prompt sounded again in his ears. "Ding, you successfully sewed the spiritual equipment Beast King leather armor, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get the artifact equipment Beast King leather armor. Ding, you successfully sewed a piece of Beast King leather armor and got 1 point of sewing proficiency, triggering a 100-fold reward, and you get 100 points of sewing proficiency." Another artifact equipment was sewn out, and Xiao Han's eyes flashed with excitement, and he hurriedly looked at its attributes. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, a rapid ringtone also rang in his ears. Xiao Han glanced at the jumping avatar on the friend list, and couldn't help whispering, "So fast? Have you arrived in Nami?" Although it should take another 1 or 2 hours for the aerospace vehicle to fly to Nami. But in fact, he didn't know much about aerospace vehicles, and the previous statement about time was just a guess. Looking at the jumping avatar, he didn't think much and answered it. After all, if you have arrived in Nami, you can't continue to sew leather armor. Although the Dark Behemoth King's hide has hundreds of square meters, the fur on his back is only dozens of square meters, so he can't afford to waste too much. At this time, someone in the receiver said, "General Xiao, we are almost at Nosix, and there is only about an hour at most. Lord Gaucho asked me to inform you." "Okay, I got it," Xiao Han replied, and then hung up the call, looking at the leather armor in his hand, and then a look of disappointment flashed across his face, and he whispered, "Hey, it seems that I thought too much. Although it is also a divine weapon, the special skills are much worse than the leather armor just now." Not only did the expected Beast Kings might not appear, but even the Beast King's power did not appear. The only thing to be thankful for is that this is also an artifact equipment. Forget it. Let's materialize the Beast King's ring first. The leather armor with the Beast King's might is also a level 90 equipment, which can be used in the game. And Xiao Han is reluctant to materialize such equipment now. Anyway, the artifact level Beast King's ring should also have the ability to automatically change size, and he can also use the Beast King's power on it. Even the Beast King's might can be used in conjunction with the Soul Slave technique and the Soul Control technique. In this way, there is such equipment in both reality and the game, so even the mutant beasts in reality can also be enslaved on a large scale. Hey! Thinking excitedly in his heart, Xiao Han's mind moved immediately, and 2 artifact-level item materialization talismans appeared in his hands. #C1287 Decisive Battle at Amazon 1. After the Beast King's ring and Beast King's leather armor were realized, Xiao Han stopped sewing equipment, although it should be about an hour away from Nai. But after the equipment appeared, he also had to have an adaptation period. Otherwise, if his power suddenly increased by 300%, he would not be able to control it well. Seeing that the tattoo had extended to his left arm, Xiao Han took out 2 more spiritual weapon-level pill manifestation talismans, and manifested 20 of the previously refined purple-lined detoxifying pills. Then the Earth Spirit pill to restore true energy and the Xian pill to restore mental power also materialized 20 or 30 pills. When they all turned into tattoos on his arms, he brought up the control panel and whispered, "By this time, Kyoto's aerospace vehicle should have arrived in Nai. I don't know what the fighting situation is over there." With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. He tapped his finger on the control panel and chose to log off. As his consciousness separated from the game, he slowly opened his eyes, and immediately saw the light blue-black jade ice cap above his head. Hey, the Beast King's ring. Lying in the mysterious jade ice coffin, Xiao Han chuckled expectantly, and at the same time thoughts in his heart moved. A ring like a bracelet appeared in his hand. The moment he put his finger in, the ring immediately began to shrink, and finally got stuck tightly on the index finger of his left hand. Such a change made Xiao Han's eyes suddenly light up, and he became even more excited at the same time. A 300% increase in strength is exciting to think about. However, there was no way to test the suddenly increased power in the Xian jade ice coffin. He had to immediately take off the game helmet, put it in the space ring, and at the same time reached out and pushed open the lid of the Xian jade ice coffin. "General Xiao, come out." The moment the ice coffin lid just opened, Gao Qiu, who was standing by, said quickly, "We are less than 15,000 kilometers away from Panama City. In half an hour at most, we can fly over Panama City. So I asked Guohuai to inform you in advance to avoid wasting materials due to haste." "Yes, I know." Xiao Han nodded and replied, immediately taking a quick look around. In the 10-meter-wide cabin, a black skeleton was lying quietly, as if dead. Not far away, a level 7 violent bear was sleeping on the ground. Even though he had come out of the ice coffin, he could not wake up. But Huda was lying on the black jade ice coffin, looking up at him. As for the evolvers in Magic City, they were all sitting in the seats in the front half of the cabin. Most of them now cannot use their abilities. There are only a small number of 4th-level evolvers whose strength is not restricted because they do not have enough handcuffs. But in the cabin, there are not only 2 7th-level mutant beasts, but Gao Qiu and Rog are also watching here. Rog even maintains a state of alienation, using the vines transformed from his body to control those who are not imprisoned evolvers of abilities lest they destroy aerospace vehicles. After observing the cabin and confirming that there was no danger, Xiao Han put away the mysterious jade ice coffin at his feet. Although this ice coffin looks a bit inconspicuous, its defensive capabilities are not weak at all. Even fairy-level equipment cannot compare with it. Even if the sleeping level 7 violent bear attacks with all its strength, there is no way to open the Xian jade ice coffin from the outside. At this time, perhaps only the dead skeleton could forcibly destroy the black jade ice coffin and cause fatal harm to him. But the white skull that controls the 8th level skeleton has always been in his hands. So even if Huda has some evil thoughts, he can't control the 8th level skeleton, so there is no way to cause any harm to him. And precisely because of this, even if there was not a Jing'an evolver on this aerospace vehicle, he was not worried at all. General Xiao. At this time, Gao Qiu saw that Xiao Han suddenly became silent and continued. In a low voice, just now news came from Jing'an that 3 generals, Han, Feng, Chun Wu and Zhang Zhen, have landed in Panama City. Then have they fought against the mutated beasts? Xiao Han asked in a deep voice, and then immediately asked, how is the battle over there? Is it going well? With their joining, are there any signs of the mutant beasts retreating? No. Gao Qiu shook his head and continued with an ugly face. 12 level. 7 mutant beasts from the Amazon have been discovered so far. Even with the participation of Han Feng, Chun Wu and General Zhang Zhen, Name's side has not gained the slightest advantage. Judging from the current situation, it seems that something is not good. There is also news from Kyoto, allowing you to decide whether you want to go there for support. If it is really impossible, we can go back immediately. Go back? Xiao Han frowned and asked in a deep voice. If we just go back, like this, what will happen to the 3 generals Han Feng, Chun Wu and Zhang Zhen? Given the current situation in Panama City, aerospace vehicles are no longer able to land. Yes. Gao Qiu nodded and said with a heavy face. There are too many flying mutant beasts over there, and there is really no way for the aerial vehicle to land. In fact, it is precisely because of this that General Shi called me. Specifically, he said that even if the 3 generals died in Nassix, you can't be in any danger, otherwise Yanhua and even the entire human race will have no hope of turning the tables. Oh, am I so important? Xiao Han chuckled and gently stroked the Beast King ring on his middle finger. With this equipment, he didn't want to retreat like this. And even if there was no way to repel the mutant beasts from Amazon, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to break out of the encirclement with his strength. After thinking about this clearly, Xiao Han no longer hesitated. He didn't rush to test the effect of the Beast King ring, but said in a deep voice, connect me to General Han Feng. I want to know what the specific situation is over there now. Hashtag C1288 Decisive Battle at Amazon. 2. 10 level 7 mutant beasts, and even 2 level 8 mutant beasts. After establishing contact with Han Feng, Xiao Han also knew what was happening in Panama, so he frowned and asked, there should be less than 10 level 7 evolvers in Nassix. Since there are so many level 7 mutant beasts, how can they persist until now? What else can they rely on? Han Feng smiled bitterly and continued. In the past 10 hours, they have dropped nearly 100 nuclear bombs. Even in order to save Panama City, they even dropped 2 hydrogen bombs. I feel that the situation here is not optimistic. You should continue to float in space for the time being. The mutant beasts that rushed out of the Amazon rainforest this time should not have shown all their strength, and they probably have some reserves. Zhang Zhen, General Chen Wu and I are now trapped here, and we can't trap you. 2 level 8 mutant beasts? Xiao Han said in a low voice and then looked at the black skeleton lying in the cabin, his eyes flashing. Since the mutant beasts in the Amazon have already migrated north, the mutant beasts in the African savanna and the Sahara are estimated to be not too far away from migrating north. This time you can escape, but Africa and Asia are connected. So escaping cannot solve the problem, you still have to make yourself stronger. For now, if the black skeleton continues to absorb the bones of 2 level 8 mutant beasts, it may have a chance to break through to level 9. And even if it can't break through to level 9, even if it reaches the peak of level 8, it's actually very good. Looking at Han Feng's worried look on the screen, Xiao Han smiled and said, it's okay. I'll be careful. And I also prepared a few pieces of equipment and pills for you. If you leave like this, how can I give you the pills and equipment that have been materialized? It's already materialized, Han Feng said with some regret, frowning, and continued, "Since it can't be sent, forget it. If Panama City can't be defended, we won't defend it to the death. We will find an opportunity to break through. As for the pills and equipment, it is indeed we need it, but you should give it to us after we get back." "Oh no, the mutant beasts are attacking again." Han Feng on the screen turned around and looked behind him and said, anxiously, "I have to go out to block the mutant beasts' vanguard and create an opportunity to launch the nuclear bomb. You'd better not come down." Two level 6 evolvers who came to support from the Western Alliance have died outside the city. There is even a level 7 evolver. If General Zhang Jin hadn't acted in time, that guy might have become a delicacy in the belly of the level 8 anaconda. Beep, beep, beep. As he spoke, Han Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from the screen. Gao Qiu, who was standing by, hurried over and asked solemnly, "What should we do? Should we continue to go over there to support them?" "Yes," Xiao Han replied in a deep voice, and continued with a solemn face. "Escape will not solve the problem. We must go down and fight. Besides, there is an 8th level skeleton here, which may not be unable to repel the mutant beast. But the battle over there in Panama is too dangerous, so you and Rog don't need to go down to support them. Identify the evolvers above level 5 in the Magic City and take them down to support them." "Okay." Gao Qiu didn't insist. He also knew that even if he had the strength of the peak of level 6, he couldn't guarantee that he could survive in such a battlefield. Seeing that Xiao Han had made a decision, he didn't say anything more and turned around and walked towards the evolvers in the Magic City. The handcuffs on those guys had to be taken off. At the same time, during the period of taking them off, they had to be guaranteed not to cause trouble.
Nomai, Ponomosity.
The insect beasts and flying birds that covered the sky and the sun were like waves hitting the strong city standing on the edge of the Panama Canal. Tens of thousands of steel pipes stretched out from the black city walls, spewing orange-red flames. Crack, crack, crack. The insect beasts and flying birds close to the city were instantly killed by the scorching high temperature, but they still continued to fly towards the city. Kill. At this time, an angry roar suddenly sounded in the city surrounded by flames, and then a stone man over 3 meters tall took the lead and rushed out of the city. All the mutant beasts encountered along the way were instantly hit and broken. With such an invincible warrior leading the charge, the morale of the tens of thousands of evolvers following behind him instantly climbed to the top. The crowd rushing out of the city also instantly spread to both sides madly, killing all the mutant beasts they could see. Gee! At this time, a dull and sharp roar suddenly came from the sky. Then a macaw with a wingspan of more than 5 meters rushed to the stone man, at the front of the crowd at lightning speed.
Evil beast, D.
But at this moment 3 black flying knives flew up from the crowd and shot at the oncoming macaw with a sharp roar. Gah! When the macaw in the sky saw this scene, a trace of fear flashed in its eyes. It flapped its colorful wings fiercely, and instantly passed by the 3 daggers and flew into the sky at high speed. Roar! But from the oncoming beast tide, there was another roar, and then a black puma rushed over, raised its claws and slapped the stone man. At the same time, crocodiles over 5 meters long, octopuses with 8 tentacles and lobsters waving a pair of giant claws also rushed out from the beast tide. However, among the crowd of people going out of the city to fight, a strong man with a lion head and a human body immediately ran out and hit the crocodile in front. At the same time, a figure with flames all over his body flew towards the octopus with 8 tentacles. On the lobster side, there was also a petite figure blocking it. Ew! Li!
Yo!
But before the two sides fought, there were several more roars from the beast tide, and a golden eagle and a black beetle over 3 meters long flew in the sky at a high speed. As for the ground, some mutant beasts such as bullet ants, green iguanas, Poisonous spiders, etc. also appeared in sight, and even each of them was more than 2 meters long. There was even a centipede, whose length reached a terrifying 20 meters. Fuck! 2 new level 7s appeared. Seeing the mutant beasts rushing towards him, the stone man in the front dodged the sharp claws of the puma and roared. And more than 10 meters behind him, someone shouted angrily, "Not 2, at least 4 level 7 mutant beasts that have never been seen before. Retreat quickly. This wave of beasts can't be stopped." Whoosh! 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 Amid the roars, a series of sharp whistles sounded in Panama City at this time, and more than a dozen missiles dragging long-tail flames began to rise into the air. #C1289 Decisive Battle at Amazon 3. Over Panama City, a dozen satellites are focusing their high-definition lenses on the city below. The insect beasts can block out the sky and the sun, making it impossible for satellites to take any useful pictures. Whether it is Ximing, Ross, or Yanhua, they can only see a dark patch on the camera. Even though manpower has been sent to support, the information obtained is extremely limited. At this time, on the spacecraft thousands of miles away from Panama City, Xiao Han frowned slightly as he looked at the satellite images transmitted from Kyoto. He was not surprised by this situation. I also encountered this when I was in Jing'an. After all, for the Amazon rainforest, the number of these flying insects, which are not even mutant beasts, may even exceed 1 trillion. Even if half of them die, no species will become extinct. Therefore, this situation will continue until the 7th level mutant beast is driven back. Looking at the dense flying insects on the screen, Xiao Han's scalp was still numb even though he had experienced it once. Mutated beast. He whispered something in his mouth, because he couldn't see any useful information on the screen in front of him, so he had to look at the ring on the middle finger of his left hand. The artifact equipment has been embodied, but there is no time to test it yet. Judging from the intensity of the battle in Panama City, it was impossible for him to wait until the battle officially started before testing the increase in the power of the Beast King. Now, it is still dozens of minutes away from Panama City. It just so happened that the 7th level Violent Bear was also here. He could feel how far his improved power could reach without transforming. Hey, that guy's a pretty good head shield. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Han raised his feet and walked towards the Violent Bear. At the same time, the true energy in his dantian also flowed along the meridians to the ring on his left hand. And the next second, there was an energy coming back from the ring, making him feel that his body was full of power. General. But before there was time to test, there was an exclamation. The United States is so rich that it dropped 13 more nuclear bombs. This made Xiao Han pause, immediately interrupting the supply of real energy from the Beast King's ring, and at the same time he turned his head to look at the screen. 13 mushroom clouds have risen from the ground. The shock wave that swept across everything instantly cut the tide of beasts heading towards Panama City in 2 from the Panama Canal. And because of the appearance of these 13 mushroom clouds, the insect beasts around the nuclear explosion were also wiped out. At this time, the satellite footage could already capture the fighting there. However, the number of insect beasts in the sky above Panama City has not decreased at all, and there is still no way to see the evolvers leaving the city to fight. But Xiao Han knew that this was only temporary. Because of the rise of 13 mushroom clouds, the beast tide has been cut off in half. Without the subsequent supplement of insect beasts, all the insect beasts near Panama City will soon be killed. And at that time, you can see the battle situation over there. Quickly, contact Kyoto for a close-up. Anxious to know the battle situation in Panama City, Xiao Han said something urgently to He Danshue, who was connecting with Kyoto. At this moment, the satellite camera began to zoom in quickly towards Panama City. In just a few seconds, the black clouds covering the sky turned into fast, flying insect beasts in sight. There are mosquitoes, moths, dragonflies, and all kinds of beetles that cannot be named. If a patient with trypophobia sees this scene, he will probably faint from fear. As the camera keeps zooming in, you can also see red firelight emerging from the gaps between the insects and beasts around Panama City. Seeing this scene, Xiao Han couldn't help but sigh, and murmured in a low voice, "If Jing'an had this level of defense back then, it would have been much easier to deal with the insect beast." "Yes," He Danshue replied and continued with a look of helplessness. "But this is impossible for Jing'an. There is a large oil field 100 kilometers north of Panama City. So every time the Amazon mutated beasts move north, they have to withstand the baptism of fire. Over the years, the number of insect beasts that have died in Panama is at least 1 trillion. There are no such resources near Jing'an. Hey, this is quite a pity." Xiao Han sighed regretfully and continued to stare at the screen in front of him. As time slowly passed, the images captured by the satellite gradually became clearer and clearer because there was no follow-up edition of insect beasts. You can even see the evolvers outside the city, fleeing crazily towards Panama City. At this time, the images captured by the satellite also began to move towards the city, and then each behemoth appeared in the satellite's lens. There are majestic jaguars, goshawks as fast as the wind, and even a python that is more than 30 meters long. Even though he was thousands of miles away, Xiao Han could feel that all those appearing on the screen were level 7 mutant beasts. So much! After just a brief inspection, he found that there were more than 10 mutant beasts of this level, and there was a human being entangled with each mutant beast. There are even a few people facing 2 or even 3 mutant beasts of the same level at the same time. This made Xiao Han's face suddenly change, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Quick! Find Han Feng, Chen Wu, and Zhang Zhen carefully for me? Over there, that should be General Han Feng." He Danshue pointed at the screen. Even though she looked down on the man's face, she still judged from the raging wind that the figure being besieged by the goshawk and parrot was General Han Feng, who supported Nami. At this time, he almost had no power to fight back. But fortunately, the raging wind allowed him to adjust his position at critical moments from time to time, and successfully avoided the attacks of the goshawk and parrot again and again. But this state should not last long. Looking at the thrilling battle on the screen, Xiao Han's face also became completely gloomy, and his eyes continued to search for the whereabouts of Chen Wu and Zhang Zhen on the screen. "Ah, here!" Suddenly a cry sounded in his ears, and he Danshue pointed at the screen and shouted in panic, "General Chen Wu! General Chen Wu is being chased by a jaguar. Hashtag C1290 decisive battle at Panama. For jaguar." Hearing the exclamation in his ear, Xiao Han immediately followed the direction of He Danshue's finger and looked at the figure on the screen. At this time, a figure wearing yellow leather armor was fleeing madly. Behind him, there was an agile black figure, chasing him closely, and even every time he could accurately predict the direction of his escape. "Ah!" An exclamation sounded again, and the jaguar on the screen suddenly stretched out its claws and swung at the yellow figure. At the same time, the yellow figure staggered and almost fell to the ground. But the long sword in his hand supported the ground, stabilizing his body, while continuing to run towards the city. But after running less than 100 meters, he was caught up by the jaguar again, and the jaguar's claws hit his back again. This time, he could no longer maintain his balance and fell to the ground, although the yellow figure who fell to the ground had turned over the next moment. The jaguar's bloody mouth had already bitten him fiercely. "Ah!" He Danshue couldn't help but scream again when she saw this scene. She knew how important a level 7 evolver was to Yanhua. Even if only one was lost, it would be a heavy blow to Yanhua. The picture on the screen made her unable to bear to watch it, because the appearance of each level 7 evolver was not only extremely difficult but also could improve the morale and sense of security of the people of Yanhua. If one died here today, he couldn't imagine that it would cause such a storm. in the country. At this time, she even began to complain about Kyoto's decision why to support Nami. Hey, Zhangzhen is really nearby. Suddenly Xiao Han's voice drilled into his ears, and a black giant sword suddenly appeared on the screen in front of him, whistling and slashing half a meter behind Chen Wu. The jaguar that was about to bite Chen Wu suddenly flashed to the left, quickly, and then roared to the sky. Obviously, he was filled with resentment towards the black giant sword that suddenly appeared. At this time, the black giant sword suddenly rose into the air without any external force and rushed straight to the crocodile dozens of meters away to kill it. Seeing Chen Wu escape from the leopard's mouth, Hidanshua secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a frightened face, "It has only been less than a month since General Chen Wu broke through to level 7. He should not be the opponent of that jaguar. Why would General Shi let him come to such a dangerous place? I even think that supporting Name is a wrong decision. There are too many level 7 mutant beasts here, and Panama City cannot be defended. If there is any accident here, the loss will be too great." Ah! Xiao Han sighed and said softly, "This is considered from a strategic level. Even if the loss is huge, we have to come to support. Otherwise, once Panama City falls, at most 3 to 5 years, the mutant beasts in the Amazon rainforest will appear in the north of Yanhua along the Bering Strait. I know this." Watching Chen Wu on the screen continue to flee, Hidanshua said, in a worried voice, "From a strategic point of view, this decision is indeed correct. But I still think that it will happen in 3 to 5 years after all. It cannot be said that Kyoto's decision is wrong, but it is based on the situation without you. Now with the help of the elixir, who knows what it will be like in 3 to 5 years. Maybe by that time we can easily drag out 100 or 200 level 7 evolvers. By then, let alone the mutant beasts in the Amazon rainforest, we can even sweep through the more terrifying Sahara. So it's better for Nassix to let them all die." "Hehe, your idea is not bad." Xiao Han chuckled, turned his head and looked at Hidanshua, who looked angry, and asked with a smile, "This aerospace vehicle can be directly connected with Kyoto. Since you have such an idea, why don't you tell General Shi directly?" "I dare not," Hidanshua replied awkwardly, and continued softly, "And I think that even if I put it forward, General Shi will not listen to me." "Hehe, you are still a little self-aware."
Xiao Han.
In fact, he didn't understand things at the strategic level, but he knew it clearly. Since Kyoto has decided to do so, it will definitely not change easily. And this strategic decision is not something that can be decided by one person. Whether it is Nassix, Ross, Western Alliance, or Yanhua, they have actually established institutions similar to think tanks to deal with strategic decisions. Perhaps Hidanshua's idea is highly operational and will also bring great benefits to Yanhua. But personal ideas are generally unreliable. For example, in the next 3 to 5 years, can elixirs be provided stably? For another example, in this world full of mutant beasts, who can guarantee that he will not die in the hands of an 8th level or even 9th level mutant beast? Although Hidanshua's idea is good, it can also make other races wiped out by mutant beasts and eventually let the Han people dominate the blue planet. But this plan is centered on him. When the hope of a nation is born by one person, then the nation is not far from extinction, and the strategic decisions made by the think tank may not be very profitable and seem extremely mediocre, but such a decision is extremely stable. Even if he died in the mouth of a mutated beast in the future, Yanhua could bear such a loss, and at the same time he could unite other ethnic groups and continue to pass on the legacy on Blue Star. That's why Xiao Han did not refuse this mission. Because accidents could happen at any time, he didn't want to put the entire Yanhua into an irreversible situation because of himself. Careful. Just as I was thinking about the exchange with Shi Mingyuan, I heard another exclamation in my ears. At the same time, on the screen in front of me, Han Feng was also hit by the wings of a goshawk and rolled and flew out. As for Chun Wu on the ground, the situation is not optimistic either. If it weren't for the precious leather armor on his body, he might have been killed by the puma. Looking at the 7th level evolvers from Na6 and Shiming, they have all gathered together and are slowly retreating towards Panama City. But Chun Wu, Han Feng, and Zhang Zhen, who had been supported by Yanhua, were left behind to attract the attention of other 7th level mutant beasts. Hold! Seeing this scene, Xiao Han cursed angrily and immediately yelled, "Quick, fly to Panama at full speed. I want you to get to Panama within 5 minutes.
No.
Looking at the picture on the screen, He Danxue also reacted and shouted anxiously, "At the speed of an aerospace vehicle it will take at least half an hour. Even at the cost of damaging the engine, it will not take less than 15 minutes. Hashtag C1291 Decisive Battle at Amazon. 15 minutes? Hearing this answer, Xiao Han's face suddenly sank, and he said with murderous intent, "Look, there are several level 7 mutant beasts around them. If we can't get there within 5 minutes, we can only collect their bodies." "I know, but... He Danxue looked at the screen in front of her, and her heart was also very anxious. But the speed of the aerospace vehicle is not something she can increase just by saying it. Seeing that the situation of the 3 generals was becoming more and more dangerous, He Danxue had to stammer and explain, "But the speed of the aerospace vehicle is only Mach 2 at most. Even at the cost of damaging the engine, it can only be increased to about Mach 4. I know time is very tight, but there is no way to get to Panama City within 5 minutes. Fuck. Those damn bastards. I won't let them go." Staring at the LCD screen in front of him, Xiao Han said angrily with a murderous look on his face. Even if he knew that what He Danxue said was true, he couldn't accept such a result. As for Yanhua now, there are only 8 level 7 evolvers and 2 level 8 evolvers. But today 3 may be sacrificed at once. After all, judging from the current situation, even if they arrive in Panama within 5 minutes, they may not be able to save them all. And such a result is not only unacceptable to him, but also to Kyoto. Seeing a black giant sword appear on the screen again, helping Chun Wu block the fatal blow, Xiao Han shouted urgently, "Contact Kyoto and let them put pressure on Nami. If Chun Wu, Han Feng, and Zhang Zhen, the 3 generals, all die in Panama, my 200 nuclear bombs will be thrown on their heads. If they don't let us have a good life, then I will let them die a miserable death. Okay, I'll contact them now." He Danxue didn't say a word of nonsense and immediately started to contact Kyoto. At this time, on the LCD screen, Chun Wu, Han Feng, and Zhang Zhen had also gathered together and even tried to get closer to Nami and Shiming. However, around them, there are not only level 7 goshawks, level 7 jaguars, level 7 macaws, but also level 7 swamp giant crocodiles and level 7 golden beetles. With only 3 people, they were able to hold back 5 level 7 mutant beasts. But even if they have achieved this, the level 7 and level 8 evolvers from Nami and the Western Alliance still failed to stop the other level 7 mutant beasts, because this time the number of level 7 mutant beasts has increased to 17. At this time, as the level 7 evolvers from Nami and the Western Alliance began to gather together, some level 7 mutant beasts began to shift their attention. The giant scorpion and mantis in the east, the puma and centipede in the west, and the lobster with a red shell have all shifted their attention to them. Fuck! Seeing the situation on the LCD screen getting worse and worse, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse again. It was already very difficult for the 3 of them to deal with 5 level 7 mutant beasts. If Zhang Zhen had not been at the peak of level 7 and could provide strong support to Chun Wu and Han Feng from time to time, they might have already become delicacies in the stomachs of level 7 mutant beasts. If they were surrounded by giant scorpions, mantises, centipedes, and other level 7 mutant beasts, there would be no hope at all. Damn. I shouldn't have gone to the Magic City if I had known. Looking at the picture on the screen, Xiao Han felt a little regretful. If he hadn't gone to the Magic City, he should have been in Panama City by now. With the Thunder God's grip on his right hand, even if he was not the opponent of those mutant beasts, he could lead the three of them out of the encirclement. But now it's too late to say anything. Give the phone to General Xiao. At this moment, Shi Mingyuan's voice came from the receiver in He Danshua's hand. Before He Danshua could speak, Xiao Han took the receiver directly. Then, without any nonsense, he asked directly, "What did Nami say? Do they want to sacrifice our 3 generals of Yanhua?" "I have contacted them, and it is not certain yet," Shi Mingyuan said in a deep voice and continued. "According to Sorens, they also want to rescue the 3 generals. But the anaconda with the 8th level strength has cut off the connection between them. Even if they want to rescue, there is no way to rush over. In addition, there are as many as 10 7th level mutant beasts besieging Nami and the Western Alliance. They can't spare any hands. Fuck. Where are there 10 more?" Xiao Han cursed angrily and continued. I have just seen that the giant scorpion, mantis, centipede, jaguar, and lobster have been attracted by General Zhangzhen. There are definitely no more than 10 level 7 mutant beasts around Nosix and Shiming. "I know." Shi Mingyuan interrupted angrily and shouted coldly. "Of course I don't believe a word they say. I have also carefully analyzed the pictures taken by the satellite. There is indeed an anaconda more than 30 meters long between them, but if we really rescue them with all our strength, we can still save the 3 generals. But your behavior in Jing'an last time should have completely angered those guys. Fuck you. Why are you still arguing about this at this time?" Xiao Han cursed again and said with murderous intent. "If the 3 generals died in Panama, they would not have a good life either. Don't say such angry words now." Shi Mingyuan was not overwhelmed by anger. He suppressed the anger in his heart and continued in a cold voice. "At this time, I can't rely on others. The current situation of the 3 generals does not allow me to continue to argue with them. If you are asked to rush to Panama City within 5 minutes, are you 100% sure to save the 3 generals?" "Yes." Xiao Han said affirmatively after saying this. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't wait to ask loudly, "Do you have a way to get me to Panama within 5 minutes? Well, if necessary, I can even send you there within 2 minutes." Shi Mingyuan didn't directly say what the method was, and his voice was a little hesitant, but after hesitating for a few seconds he still said, "But I want to make sure whether you are really sure to rescue the 3 generals. They are very important to Yanhua, but you are more important than them. If things can't be done, you can only give up them reluctantly, but you can't have the slightest accident." #C1292 Decisive Battle at Amazon 6. Xiao Han completely ignored Shi Mingyuan's worry. After learning that there was a way to quickly send him to Panama City within 2 minutes, he hurriedly said, "Tell me what the method is. I can definitely rescue them." "Let's talk about this later." Shi Mingyuan did not waver at all, and continued in a deep voice. 2 level 8 mutant beasts have appeared over there. There are as many as 15 level 7 mutant beasts. Are you sure you can rescue the 3 generals? If you are trapped there with the 3 generals at that time, do you know what this means to Yanhua? "I know." Xiao Han understood Shi Mingyuan's worry. Before he appeared, Yanhua was already stretched thin, just defending the mutant beasts in Darim and Outer Xing'an Mountains. And because of the appearance of Perfect World, the situation has just improved a little. If you lose 3 generals in a row, it will be unbearable. If you lose a pharmacist like him who can provide a large amount of cultivation pills, it will be unbearable. What's more, Jing'an now has an 8th level frost dragon. As long as he is still alive, he can offset the power vacuum caused by the sacrifice of Generals Chun Wu, Han Feng, and Zhang Jin. So if he is not absolutely sure, Shi Mingyuan will definitely not say this. Method. Seeing Zhang Zhen blocking a fatal blow for Han Feng again on the LCD screen, Xiao Han knew that he couldn't continue like this, and immediately said, loudly, "Wait a moment, I'll show you something." As he said that, he picked up his mobile phone and took more than a dozen photos of the black skeleton in the cabin. Click, click. After sending the photo, he said, "This is what I got in the Magic City, an 8th level peak skeleton king. So don't hesitate anymore, we don't have much time." 8th level peak skeleton king? Shi Mingyuan whispered, and immediately said, "With such an aid, there is hope to rescue the 3 generals. But this thing is more than 1 meter tall even when lying down. How did you bring it to Panama? This is a dead creature, which can be stored in a space ring." Xiao Han hurriedly explained, "There is no time. Tell me what method you use." "Okay." Shi Mingyuan took a deep breath and said with some resignation, "I hope my decision this time will not cause irreversible consequences. Go to the right side of the wing now. There is a Dongfeng missile over there. The maximum flight speed can reach 30 Mach. As long as you don't fall off the missile in the middle of the flight, you can fly to Panama within 2 minutes." "Dongfeng missile?" Xiao Han said, a little confused, and at the same time he immediately reacted, and reached out to collect the skeleton on the ground that looked like a dead object. At the same time, his figure flashed and grabbed the level 7 white fox again, then raised his feet and ran quickly to the right side of the wing. With his limited knowledge reserve, he could also know that the speed of the missile was several times faster than that of the manned aircraft, because for fighter pilots they can generally only withstand an overload speed of 12 g at most. When the aerospace aircraft was first designed, mutant beasts and evolvers had not yet appeared, so it was designed according to the standards of manned cargo aircraft, and its maximum flight speed was only 4 Mach. But missiles are different because there is no need to consider overload, so they usually have a speed of more than 5 Mach. If the missiles of the 5 major gangsters on Blue Star were the most advanced, they could reach a speed of Mach 10 or even Mach 20. But Xiao Han never thought that this aerospace vehicle seized from the Western Alliance was equipped with a Dongfeng missile produced by Yanhua at some point. Its speed even reached a terrifying Mach 30. But at this moment, there was no time for him to worry about these. Although Zhang Zhen had the strength of the 7th level peak, he still had to protect Chen Wu and Han Feng, and the pressure was still very great. He had to rush over in the shortest time. He stuffed the white fox in his hand into the golden dragon god armor. Xiao Han, led by a soldier, came to the right side of the wing and also saw the white missile that was more than 15 meters long, and its diameter was about 1 meter. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, he couldn't help but whispered, "This is Bear. There is no place for me to use my strength. At a speed of 30 Mach, I will be blown down directly. This is a missile, not manned." Wang Cheng explained softly, and immediately said, "Now if we want to rescue the 3 generals, this is the only way." "Yes, this is the only way." Xiao Han looked at the missile in front of him, raised his hand and took out a steel cable and said in a deep voice, "Time is running out. Tie me to it. I'm worried that if I use force, I will accidentally crush this missile. If it explodes suddenly halfway, there will be no chance to start over, so try to tie me tighter." "Okay," Wang Cheng replied. Seeing that Xiao Han had already hugged the missile, he immediately took the steel cable and wrapped it around him. With the strength of a 3rd-level evolver, the steel cable as thick as a finger is like noodles. In just over 10 seconds, Xiao Han was tied tightly to the missile. Then he immediately said with a serious face, "General Xiao, are you ready? If you are, I will notify the captain to launch the missile." "Yes, I am ready," Xiao Han whispered back, and Wang Cheng immediately said, Dong Yao, ready, request to launch." Dong Yao received, countdown ready. 5, 4, 3, Xiao Han could clearly hear the countdown in Wang Cheng's headphones. Crack. At this moment, the steel plate under the wing suddenly opened, and the airflow in the wing was instantly drained. Fortunately, Wang Cheng had retreated to the cabin in time. Amid the whistling wind, the mechanical arm also grabbed the missile and quickly moved to the outside of the wing. Click, click. As the mechanical claw suddenly released, the missile, which was more than 15 meters long, also roared and smashed towards the blue planet below. C1293 Decisive Battle at Amazon 7. Panama. Blazing flames spurted out from all around the city walls, quickly killing the flying insects and beasts in the air. The charred corpses exuded a disgusting smell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, more than a dozen piercing screams swept across the sky above Panama City, pulling long-tail flames and whistling to the south. Boom, boom, boom. In just a few seconds, several deafening roars were heard. At the same time, more than a dozen shocking mushroom clouds rose into the sky, more than 10 kilometers away. At this time, the city gate was already in chaos. Fortunately, there were still some powerful evolvers who were barely maintaining order and did not let this retreat form a large-scale rout. Cry, chirp. But at this time, the mutant insects and birds in the sky, which had the advantage of speed, did not let go of the retreating team. Near the city gate, a black beetle with a body length of more than 2 meters flapped its wings as thin as a cicada's wing at a very fast speed. Boom! Then, like a high-speed locomotive, it fiercely crashed into a beastman with a pig's head and a human body, and the black horn on its head immediately pierced through the chest of the wild boar beastman. At the same time, the man and the beast rolled over and knocked down several evolvers holding long knives. Kill! At this time, 2 blonde and blue-eyed strong men immediately waved their long knives and chopped the black beetle heavily. With a crisp click, although the beetle's shell was extremely hard, it was instantly cut open, and a stream of green mucus spurted out from the wound. There was even a person who chopped off the beetle's head with a knife. Whoosh! But at this moment a green figure suddenly passed by him, and the figure who had just chopped off the beetle's head had no time to be happy, and his head disappeared. The other evolvers on the side didn't even have time to fight back. They could only watch the green mantis flying high into the sky with a blonde head. Cry. They didn't even have time to mourn for their dead companions before another shrill eagle cry sounded dozens of meters away. They were all startled and immediately raised their long swords to chop the insect beasts that kept falling from the sky. At the same time, they couldn't help but look in the direction of the eagle cry. There was a bison beast who had grabbed the eagle's wings with one hand and the eagle's head with the other hand, and then pulled it hard. Tear. The next second, the eagle with a wingspan of more than 2 meters was violently torn into 2 pieces. When several people saw this scene, they shouted excitedly, "Ah! It's Lord Carlo, he killed a level 4 mutant eagle." But then his face suddenly changed again, and then he shouted loudly with horror, "Oh no, that's a phantom butterfly?" Amid the exclamations of several people, a colorful butterfly flapped its wings and flew over the bison beast. Its wings just fluttered slightly a few times, and a piece of colorful scales and powder fell with it. Then, regardless of the bison beast covered with scales and powder, it flew straight to another level 4 beast in the distance. And the bison beast below, although he held his breath at the first time. But the fierce look on his face quickly disappeared in less than 2 seconds, and then he was replaced by a wretched expression, as if he was doing something unspeakable. Even from his mouth, there was an unbearable low moan. Click! But at this moment, a horn eagle suddenly appeared like lightning, and its claws, which looked like steel, also landed accurately on the head of the bison beast. One of the claws even penetrated deeply into the pupil of the bison beast. Ah! The severe pain finally made the bison beast wake up. But at this time it was obviously too late. The horn eagle's claws exerted force and crushed the entire skull. At the same time, a white liquid flowed out from between its fingers. Boom! Then a purple lightning suddenly fell, and the horn eagle's body suddenly stiffened, and its figure that was about to take off suddenly stopped. Then a red sword burning with flames immediately slashed through its neck. At this moment, death has become the main theme. Humans want to escape back to the city, but mutants want to stop them. When the contradiction cannot be reconciled, the dispute can only be resolved by force, so human evolvers are constantly killed. But at the same time, more mutant beasts died under human weapons. Roar! And from farther outside the city, angry roars continued to be heard. More than a dozen huge mutant beasts had completely surrounded all the level 7 evolvers of Nami, Shiming, and Yanhua. However, this encirclement was divided into 2 circles, east and west. The one in the east, although there were only 3 people, was fighting fiercely with 5 level 7 mutant beasts. Even the man who stepped on the metal pedal with his own strength beat several mutant beasts and made them dare not approach and could only attack the other 2 with all their strength. If this situation continues, even if it lasts for 10 minutes, there should be no problem. But near them, 5 level 7 mutant beasts slowly surrounded them. On the other side, there was a strange silence. An anaconda with a length of more than 30 meters just crossed the middle of the 2 encirclements, blocking the connection between the 2. At the same time, a strong man with a lion's head and a human body was also confronting the anaconda. But he didn't dare to do anything unruly, because in the other direction of the encirclement there was an 8-level octopus with 8 tentacles, staring at this side. In addition to the octopus, there was also a red ant, a 10-meter-long red deer, and colorful butterflies, jungle wolves, lynxes, and other 7-level mutant beasts nearby. As long as they made a slight move, they might immediately attract the attack of these 7-level mutant beasts. Among the surrounded people, Richard from the Western Alliance had a messy and incomplete steel wing behind him, and House, who was standing next to him, had several places on his stone skin, which had been corroded by an unknown red liquid, leaving several deep pits. Only Shaq was in a better condition, but his face looked very ugly. Seeing that there was an 8th-level mutant beast on both sides, and the situation of Han Feng, Chan Wu, and Zhang Zhen who came from Yanhua to support him was getting more and more dangerous, his worry became more and more intense. Ouch! At this time, the jungle wolf in the south let out a low roar, as if to break the silence. Shaq's face darkened, and he walked to the lion-headed human body of Zunette, and said in a deep voice, "General, what should we do now? The situation of Generals Chun Wu, Han Feng, and Zhang Zhen is not good. If we continue to stalemate like this, they can't hold on for too long." C1294 Decisive Battle at Amazon 8. If they can't hold on, then let them die. Richard stared at the lynx in front of him. A look of fear flashed in his eyes, and at the same time continued with an ugly expression. Panama City will definitely not be able to defend until Xiao Han and the dragon come over. Since the outcome has been determined, let them use their remaining heat. If those 10 level 7 mutant beasts are contained, our breakout will be easier. Isn't this good? Seeing that several people around him had such thoughts, Shaq's face darkened and he quickly said, "That guy Xiao Han is not easy to talk to. Rua Yanhua's 3 generals really all died here. With that guy's vengeful character, he will definitely get angry. Maybe he will bring that frost dragon to Nassix. Humph, what can we do if we come?" Shonoite looked at the anaconda in front of him cautiously, and said with an unhappy face, "When we contacted Yanhua, we asked them to bring the dragon. Now that Chun Wu, Han Feng, and Zhang Zhen have fallen to this point, they all have themselves to blame. If that dragon was here now, even if we lost to these mutated beasts, we wouldn't be in this situation now." "Hey, don't talk about this now." Shaq sighed helplessly and continued, Yanhua has already said that Xiao Han will come too. It's just that he still has some things to deal with and will be late for an hour or two. If he gets here and finds that the 3 generals from Kyoto are dead, how can we bear his wrath? Humph. There's nothing to be afraid of. Richard snorted coldly and said with disdain, "Isn't that dragon still staying in Jingen? Xiao Han is indeed very strong, but without that dragon, how strong would he be? If it hadn't been for the paralyzing purple thunder and lightning last time, I could have easily defeated it by myself. But the problem is, he has that kind of thunder and lightning," Shaq said in a deep voice and continued with a solemn expression. "As long as he comes, here we have the possibility to completely kill the 7th level mutant beast. And as long as 4 or 5 of them are killed, Panama City may be able to defend it. So even if we have great grievances in the past, when facing these mutated beasts that kill without blinking an eye, shouldn't we put aside these grievances temporarily? Yanhua has a saying that is very good. Those who are not from my race will have different hearts. In front of these mutant beasts, Yanhua and we are both human beings after all." "Yeah, they're all human," Shonite said in a deep voice. While looking through the anaconda's obstruction, he saw 2 figures flying in the sky. Han Feng, who can control wind energy, is no match for the goshawk and macaw. Fortunately, he was self-aware and kept dodging the attacks of the 2 level 7 mutant beasts without any thought of counterattack. With his quick speed, he could barely save his life. But the other Chenwu, who had just broken through to level 7, was in a very bad situation. The jaguar's speed was more than a step ahead of him. If it weren't for the leather armor on his body and the black giant sword that supported him from time to time, he might have been killed long ago. But at this time, as the weakest among the 3, his situation became worse and worse. The golden-horned beetle that was attacking Zhongjin had also flown towards him, and the giant swamp crocodile was struggling desperately. This made Zhongjin, who was at the peak of the 7th level, change his expression. While roaring angrily, 2 black metal giant swords flew towards the golden beetle. "Leave me alone." At this time, a roar came from the distance. "Hurry up and break out of the encirclement. You must come back alive. The 3 of us can't all die here, otherwise the northern defense line won't be able to hold it. No, you must persist." Zhang Zhen roared angrily, his eyes flashed with cold light, and at the same time he waved the fingers of his right arm fiercely. "Call out! Call out!" The next second, the 2 giant swords chasing the golden beetle suddenly let out a piercing whistle, breaking the speed of sound in an instant. They even left 2 sonic boom clouds in their path. It was almost just a flicker and he was already catching up. Then there were 2 crisp sounds of dang-dang, and the black giant sword, carrying huge force, hit the golden beetle hard. Click, click. Even though the golden beetle's defense was extremely abnormal, 2 black giant swords still penetrated its body. Then the 2 giant swords violently stirred inside his body. Ha! Piercing scream followed. Even after suffering such a fatal injury, the golden beetle still did not give up and continued to gallop towards Chenwu. For the insect beast, even if its head is chopped off, it will not die immediately. Therefore, even if its internal organs have been completely smashed, its combat effectiveness has not been reduced at all, and it has even become crazier. Hold! Seeing this situation, a look of anxiety flashed across Zhongjin's face, and then he clenched his open fingers fiercely, and then suddenly opened them again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, bursts of sound like an electric drill immediately came from the golden beetle's body. In less than half a second, the black drill drilled out of its body. At the same time, the wings, joints, and a pair of 1-meter-long golden claws on the golden beetle also fell from its body. Crunch! But at this moment, the giant swamp crocodile had already flown to Zhang Zhan's side, opened its bloody mouth and bit him. And Zhang Zhan seemed to have been prepared for the crocodile's sneak attack. he just stretched out his hand and waved it forward, and hundreds of tons of steel appeared out of thin air around him, instantly wrapping him up completely, and the giant swamp crocodile bit on it with its bloody mouth, and immediately, there was a sharp grinding sound. Seeing this scene, Zunette's eyes flashed with admiration, and then whispered, "Such a warrior, even if he is not from Nassix, cannot be sacrificed here. There are too few level 7 evolvers in the human race, and I can't let them become victims of political struggles. That madman Sorens has been blinded by hatred. If the beast tide from Amazon cannot be stopped, Nassix will disappear directly from the blue planet. Let his damn plan go to hell." Speaking of this, Zunette also took a step forward and faced the anaconda in front of him, but when he looked at the figure in the sky in the distance, his face suddenly changed. #C1295 Decisive Battle at Amazon 9. Forcibly saving Chen Wu also put Zhang Zhen in danger. Fortunately, he did not act hastily, because he had the ability to control metal, and the hundreds of tons of steel thrown out by him instantly protected him. Even if the bite force of the swamp giant crocodile exceeded 1,000 tons, could not cause any damage to it. But at the moment the golden beetle was attacked, the level 7 goshawk and the level 7 macaw also exploded instantly. Han Feng's strength is actually not weak, and even the leather armor he wears is an extremely rare spiritual weapon equipment. If he only deals with one of them alone, he may still have a slight advantage. But 2 level 7 flying mutant beasts besieged together, even if he controls the energy of wind attribute, he is not their opponent. He dodged the attack of the macaw, but the goshawk's claws like steel had already appeared above his head. At this time it was too late to dodge. At the same time, the mantis and giant scorpion farther away also flew towards him together. "Be careful." From a distance of 100 meters, Zunette couldn't help but shout loudly, and then immediately stepped forward, holding the yellow sword in his hand, and fiercely chopped at the 8th level anaconda that was blocking the way. Hiss! At this time, the 30-meter-long anaconda had no intention of retreating. While its head was slightly shaking, its tail full of scales also slashed over. Bang! With a bang, the yellow sword chopped fiercely on the snake's tail. But Zunette was like an uncontrolled cannonball, flying towards the octopus at a high speed. The overwhelming power on the snake's tail was not something he could resist, even if he also had the strength of the 8th level. Save people. However, while being slapped away, Zunette also shouted loudly in the air, "The 3 generals of Yanhua cannot die, otherwise Panama City will be finished." As he said, he forcibly stopped his retreating figure in the air and rushed towards the anaconda again. Although the male lion beast has no ability to fly after breaking through the 7th level, there is no such restriction. It's just that the flying speed will be several times slower than the mutant beasts that already have the ability to fly. At this time, seeing that Han Feng has no way to escape and seems to be dying under the claws of the goshawk in the next second, a flash of anxiety flashed in his eyes. The death of every 7th level evolver is an unbearable loss for humans. 17 7th level mutant beasts rushed out of the Amazon alone. And according to the situation of the previous battles, this may not be all. If the Sahara and the North and South Poles are added, the number of 7th level mutant beasts is at least more than 3 digits. But humans have not exceeded 50 so far. If Panama is lost, Nassix will be completely finished. Perhaps before the mutant beasts ravage North America, tens of thousands of people can escape through aerospace vehicles. But ordinary people living in this land are not so lucky. They will all become food for mutant beasts. Thinking of this result, Zunette hurriedly shouted, "Richard, no matter what you think of Yanhua, you must go over and help me now. The beast tide in the Sahara is more terrifying than the Amazon. If you don't want to face the threat of mutant beasts one day in the future, without anyone to support you, do it now." Yang! As he was talking, there was a loud bang in the sky in the distance, and then A figure hiding behind a golden shield fell to the ground at a high speed. When Zunet saw this scene, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but whisper to himself, "This guy has a lot of good stuff in his hands." But Felix has already gone to the abyss, so I guess the harvest should be considerable. If we can get a pet manifestation talisman above the legendary level, we can manifest a fire dragon, and maybe this crisis can be resolved directly. But now, let's rescue those three guys first. Seeing the hawk, mantis, giant scorpion, and macaw chasing Han Feng in the sky. In the distance, Richard behind him was still entangled with the butterfly. Schneider's face suddenly darkened, and he shouted angrily, "What the hell are you still standing there for? Do you really want to watch them die? Humph, is it not possible?" Richard said with hatred, and said with a murderous look on his face. "They have destroyed Her Majesty Alicia. You are dreaming if you want me to save them. Fuck you." Schneider cursed angrily, but his face was full of helplessness. At this time, Shaq, a fire-type evolver, relied on the power of the elemental body, and together with the 7th-level peak thunder-type monad, barely entangled the 8th-level octopus. House, who was not very agile, also faced the fire ant again. And the 7th-level werewolf Farer faced the 7th-level jungle wolf, and Blevins entangled the red deer and lynx alone. So now no one can spare a hand to help Chen Wu and Han Feng, who are more than 100 meters away. Faced with this situation, even if Zunet wanted to rescue, he had no way to do it. While avoiding the snake's tail attack, he could only helplessly watch the 4 level 7 mutants rushing towards Han Feng. Boom! Suddenly, a purple lightning fell from the sky and accurately hit the lynx next to Blevins. But this lightning did not produce a paralyzing effect. Even though Blevins burst out instantly, he was unable to connect the attack, allowing the lynx to dodge and escape more than 10 meters away. Monad released his elemental body and flew towards Han Feng, shouting, "Since Richard doesn't want to go, I'll go. I hope Xiao Han can come quickly. Otherwise, even if we want to save him, these mutants won't agree." "Okay." Zunet nodded solemnly and then said worriedly, "But can one person on Shaq's side restrain the octopus?" "I think so," Monad said uncertainly, and continued in a deep voice, "His attributes are just right to restrain the octopus. And even if he can't restrain it, his life won't be in danger. Although it's difficult to break free once he's entangled by the octopus tentacles, it doesn't work on his elemental body. That's best." Zunet slashed at the anaconda with a knife, and even though he was knocked away again, he still said in a deep voice, "Then you should be careful. There are too many mutants over there." "Yeah, I know." Monad glanced at Richard with some dissatisfaction, but it was hard to say much. Because he was an evolver from the Western Alliance, there were not many who could come to support him, so he couldn't ask for anything more. "I hope Xiao Han can come quickly." After saying this in a low voice, Monad no longer hesitated and flew towards
Han Feng at full speed.
Even though there were as many as 10 level 7 mutant beasts over there, he didn't hesitate at all. #C1296 Decisive Battle at Amazon 10. Boom! As a purple lightning bolt fell from the sky, the body of the mantis that was hit suddenly stiffened, and Han Feng also narrowly escaped from the front foot. That was like a sickle. Monad, who was 100 meters away, saw the paralysis effect triggered, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. At this time, even if Han Feng had the opportunity to cause fatal damage to the mantis, he did not dare to do it. Because as long as he paused for a moment, the hawk and macaw that were chasing him would take his life. At the same time, the giant scorpion was flying towards him. If it were not for the wind attribute energy that gave him extreme speed, he might have lost his life long ago. Crunch! With a sharp grinding sound, Monad raised his hand and released another lightning bolt, and at the same time he had already looked at the swamp giant crocodile. Then his eyes lit up, and he whispered to himself, Han Feng and Chun Wu, I can't count on them now. It's good that they can save their lives under the pursuit of mutant beasts. But Zhang Zhen is different from them. The moment the lightning hits the target, once the paralysis effect occurs, he may completely kill the paralyzed mutant beast. Crack. Crunch. Hearing the sound in his ear, Monad turned his eyes and looked at the golden beetle on the ground. Even if it is not completely dead now, it has lost its wings and limbs, and it has no fighting power at all. Death is only a matter of time. And such a level 7 mutant beast can be killed by Zhang Zhen alone. Now, we should rescue him first. Thinking so in his heart, seeing that the swamp crocodile still had no intention of letting go, Monad's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light even though he was 100 meters away, and then he stretched out his hand and pointed over there. Boom! The next second, a purple lightning bolt landed accurately on the head of the swamp crocodile. But the paralysis effect did not appear, so the swamp crocodile did not let go. You want to eat me alive, you are not worthy. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the iron ball that the swamp crocodile was biting, and then shouted angrily, Die! Die for me! As he spoke, a red giant sword suddenly flew out of the black iron ball. Then, with a flash, it flew into its stomach along the throat of the swamp crocodile. Ouch! The next second, a painful roar also came from the mouth of the swamp crocodile, and then he opened his mouth and spit out the iron ball. But the giant sword that had already drilled into the body could not be spit. Instead, mouthfuls of scarlet blood kept spurting out of its mouth, even mixed with some broken internal organs. Fuck! It can be like this. Monad's eyes glared fiercely, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He couldn't imagine that a level 7 mutant beast was killed so easily right under his nose. You should know that even with the strength of level 8, Zunet has not been able to kill even a level 7 mutant beast so far. And just now, even though they were surrounded by 12 level 7 mutant beasts, and even 2 of them were extremely rare level 8 mutant beasts, Nami and Shiming did not suffer any casualties. Because once they break through to level 7, their combat power and vitality are extremely strong. If they are not in an absolute disadvantage, they are almost unkillable. Are all the guys from Yanhua so perverted? Whispering softly, Monad thought about the red giant sword that appeared before and couldn't help but whispered. That equipment should at least be a treasure. But it's good this way. With a treasure-level weapon you can easily break the defense of the mutant beast. While thinking excitedly in his heart, he also saw from the corner of his eye that Chun Wu was about to be caught up by the jaguar, and quickly stretched out his hand and pointed over there. Boom! As the lightning fell, the jaguar's body suddenly stiffened. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, a piercing scream suddenly sounded, and then a black giant sword instantly left a sonic boom cloud on the spot. The jaguar, paralyzed by lightning, could not even make any evasive movements, and the black giant sword had already pierced its body, leaving a blood hole as big as a bowl on its chest. Fuck! Killed another one. Although it was known that Zhang Zhen, who was at the peak of level 7, was not to be underestimated, it was still unexpected that his grasp of opportunities was so accurate. More importantly, the defense of the mutant beast was extremely abnormal. It might not be difficult to defeat it, but it was not so easy to cause fatal damage to it. However, since weapons can be materialized in the game, the situation has changed a little. But to break the defense of the level 7 mutant beast so easily, it must be at least a treasure-level equipment. Seeing the black giant sword stained with blood, Monad's eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. This seems to be good for him. After all, he also contributed to the killing of the level 7 mutant beast. He would have a chance to share some of the flesh and blood and the beast core. Thinking of this, he became even more excited, and then raised his hand and pointed at the mantis next to Han Feng. Boom! As the purple thunder fell again, another black giant sword whistled and shot straight at the level 7 mantis. Gah! But this time, the paralysis effect did not appear, so the black giant sword failed to hit the mantis. Monad was not surprised by this result, because his lightning had a low probability of paralyzing insect beasts, especially level 7 insect beasts, which might not appear once in 10 times. But it didn't matter. Since 10 times didn't work, let's do it 100 times. Zhang Zhen, it would be better if he was a Na-6 evolver. Whispering, Monad saw that the giant scorpion, mantis, hawk, and macaw gave up chasing Han Feng and flew towards him instead. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he slowly opened his arms and shouted to the 4 level 7 flying mutant beasts flying at high speed, with expectation on his face. Let the storm come. More violently. Thunder from the sky. With an angry roar, the area of 200 meters instantly turned into a thunder area. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and the 4 level 7 mutant beasts flying towards him plunged into the thunder area, and then their bodies immediately became stiff. Bang! 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 At this time, 3 black giant swords and 1 red giant sword immediately left 4 sonic boom clouds on the spot. Then, in a flash, they rushed into the thunder area. Puff! 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 The next second, the bodies of the 4 level 7 mutant beasts were instantly pierced, and red blood and green mucus also fell from the sky. 100 meters away, Richard, who was fighting with the butterfly, was stunned for a moment and couldn't help groaning, "How is this possible?" #C1297 Decisive Battle at Amazon 11. In just the blink of an eye, 6 of the 10 level 7 mutant beasts were killed. No one expected that the cooperation of 2 7th level peak evolvers would produce such terrifying combat power. Richard was not the only one who was shocked by this scene. House, Farrar, and even Schnett, who had just been knocked away by the anaconda, couldn't help but widen their eyes. And Blevins was even bitten on the thigh by a lynx because of his momentary loss of concentration. Fortunately, as a 7th level evolver, he is also an extremely rare muscle evolver, and his defense is also extremely abnormal. Even though the lynx's instant bite force exceeded 1,000 pounds, it only broke the surface of the skin and did not cause much damage to the muscles and bones. "Whore, you're looking for death." The moment he was bitten, Blevins reacted instantly and slashed at the lynx with the long knife in his hand. Meow! A deep roar also sounded instantly, and at the same time the lynx released the prey in its mouth without any hesitation. He just dodged and jumped to a place more than 10 meters away. At the same time, red deer, fire ants, butterflies, and other mutant beasts that were entangled with other evolvers all immediately ran away. Even the octopus and anaconda turned their attention to Zhang Zhen and Monad. Without the entanglement of the mutant beasts, House, Farrar, Richard, Blevins, and others quickly retreated and gathered together again. Shaq, who had been released from the elemental body state, even shouted in amazement. 6 level 7 mutant beasts were killed like this? Not 6. Farrar pointed at the golden beetle 100 meters away and said in a deep voice, "Including that one, we killed 7 in total." "I'm not dazzled," House said with disbelief as he looked at the mantis, goshawk, and giant scorpion that were still struggling on the ground. Then he looked at the tomahawk in his hand and said with a confused face, "I just chopped down more than a dozen fire ants with my axe. But there wasn't even a white mark on its carapace." "Yes," Farrar said something with emotion, and then immediately added, "I also chopped the jungle wolf several times, but I only cut off a few wolf hairs." "What kind of weapons are those 3 black giant swords?" "Spiritual weapon. At least it should be a spiritual weapon," Shaq said, uncertainly, and then immediately added, "The long knife in General Shonnett's hand is a spiritual weapon-level weapon. But even such a weapon cannot break through the defense of the 7th level mutant beast. It's just that General Zhen is too extravagant. One person actually uses 4 Weapons above the level of spiritual weapons. Is it possible that there are so many spiritual weapon level manifestation? Talismans in Yanhua. The voices of envy and hatred rang in the ears of House, Farrar, Richard, and Blevins, and everyone had a hint of speechlessness on their faces. This kind of wasteful behavior is beyond their comprehension. At this time, I can finally understand why Monad and Zhongjin broke out with such terrifying combat power after they cooperated. Skunat's eyes flashed, and he whispered to himself, "When Felix comes back from the abyss, we should also have a spiritual weapon level item to manifest. The talisman, and by that time, it won't be as difficult as it is now to kill the 7th level mutant beast." "Yes." Shaq nodded in agreement and said with expectation, "As soon as Felix comes back from the abyss, we will have the ability to completely kill the 7th level mutant beast." "Back from the abyss?" Richard said, something puzzled, and then immediately asked with disbelief. "Felix went to the abyss. How is this possible? There are as many emperors as dogs there, and they are everywhere. Even though Felix has 100 times his health, his defense and attack are not high. Even if you go to the abyss, you may not even be able to kill an emperor level boss." "Humph. There's no need to explain it to you." Schnatter snorted and continued, with a look of displeasure on his face. "You should continue to play with that butterfly." Then he looked at the people around him and said in a deep voice, "The 7th level mutant beasts have retreated. Let's go join them." Since the cooperation between Zhongjin and Monad can unleash such terrifying power, there is no need to flee back to the city. Simply taking advantage of the trend and killing a few more will also reduce the pressure on Panama City. This is only the first day of defending the city, and 17 level 7 mutant beasts have appeared. Who knows how many more level 7 mutant beasts will appear if we continue to defend the city. Shaq, House, Farrar, Blevins and others nodded quickly and said in unison, "Then let's go there quickly." Only Richard's face was very ugly, and he looked towards Zhongjin and Monad with hatred, but at this moment, the two figures suspended in the sky were shaking uncontrollably as if they were drunk. Even though their movements were not that obvious and they adjusted quickly, Richard still noticed it and couldn't help but secretly thought, "Is it possible that they are all exhausted?" There are actually some differences between lycanthropes and evolvers. The power of the former comes from the body, so their continuous fighting time will be very long. Even if they fight for a day or two, they will not be exhausted. But the evolvers are different. They can burst out all the energy in their bodies in a very short time. And now Zhongjin and Monad should be in this situation. Although they killed 4 level 7 mutants in an instant, the energy in their bodies was also drained in an instant. Roar. Suddenly a roar sounded from the mouth of the jungle wolf. Then the retreating red deer, lynx, anaconda, octopus and other level 7 and level 8 mutants all stopped leaving. Obviously at this time they also discovered it. Quack. Almost at the same time, a frog croaked suddenly from the Panama Canal, and then the sky over there became completely dark. The huge waves rose into the sky, and at the same time a whale with a length of more than 100 meters was cruising in the huge waves. Beside it, you can also see black sharks, blue-gray sailfish, olive swordfish, and crabs holding a pair of crab claws and flying towards this side with their teeth and claws bared. With just a cursory glance, they found no less than 10 level 7 mutant beasts. F***CK. Is this thing going to let people live? Looking at the whale that was over 100 meters long, desperate voices rang out among the crowd, and the excitement of just killing 4 level 7 mutant beasts in an instant also disappeared without a trace. #C1298 Decisive Battle at Amazon. 12. The huge waves rose from the Panama Canal, almost covering half of the sky. The various sea beasts swimming in the waves, even though they were more than 10 kilometers away, made all the evolvers in front of the city gate show a touch of despair in their eyes. It's over, we can't escape now. Why is this happening? Why are the sea beasts also coming ashore? Is this nature's revenge? A whale that is 100 meters long, it can't be a level 9 mutant beast. I thought that after killing a few level 7 mutant beasts, Panama City could finally be defended. But what's going on now? Ha! I just experienced the joy of victory, but I was instantly beaten back to hell. The huge waves that suddenly rose into the sky and the sea beasts swimming in. The huge waves instantly defeated the minds of tens of thousands of evolvers. They couldn't imagine what the scene would be like when the waves appeared outside Panama City. Compared with the mutant beasts in the Amazon, the number is as high as trillions. But most of them are just ordinary flying insects the size of a fist. Perhaps compared to 10 years ago, these flying insects are indeed stronger, but they can still be killed easily. So even if there are more of them, people will not feel despair. But now, each of the sea beasts in the waves is more than 100 centimeters long, and they are at least level 1 mutants. Looking over there, the waves rising into the sky more than 10 kilometers away not only have no edge on the east and west sides, but even the height is more than 400 or 500 meters. And how many sea beasts are hidden in them is self-evident. This made everyone's emotions collapse instantly, and they shouted without thinking, "Oh my God! Is this Satan coming? Ha ha ha, this damn world, not only there are mutant beasts but even sea beasts have come ashore. God has abandoned us. You damn pseudo-believer, you are not allowed to slander the Almighty God like this. Ah, Almighty Lord, the devout believers pray to you, please open your eyes and look at this world that is about to be broken." When the danger really comes, the first reaction of Westerners is to ask God for help, even the Noah's Ark that only exists in the legend. But at this time, no matter how they shouted, God did not give them any response. As for the legendary Noah's Ark, it is even more impossible to appear. Crash. At this time, even though the waves are more than 10 kilometers away from Panama City, the sound of the waves that suppress everything in the distance has been heard from afar. Even the airflow is beaten by the waves, like a 12-level gale sweeping towards this side. Everyone also knew that when the waves reached this side, their lives would also come to an end. Even if the evolvers with the ability to fly could avoid the direct attack of the waves, the countless flying insects and mutant beasts in the sky would tear them into pieces in an instant. Outside the city, seeing the waves surging, Farrar, House, Blevins and others had completely turned ugly, and Zunette, who was at the front of the crowd, said with despair, "It's over, it's completely over this time. That whale should be a level 9 sea beast. Why are you still talking about this now?" Richard slapped the steel wings behind him and said anxiously, "Panama City will definitely not be able to be defended. Let's run away quickly. Even if North America is completely occupied by mutant beasts, you can go to Europe. What we have to do now is to preserve our living forces so that we can have the ability to counterattack this continent in the future." "Counterattack?" Farrar whispered, looking at the mutant beasts in the waves. His face full of, he said with a wry smile, "With our strength, can we still counterattack?" "Yes." Feeling the despair of several comrades around him, Zunette immediately suppressed the negative emotions in his heart and said in a deep voice, "This land under our feet is ours. So in the future, we will definitely be able to take it back. Besides, don't forget that we still have Felix and Perfect World. As long as we never give up, we will be able to fight back one day. Yes, we will be able to fight back one day," Shaq repeated in a low voice, and then his eyes became firm again. "Roar." At this moment, the puma in the distance suddenly roared, and then took the lead and rushed back. Not good. Seeing that all the mutant beasts, even the anaconda and the octopus, rushed towards Zhang Zhen and Monad together. Shaq exclaimed and shouted loudly, "Quick, go and save people." But as soon as his voice rose, Zunette had already shot out. Even Richard, who had a problem with Yanhua, temporarily put aside his resentment. He flapped his wings and flew towards Monad at a faster speed than Zunette. At this time, Monad, who had been barely floating in the air, saw that he could no longer deceive the mutants, and a helpless look flashed across his face. Then his body shook, and he could no longer maintain his ability to float in the air and fell straight to the ground. However, at this time, a gust of wind suddenly blew around him, preventing him from falling to the ground, and a figure wearing leather armor had already flown to his side. Then he stretched out his hand, holding a pill, and said in a hurry, "Quick, eat this. You should be able to recover soon." "What is this?" Looking at what Han Feng handed over, Monad's eyes suddenly lit up. While reaching out to take it, he couldn't help asking, "What kind of pill is this? And what does it do?" While speaking, he also looked at Zhang Zhen. The figure who was almost unable to maintain flight like him before has now regained his combat effectiveness and even flew towards the butterfly alone. This made Monad's eyes glare, and he immediately threw the pill in his hand into his mouth without any hesitation. At this time, Han Feng's voice also drilled into his ears. "This is the Earth Spirit Pill, a pill that can quickly restore energy. I have another bottle here, you can take it all. Panama City is definitely not going to be able to be defended, but before we leave, can we kill the butterfly, lynx, jungle wolf, and mountain lion?" #C1299 The Decisive Battle in Panama. 13. Abyss, First Level. The rich demonic energy filled the entire space, making the visibility here extremely low. Only the scattered fluorescent grass gave this underground world a little light. Yo! Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded in the underground space. Then, in the glimmer of light emitted by the fluorescent grass, there was a round creature that looked like an eyeball running away crazily into the distance. It seemed like there was some terrifying creature behind it. "Call out." At this moment, a harsh whistle suddenly came from the air, and then a black light blade with a length of more than 100 meters came from the sky 1,000 meters away. Then there was just a flash, and the black light blade passed by the black eyeball. Poof! And the next second, the eyeballs that were running away like crazy were instantly cut in half by the light blade. Not only did 2 pieces of equipment burst out on the ground, but there were also 2 pieces of paper glowing with precious light that were slowly floating to the ground. "Oh, is this the Emperor-level squinting tyrant?" At this time, a sneer sounded in the dark underground space, and then a figure in cloth just flickered and landed next to the body of the squinting tyrant. He bent down to pick up the piece of paper on the ground, and said in a low voice with a happy face, "Hey, the manifestation talisman of the fairy level item can also manifest the 190 level tyrant's warblade. It's a pity that I didn't explode the pet manifestation talisman. Otherwise I could have manifested a giant dragon. I don't know how the war situation in Panama City is going now. With my strength, even if I go out now, I won't be able to help much. It's better to stay in this abyss and continue to hunt the abyss demons." Saying this, Felix also picked up all the equipment and manifestation talismans that fell on the ground. As for the thousands of shining gold coins, he didn't even look at them. Instead, he stretched out his hand and lightly swiped forward, and several light blades less than half a meter flew out from his fingertips, shattering the body of the squinting tyrant into pieces. At this time, a round white crystal also rolled out of the corpse. "Oh, this is also a good thing," Felix chuckled, then reached out and grabbed the white crystal out of the broken corpse, but his expression suddenly changed. A black demonic energy suddenly burst out from the broken corpses on the ground. Then there was just a flash, and Felix didn't even have time to react before the gas penetrated into his body. This sudden change instantly froze him in place. But in just 2 seconds, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face, and at the same time he whispered in confusion, "What on earth is this black demonic energy? Why is there suddenly so much inexplicable information in my mind? And what is this demon weapon? There is a specific method for making it, and the materials required are very common. It seems like it can be made in reality. Could this information have something to do with that black helmet?" This idea suddenly popped up in his mind, and Felix immediately felt that the possibility was really high, and then a look of thinking flashed across his face. Then he no longer hesitated and immediately chose to log off. At the same time, there were 2 figures outside Panama City, rushing towards the jungle wolf, jaguar, anaconda and octopus flying over at high speed. The 2 sides were still supporting each other 100 meters apart. Monad, who had regained some energy, raised his hand and pointed in that direction. Boom! Then there was a purple thunder and lightning, which accurately hit the colorful butterfly, although a black giant sword flew towards the butterfly immediately. The expected paralysis effect did not appear. The butterfly's wings just flapped slightly to avoid the giant sword's attack. Then instead of advancing, he retreated and ran away crazily into the distance. At this time, a low neighing sound sounded, causing the butterfly that was fleeing in the distance to pause, then turned around and flew towards House, Farrar and Blevins. The other mutant beasts that were flying over also had a look of fear in their eyes. Now that they had clear guidance, they all flew in another direction, far away from Zhangzhen and Monad. But the anaconda and the octopus did not flinch at all. Gua! At this moment, a loud frog croaking came from the south again, and then in the waves that covered half of the sky, several figures suddenly began to accelerate. Hey, no chance! Seeing the anaconda and octopus flying towards him, Zhangzhen sighed with pity, and then immediately said, "Retreat, we can't kill those 2 big guys. The speed of the swordfish and swordfish is no slower than that of the goshawk. If we continue to be entangled like this, we might be surrounded again. Then, it won't be that easy to fight out." "Yes, I understand," Monad replied in a low voice, and then said in a deep voice, "Panama City must not be able to be defended. Preserving our vitality is the most important thing now. But we still need to go over to Shack House and General Shawnet to provide support. Then hurry up and get there." Looking at the butterflies, jungle wolves, jaguars and other 7th-level mutant beasts flying to the other side, Zhang Jin didn't say anything nonsense. Stepping on a long red sword, he galloped towards that direction. On the other side of the city wall, because of the frog croaking in the south, all the flying insects and mutant birds have begun to fly high into the sky. Apparently, they are also very afraid of the huge waves that are surging towards Panama City. But the tens of thousands of evolvers gathered under the city wall, even though the flying insects and mutant birds have all retreated, did not flee into the city. Instead, they looked to the south with despair on their faces. "Hey, what is that?" But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded, and then pointed to the sky above the huge waves and shouted loudly, "That long tail flame looks like a missile. But this is not right. How can our missiles fly from that direction?" #C1300 The decisive battle in the Amazon, 14. The missile that suddenly appeared was not only seen by the evolvers in front of the city gate but also by Shack, House, and Schneider. But everyone knew clearly that this was not a missile launched from Panama City, because its speed was at least Mach 20. They had just seen that the missile with a long tail flame was less than 10,000 meters away from the huge waves, and the direction it was flying in was actually the figure that was more than 100 meters long. Moo! The sound like a bull's roar came from more than 10 kilometers away, and Shack, Faller, and Blevins also saw it. The whale's tail fins slapped down violently, and then the flippers on both sides also slapped down, causing its body to rise 100 meters in height in an instant. What a pity. Seeing this scene, Schneider said in a low voice with a bitter face. Judging from the trajectory, no matter how fast the missile was, it would not be able to hit the whale. Fuck, what's going on? But a cry suddenly sounded in his ears, and Schneider couldn't help but widen his eyes suddenly, his blue pupils full of disbelief, because in the sky, the missile with a long tail flame suddenly began to change its trajectory. But the speed of the missile was at least Mach 20. Although the distance of 10,000 meters seemed far, it actually took less than a second for the missile. But now, the missile that was about to pass under the whale suddenly climbed up, and almost at a right angle of 90 degrees it directly hit the whale that was more than 100 meters long. How is this possible? Looking at such an incredible scene, Schneider couldn't help but rubbed his eyes hard, and immediately looked over there again. Boom! A mushroom cloud suddenly rose into the sky from more than 10 kilometers away. Schneider looked at Farrar, House, and Richard around him in a daze and said,
Un confidential. Mi desalt.
Okay. I don't think so. Shaq stuttered back and said in disbelief. We all saw that there was an atomic bomb explosion over there. But at that speed, how could the missile change its trajectory at a right angle of 90 degrees? Yeah, why is that? At this moment, everyone had this doubt in their hearts. They all looked at the place where the mushroom cloud rose in a daze, their eyes full of confusion, because even a car cannot make a direct turn when the speed reaches 100 kilometers per hour, and the speed of the missile just now is already above Mach 20. Theoretically, this is impossible. Boom! 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 Just when everyone was confused, dozens of deafening explosions came from the distance, and the mushroom cloud that rose up also became a piece in the sky. Fuck! 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 Amid a series of roars, the huge waves that were 400 or 500 meters high suddenly collapsed. Outside Panama City, Shaq, House, and Schneider and others who were watching this scene could only use these two words to describe their feelings at this time. Richard even trembled and stretched out his finger, pointing at the mushroom cloud in the distance, and stammered, What kind of missile is that? This is... Actually, it's loaded with 30 or 40 warheads at once. Well, it doesn't seem to be a warhead, Blevins said hesitantly, and after a moment of hesitation, he said again, the power of the warhead should not be so great. Just looking at the height of the mushroom cloud, we know that the equivalent of these nuclear bombs is not small. According to you? House paused and asked solemnly, could it be that those nuclear bombs are all large-yield nuclear bombs that have not been castrated? I don't know whether they have been castrated or not. Blevins shook his head slightly and continued, but the power of those nuclear bombs, if they are just warheads, it is definitely impossible to cause this effect. Fuck! There are people over there. As he was talking, House suddenly pointed his finger and shouted in disbelief. At this time, everyone saw that a figure was rolling over in the shock wave of the nuclear explosion, but it suddenly disappeared in the process of flying. But the next second, it appeared without any sign. The distance between the two sides has been shortened from more than 10 kilometers to less than 100 meters in an instant. At the same time, a giant ape covered in black also rolled over. Bang! With a dull collision sound, Richard, who was hit, immediately leaned back and flew back holding the giant ape. Fuck, it's Xiao Han. Then there were exclamations of surprise, and Shaq was even more confused and shouted, How is this possible? How could Xiao Han come here at this time? Why not? Blevins asked doubtfully, and then immediately said, Is there anything wrong with Xiao Han coming here at this time? It's not bad, you misunderstood. Seeing that everyone looked at him with question marks on their faces, Shaq hurriedly explained, Before this wave of beasts attacked the city, I checked the GPS positioning system. The aerospace vehicle that Xiao Han was riding was also photographed by the satellite. At that time, he was still 12,000 kilometers away. It has only been less than 10 minutes. How could he appear here? The maximum speed of that aerospace vehicle is only Mach 4. This doesn't make sense logically. Boom! No one could answer Shaq's doubts, and the giant ape also dragged Richard and smashed heavily on the ground. It even smashed a deep pit of more than 10 meters in the hard ground. Then the black giant ape stood up from the deep pit, cursing, "Damn! Too many." Atomic bombs were thrown. If I hadn't run fast, I would have been almost blown to death.